My son Raiden was born February 26, 2020. He was full term. I gave birth to him at 41 weeks. He seemed to be a very happy, normal baby, meeting all his milestones up till 3 months. After 3 months, we started to notice that he wasn't hitting his milestones. For example, at 3 months, you're starting to gain kind of like a little head control, or starting just to do kind of like the rolling, or
you can push up while you're on your tummy. His pediatrician currently at the moment say, hey, something is definitely not right. He hasn't hit any of his milestone at this moment in time. He's like 6 or 7 months. He's low muscle tone, like floppiness, and then he's also stiff at the same time. So she's like, I think there's some sort of neurological issue going on with him.
So we did a lot of testing.
A whole bunch. We were in the hospital for 10 days.
So unfortunately, when we were hospitalized for that 10 days, we actually had to put an end tube through his nose down to his stomach for him to be fed. That was his only source of food.
So we decided ultimately to get him surgery for a G tube. So instead of having that tube down his nose to his stomach, now it's just a tube straight to his stomach. So that's when we switched our care to Oregon Health and Science University to start doing more of the extensive genetic testing and see a neurologist that specializes in movement disorder.
And that's when we got the diagnosis.
We find out there's only like 30 documented cases in the world. No real research is being done. Life expectancy is unknown. So, what does that all mean for us when we receive that diagnosis? And no one could help us because no one really understood the science, even at OHSU. It's a newly discovered gene that causes, genetic defect.
We finally got some answers, right? I mean, it's a good and a bad
answer.
thing, where we finally knew something was wrong with our son, and we wanted to get answers, but yet the answer that we got was something that no parent ever wants.
Luckily we have a good support system. Yeah. We were able to bounce back and say, okay, there's not much research being done. There's no treatment. Of course, there's no cure. But we feel like we're under a mountain, but we're gonna get back up and move that mountain and move forward to find something as best as we can to support our son. And then for me, like, I work on therapy with him a lot, like daily, and just seeing that look in his eye, like cognitively he's there, he want to interact with you, but he's just trapped in his body, right? We literally have one shot at saving Raiden and potentially other UBA 5 kids, and that's through gene therapy with University of Massachusetts. And we also are racing against time because we don't know what tomorrow will bring for Raiden. So there is a sense of urgency that we need to raise this money. We need to raise this $3 million to give Raiden the best shot.
This is why we need your help. We don't want another family to go through what we went through. So if we can help our son and other kids, that's what we're gonna do. Every time I watch that video, I still get so emotional. Hi everyone, welcome to Kombat4Rare Day. I'm Linda, this is my husband Tommy and our son Raiden, and we just want to say thank you so much for tuning in. We are so thankful for all the love and support we've gotten, and we just really want to thank everyone, from the streamers to people retweeting, reposting, sharing, the community, and everyone that's been involved to help bring this to life, from people from the back end that's making this possible. We really appreciate it so much, and we just want to thank you guys, and we can say thank you so much so many times, but from the bottom of our hearts we appreciate it, and we are so thankful for all the support.
Yeah, and for me, just thank you for tuning to Kombat4Rare. It's a movement to fight against rare disease, bringing the community together. For one, raising awareness, not only for Raiden and his disease that he's going through called UBA5, but for all the rare diseases out there, especially those that affect 200 million kids that people just don't hear about. And then raising the funds to enable life-saving research. Yes, buddy.
Yeah.
Our goal for the end of the year is to raise $1 million, but through this campaign, we're going to start small. Our milestone is $100,000. So far this month, through the support of the community within the fighting game community, Mortal Kombat community, and its content creator, we've raised $27,000 so far, which is incredible, and we're so grateful. as you're watching this show live on Twitch, you can find a donate button to help us and support our cause. And if you're not watching on Twitch and some other platform, you can just go to Kombat4Rare. That's combat with the K, for the number 4, rare.org to donate and learn more about our cause. Yes, buddy, you're talking. So enjoy the show. We have a lot of prizes, so good luck on win some of those prizes. And up next, we have a podcast with the Kamidogu guys, featuring your one and only and lovely Carrie Hoskin, who has been so supportive during his whole journey. Like, we just want to say pretty much she's family. And so please enjoy that podcast with her up next.
Thank you.
Thanks.
I'm Christopher Beljanovsky.
And I'm Toasty.
And together, we host the Kamidogu podcast, the official podcast of Kamidogu, a devoted Mortal Kombat fan site that has been covering the series since 2005. Please follow us on our various social media pages and be sure to check out our extensive back catalogue.
When Christopher and I happened to hear about the heartbreaking story regarding Tommy's son, Raiden, we instantly knew this was a cause that we wanted to help make aware to the public. We have a desire to support and assist in every way possible. Little Raiden is affected by UBA5, a genetic disorder so rare that only 30 people suffer this unfortunate condition worldwide. UBA5 is a life-threatening, progressive neurological disorder that can cause muscle floppiness, seizures, brain abnormalities, and much more. It breaks us to hear that such a circumstance has occurred, and we truly hope Tommy's fundraiser for his child reaches the appropriate sum.
We're also joined by the lovely Kerry Hoskins, who we last spoke to back in episode 6, commonly known for playing Sonya Blade in Mortal Kombat 3. As a special needs parent herself to 2 young men, she knows exactly what it's like to face an uphill and uncertain battle. So sit back and enjoy the premiere of our episode titled Dear Raiden.
So to begin, Tommy, tell us about your first experience with Mortal Kombat particularly. Also, what is your favorite game and who is your favorite combatant?
My first experience with Mortal Kombat, I remember I was hanging out with my cousin at 7-Eleven. In the back corner. There's a Street Fighter machine and then there's the Mortal Kombat machine. And he would always play Mortal Kombat. And so that's how I fell in love with like Mortal Kombat. That was the first one. That was like 1992, 93. Yeah. Yeah. He's always used Raiden. And so I just fell in love with Raiden. And as a little kid, I looked up to him. So that's why I fell in love with Mortal Kombat.
Lovely.
Now, from what I believe, your wife Linda is not a gamer. So how exactly did you manage to convince her to name your son Raiden?
Yeah, and so we were trying to think of different names. She really loved Trevor. I was like, Trevor is such a common name. And I'm like, well, what about Raiden? And then she's like, ooh, that's a unique name. It's kind of like Jaden. I love it. Let's go with Raiden. And then she didn't find out Raiden was a Mortal Kombat character until like the baby shower when someone brought it up and said, hey, Linda, do you know that Raiden's a Mortal Kombat character? She had no idea, and it's already too late, but it's confirmed. It was in front of all friends and family. You can't go back.
Lucky.
So, Carrie, some fans may not realize that you too are actually a special needs parent to 2 boys, Luke and Zach, who also recently celebrated their 25th birthdays. At what point did you come to realize that this would be the case?
Well, I mean, they were born 12 weeks early. They were like 2.5 pounds. And when we were going through the whole NICU process, they were in the NICU for about 2 months. And the doctors all brought us into this meeting room. And it was probably about, I want to say maybe 6 weeks into their NICU visit. And they sat us down at this table, and there was just doctors around the whole table, all staring at us. And they told us that one of the boys had PVL. It's periventricular leukomalacia. And that's where there's lesions on the brain, where because the brain wasn't done developing, it created like lesions on the brain. So that those parts of the brain were not developed, and they probably wouldn't be. So they told us that the boys would have cerebral palsy to some degree. We didn't know. I mean, it could be just, I mean, it's a spectrum, right? So we didn't know what to expect. What they didn't tell us was that both boys had PVL. They thought that would be too much for us. So they told us only one did, which I think is kind of, I just think it's bullshit, because
Yeah.
I would have been prepared for two, but you know, you have your hopes up that the other one is okay because they never said anything, but yet he's exhibiting all these problems that the other boy is also. So, you know, by the time they were 8 months, they both were confirmed and diagnosed with cerebral palsy.
So, aside from cerebral palsy, I believe they also have Ehlers-Danlos syndrome, or EDS for short. What effect do these conditions have on your boys?
Oh gosh, Ehlers-Danlos is just being discovered now. It used to be 1 in 10,000, and now they're finding it's like 1 in 2,000. It's a connective tissue disorder, so everything likes to stretch. We lack collagen. Everything likes to stretch. It doesn't like to stretch back, and that's before I was diagnosed at the age of 42. I had all my children, and that's why I had Luke and Zach too early, because my body just went into labor, and they couldn't stop it. So all my life, I had all of these symptoms, and I mean, I had autonomic problems, GI issues. I would dislocate my fingers opening up a pickle jar. I would dislocate my joints all the time. When I was on tour for Mortal Kombat, I dislocated my knee and tore my ACL. So all these things that were happening throughout my life, and I didn't know until the age of 42 when I was finally diagnosed with this Ehlers-Danlos. And of course, you know, Ehlers-Danlos and cerebral palsy are like opposite. You know, one likes to contract and one likes to expand. So in the boys, it's like this oxymoron going all the time with their bodies, and it just wreaks havoc orthopedically because they're so stretchy, but yet their muscles are so tense. So it's their hips can get dislocated, and it's been really hard for them. A lot harder for them than it is me because of the cerebral palsy. But sorry, I forgot to turn my phone off.
That's okay.
My sisters are all calling me right now. Oh, it's been really challenging, especially with one of the boys. His name is Luke. I almost lost him a couple of years ago because he developed gastroparesis. I was feeding him over 4,000 calories a day, and he was still losing 6 pounds a month. He got down to 95 pounds, and he's 5'10" and a half. So you can imagine, he looked like he looked like he was in a concentration camp. It was just so sad. And finally, we put him in the hospital. I went to 13 different doctors. Nobody wanted to work on him. The Mayo Clinic even turned him down because he wasn't a sure thing. You know, you got the cerebral palsy and the Ehlers-Danlos and the seizure disorder and gastroparesis and all these things coming at him. So everybody's kind of looking at him like, oh, they're going to bring my numbers down here if they don't survive. So we couldn't find a doctor, and it was actually very sad. We finally found somebody at Lurie's that would take him, a pediatric doctor. And, you know, he at the time was 23. So, you know, the market is small for boys like mine. There's no specialists because they age out of the pediatric. And then, you know, they weren't supposed to live this long. So it's really hard to find a doctor for anything. You know, and it's usually pediatric doctors that we still see.
Tommy, I believe that Raiden is actually your second child. Did he have what would be considered to be a relatively normal birth? At what point did you both realize that something wasn't quite right?
Yeah, so for the first 3 months of his life, like he was meeting your typical, I guess, baby milestone. He could sort of hold up his head, and he was playing, he was smiling. You couldn't tell any difference. And then after about 3 4 months, he started being really stiff. He started vomiting 10, 11, 12 times a day. He was started contorting his body in different ways. Yeah, it's crazy. And we'll go to a pediatrician and I'm like, well, maybe he has acid reflux or food allergy, and a bunch of other explanation. As a parent at that time, you're like, okay, sure, we'll take those recommendations. Come to pass like 4 or 5 months, 6, 7, 8 months. I can't remember anymore. We finally switched pediatrician, and the new pediatrician was like, there's definitely something wrong with your son. He is both hypotonia, which means he's very floppy and soft, but he's also hypertonia, meaning he's very stiff most of the time. So that combo doesn't allow him to control his body. And so he was around like 10 months at a time when we saw that pediatrician. He couldn't sit up. He couldn't control his arms or legs, or nor could he have any kind of head control, right? Because any given time you balance between floppiness and stiffness, so it's really hard to just control anything. And so she was like, you definitely need to see a neurologist. You have to be admitted into a hospital. And so that was around December of 2020, I believe. We ended up staying in the hospital for 10 days, and we ran all kind of tests that you can imagine. They poked my son, I don't know, feel like hundreds of times, if not 1,000. And at that time, he was just throwing up all the time. He couldn't intake any food. And so, like they said, it fell his thigh because he couldn't gain any weight. And so they had to put a tube from his nose down to his stomach just to feed him. But that didn't help either. He would just puke the tube out, unfortunately. So yeah, after 10 days, we ran EEG, looked at his brain activity. Like, he's at risk for seizures, but he doesn't have any. Like 5% of the population has that kind of like pattern. That doesn't mean it has seizures. They did the MRI to scan his brain structurally. Everything was okay.
That's what I was going to ask you. I was like, what did the MRI show?
Yeah,
and it didn't show anything?
Okay. Yeah, everything was normal in his brain. And at that point in time, like, we would find ways, I don't know, it's part of like, I don't know, we would find ways to blame ourselves for what's going on. Like, did we bounce him too much to get him to drink milk? Or what did we do to make our son this way, right? That's me. My wife was a lot worse. And then, yeah, we just went home. They were like, hey, let's just take the wait and see approach and see maybe it's just a developmental delay, because they couldn't find anything was wrong with him. But we did went home after 10 days with a tube through his nose into his stomach to get fed. They called that the NG tube. And then we would go through all this process of like physiotherapy and occupational therapy like daily, right, which is 5 times a week. But yeah, for a month there, still he would like puke all the time and vomit 10, 11, 12 times a day. It wouldn't stop. And as a parent seeing that, it's like, enough, it's enough, right? And whenever he does vomit, like this tube actually comes out of his nose. So like my wife would have to pin him down, and I would have to take this tube and stick it down his nose to make sure it goes back into his stomach. And sometimes we were like, hey, is it really going to his stomach or is it going to his lungs? So we have to actually go to the ER, get an x-ray to make sure it actually goes to his stomach and not his lungs. We went through that every single day. And so finally, we decided to get what's called a G tube, so we don't have to deal with that tube in his nose anymore. And so we'll feed him directly through his stomach. And as a parent, you don't want to do that, right? We were really hesitant to even try to feed our son through his stomach, because that's like no longer normal, right? We didn't want that feature for him, but we just had to do it. And so yeah, that's when we learned that he was different.
Tom, my heart just breaks for you. Everything you just said right there, I went through at their age, times 2, everything. The whole story, even, the NG tube and wondering if it's in the lungs or in the stomach, and, you'd aspirate and you weren't sure if that was stomach fluid or maybe he was just congested. So I totally have empathy for you.
I didn't want to be too graphic, but sometimes you put the tube in, you puke it out, and sometimes like even vomiting, sometimes blood would come out. It's
So
here.
So Raiden was eventually diagnosed with UBA5, which even I hadn't heard of before hearing of your story. And it's something that's extremely rare and it affects as little as 30 worldwide. So how did you and your wife feel after receiving the diagnosis? I mean, obviously you're heartbroken, but like, did you go through a phase where you felt, I guess, a bit hopeless? And how did you turn that around and use it as strength to move forward on this journey?
Yeah, so going back, so it took us a while, 7 to 8 months after we got the G-tube to finally get that diagnosis. We went through a process called whole exome sequencing, so WES, W-E-S for short, to look at all 20,000 gene. And so they found out that he has a particular gene mutation called UBA5. And so when the geneticist told us that he has this mutation and nothing much is known about it, there's little research and there's only like 30 cases. And I kid you not, we had like 5 minutes with the geneticist and that was pretty much it. We had no further research or any kind of guidance on what to do. And so, of course, we became Dr. Google. And when we Dr. Google, it's when you see it and you see other kids that's like life-threatening. You see kids passing away, in infancy, toddler years. Yeah, I don't even know how to describe it. Like my wife and I at that time when we got that result, it was August of 2021. Yeah, I don't even know how to describe. I'm getting emotional, but in a way to describe like Mortal Kombat, it just felt like Kano reach in and like pull your heart out a few times, and then Shang Tsung just like take your soul out. Like you don't feel anything, but you also feel pain at the same time. And it was like for like a month. It was hard knowing that you give birth to a child. You imagine you have this amazing family, right? You've written chapter 1. This is what you're gonna do with your family. He's gonna hang out with his sister. Throw that shit out because no more, right? A life totally changed. Switch.
You actually go through a mourning process.
Yep.
You mourn for the child that you thought you were going to have. And you sit there and you wonder, how can they possibly be happy, this way? But you know what? That's all they know. They're happy, and I know the doctors told you that this is fatal and all this stuff, but they don't know that much. It might not be fatal in your son's case. They told me that my sons were going to die probably in their early 20s, and we're going on late 20s now. So you don't have the answers, and God only knows, what Raiden was brought on this earth for and how long he's going to be here. The doctors can only say, well, this is what we've seen maybe 20 times, and you can't believe them. You have to have your own faith and do the best that you can do and, give him a good quality of life, which you can definitely tell he's so loved and he has amazing quality of life, and you guys should be proud.
No, he's a happy kid. But yeah, it's a month there or two is just that grieving process that the life that we imagine is no more, right?
Yeah.
And then, after that, luckily we have a great support system. We have great friends, and we just got back up and we're like, okay, this is our new norm and we're going to live life this way. But at the same time, we're going to fight. We're going to find a treatment for him, even though it doesn't seem like one is possible. But we read about the advancement of like gene therapy. So we're going to go take that path and see what happens.
Carrie, you mentioned to us back in episode 6 of our podcast that you maintain a rigorous workout schedule so that you have the physical strength to lift and move your sons. Not to mention, in personal conversations we've had, you've basically said that you haven't slept in 25 years. From where did you find your daily strength? And do you believe that climbing this mountain has ultimately made you a better person?
Oh, definitely. I just put a post out there when my boys hit 25, and I listed some things that I thought that I had learned from them, but I did say that, yeah, I do feel like I'm a better person because of them. They teach you perspective. They teach you what's important in life. It's not all those little monetary things. It's family. It's life. Just to be able to appreciate life every single day. Every day that I have with them, I am grateful. whether I'm up all night or not. At least I have
Amen.
him with me in my arms.
Amen.
Yeah.
But yeah, Luke weighs more than me now, but I can still lift him.
Tommy, the doctors pretty much told you that nothing can be done as UBA5 is incredibly rare, and so there's next to no research surrounding it. Why did you choose to fight against that notion? Why are you embarking on what many would consider a near impossible journey? Just want to hear your thoughts there.
You know, I've been a fighter all my life, and I will continue to fight. Like, that's what I want my family to see me as. I want my daughter to see as a fighter. I'm not gonna give up just because he has this condition that maybe his fate, but you gotta fight and try with, especially with the advancement of medicine. You just never know, right? You hear success of gene therapy, like, hey, maybe we could do that. We could do that too, as well. And then, you know, maybe this is a grieving process, or I'm mentally telling me this, but maybe this is God's purpose, right? For me to go through this path with my son. We could change the world together. Who knows?
Yeah,
You don't know.
true.
You go on and fight.
Well,
No
it's
matter
also
what
giving
the
you,
point is.
it's also giving you a sense of purpose because you're doing what you can to help him, because things are out of your control as far as, you know, his health and you know, his demise, or, you know, his healing. You don't know which way you're going to go, and you're doing everything you can to make sure that it's going to be on the road to healing.
That road, though, sometimes is tough, because we also know, you know, I mean, his life could be different, but we know the clock is also ticking just based on the small sample size. Just like last month, right? We saw a kid with UBA5 actually pass away, and so whenever you hear about that or see that, it's just really tough to process. It's kind of like reset and you get back up and you fight again, but it takes a few weeks there to like mentally like pick yourself back up.
Yeah, Luke and Zach would have friends in school that would pass away overnight when they were totally healthy. You know, it would be, you know, a seizure or something like that, and they just never woke up. And it sets you back, and it just breaks your heart, and you wonder, you know, am I going to be in their shoes?
So you've established the Raiden Science Foundation in partnership with the University of Massachusetts Chan Medical School to develop groundbreaking gene replacement therapy for UBA5, which is awesome. How long is this process expected to take, and just how much money do you need to raise to make this happen?
Yeah, so we launched the Raiden Science Foundation last Thanksgiving. Once we established that partnership with UMass Chan, so they're one of the premier, you know, personalized medicine gene therapy institute in the country. And so, for the audience watching at home, what exactly is gene therapy? So my son has that UBA5 gene mutation. Like you and I all have that UBA5 gene, except his is mutated or defective, right? And so, in theory, you would just replace it with a better copy or a good copy of that gene. Hopefully it'll override that bad gene, and then he can have a better quality of life and resume his, you know, developmental trajectory, right? Because right now he's just stuck in his body. And so that's called gene replacement therapy. And so UMass has done it before, one of the very few institutions in America that has done something like that. So we are partnering with them to attempt this groundbreaking research. So they have done gene therapy for other diseases, well-studied diseases, not something that's understudied and so rare. But we're going to put our hats together and do this research. At the end of the day, it's still an experiment. But again, it's the notion of like fighting and trying and to see what happens, right? And so this whole process, it's science. You never know what could go wrong, right? The timeline is 3 years, and they estimate the budget would cost $4 million. Well, over time, right, it could be a little bit cheaper, or it could be more. Like, you don't know. It's science, right? You could do one research project, and like that doesn't work. You have to take it at a different angle.
Mm-hmm.
And so, at the end of the day, it's, you know, about 3 years, $4 million. That's what we're looking at.
So, Kerry, how did you learn about the Raiden Science Foundation, and What made you so supportive of their work, of Raiden, and what Tommy's doing?
Tommy emailed me, I believe, didn't you?
I can't.
Or was it an Instagram?
I did email you, but I think you commented on our Twitter page or reshared something.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, as soon as he told me his story, I think it was an email. He sent me YouTube links to see what Raiden was going through. As soon as I saw Raiden, I just totally, it brought me back to when the boys were his age. You know, Zachary's hypertonic and hypotonic also. So Raiden's movements were almost exactly like Zachary's. And it just brought me back, and it just tore my heart out, you know, to know that they're going through this fight, and there may be a death sentence at the end. You don't know. So I was like, I have to help. I mean, just to be there for support, for what they're going through now, you know, I can be a source of support, and, you know, another creative mind to think about, you know, what else can we do? And I'm constantly thinking about that. Like, what could we do to help this boy? You know, whether it's just comfort while he's in the hospital and in pain, or sending ideas, you know, for the fundraiser. You know, I'm in. I'll fight with you.
I appreciate that so much, Carrie.
Yeah, because Tommy, you have mentioned before that Carrie helped you through a pretty tough time while you were with Raiden in the hospital. Could you tell us more elaborately about that, though?
Yes. And so, you know, with any kind of special need child or a rare disease child, like, every day is different. You don't know what to expect. And so we took a trip to Hawaii with our family, just to kind of like reset it and enjoy life, because you never know what tomorrow will bring, right? And so everything was great. And then on a flight home, Raiden just got sick. This was around towards the end of May. We didn't know what was going on. So he was home. We finally got home, and then he started making these weird movements and started contorting his body again. You know, they call it dystonia. He gets really stiffened up, and he'll like bend his arm like back like this. It just seems really painful. Like, we've seen him before, but not to this extent. And so my wife and I took Raiden to the ER. Waited in the ER, gosh, what took like 10, 12 hours before we didn't get checked in. I remember texting Carrie about that. She knows that pretty well. Like, sometimes it could take a long time to see a doctor, even if your son is in pain. So we got checked in finally. It was my son, Raiden, myself, and my wife. And then my wife got sick when we were in the hospital. And then she went home, took the test, and she has COVID. And so she was home. It was only Raiden and myself in the hospital. Now, this never happened before. We have always been a team. It's always been my wife, myself, and Raiden in the hospital together. But my wife, Linda, was really, really sick. And she, I remember she was home. She did post a story about Raiden, you know, going into the ER, and he wasn't doing well. And I believe Carrie saw that post and actually texted me at that moment in time. And we just exchanged texts, and she was super supportive. Because at that time I didn't really have anybody to communicate with. And yeah, she was just helping me guide through that process and emotionally supporting me, really. Just telling me what to ask the doctor, push them on certain things, because, you know, she's been through this process for 25 years. We've been through it for like, you know, 2.5, but that's still new to the process. So super grateful of the support. And, you know, I never told this, but I don't really have a good relationship with my sister, who's around Carrie's age. And I feel like at that moment in time, like, Carrie was like my family, was like a sister I never had. Just sitting back to think about it. So super thankful for that.
Wow.
You make me cry.
That's an incredible story. And, you know, Tommy, you've mentioned that to me briefly at one point. And, I mean, Carrie, hats off to you. You know, I'm not wearing one, but if I had one, I'd take it off to you. It takes a strong person to be there, you know, especially when in some ways showing that support almost forces you to relive your own experiences. But the fact that you were there for Tommy, I think, speaks volumes of your strength and character, and I know it means the world to him.
It's just the frustration. You have your child here who's screaming and in pain. And then you have all these doctors around going, well, maybe we should do this test before we decide to treat. I've actually learned to medicate my kids before I go to the hospital, because I know they're going to be sitting there waiting with people scratching their beds. And I've gotten into fights with nurses and doctors before because it's like, listen to me. I know what I'm talking about. I've been through this, and you're looking at me and you don't know what the hell's going on. So listen to the mother. Listen to the intuition of the parent who's been through this and take some hints. I mean, you can definitely tell if somebody knows what they're talking about, if they've been through it, or if they're a deer in headlights saying, help me, help me. So it's just there's just so much ego and stuff going on in hospitals. And it just drives me crazy because it's about treating people and helping them and having compassion and just giving someone a better quality of life.
That's right.
Yeah, that's something I don't understand. Like, yeah, they try a lot of stuff. Everybody has like different opinion. Sometimes the doctors and nurses not even aligned, and so you're like, well, what are you doing to my kid if you guys are not even aligned, right?
I could get into politics and insurance right now, but let's not do that. But that's a lot of the reason, they're afraid to treat because they're afraid of being sued.
Yeah, unfortunately, in many cases, that's a sad reality. So, Tommy, where did the idea for Kombat4Rare come from? What have you done so far with that name? And why did you base your charity around Mortal Kombat? A fighting game of all things.
Yeah, so we were in the process of planning Raiden's birthday last year, which was February 26th. Like, I woke up... it was like, I believe it's like the morning of his birthday. I woke up, I was like, I know his birthday is today, but it would be really cool if we did like a local tournament for Mortal Kombat. Given that, he's Raiden, it just makes sense, like a local tournament. And then as I start connecting with like friends and local arcade owner, and they're like, oh, what if you reach out to like the Mortal Kombat like cast members from like MK1 to like 3, which I did, and then just kept on building upon that idea. And then learning more about like charity streaming online and getting connected with like the Mortal Kombat community and just the fighting game community in general. And it's like, this is a great opportunity to like raise awareness here within that community that's different. And so that's where the concept of like Kombat4Rare came to life. And it's also Mortal Kombat like 30th anniversary, right? And so I remember bringing it to my team. I'm like, we should do this. And they're like, well, Mortal Kombat, it's pretty gory, it's pretty bloody. Is that, something you want to do? It's pretty controversial, right? Because most charity don't touch Mortal Kombat at all, right? And so for me, it's like, hey, this is different. Like when you're raising awareness for a rare disease, an ultra rare disease, but it's only 30 cases in the world, like you have to bring it. You have to do something out of the box to bring attention. And, I totally believe that Mortal Kombat would do it. So yeah, we went forward with Kombat4Rare and start playing it. Yeah, it just makes sense, right? At the end of the day, my son is named Raiden. It's Mortal Kombat 30th anniversary, right? And Mortal Kombat it's about fighting.
Yes.
Yeah.
Very well said. So, Tommy, how supportive have the Mortal Kombat community been throughout this ordeal?
Super, super duper supportive. Look, meeting Carrie is, look how supportive she's been, right? And then you guys, after you saw the post, just like reaching out on like Twitter, like everybody has been doing that. And so the community has been super supportive. It's overwhelming. I don't even know what to say.
He's even got Ed on his side.
He's a good one to have in your corner, I think.
Yeah.
It's just amazing when you can get a community rally around a purpose, right?
So I guess it's clear that you want the Rain Science Foundation to be a beacon of hope, inspiration, and humanity. Can you expand on that desire?
Yeah, so we want the foundation, our family's journey to be, hope, right? We're actually creating more than hope. Just because, doctor told you that this is the outcome and what you read is the outcome, it doesn't have to be that way, right? And so we want to show that, hey, we're fighting this and we can create more than just hope. We can be on this battle and really change Raiden's future. We can really change the future for other kids suffering from UBA5 today and in the future as well. And then in terms of inspiration, again, that's that inspiration to fight. I hate to bring race into this, but if you look at you Google up rare disease or rare disease, kids, most of the stuff that show up on Google, it's not people of color, right? It's pretty rare for someone like me who's Asian to do something like this, just to be honest, right? And so as we go on this journey and people are reading about us, they're reaching out and say, hey, it's such an inspiration, how can we do the same thing? Thank you for the courage for sharing your story. Because at times, depending on your culture, rare disease is also a taboo. People don't talk about it, right? And so this journey allows us to be the voice of the voiceless as well. And then the last part is we see this as bringing humanity together. There's all kind of shit going on in the world right now, right? It's bad, but hopefully we can get people together just to make a difference.
So tell us specifically, Tommy, how can everybody watching or listening to this podcast right now help your fight for a better future?
One, just continue to share, if you haven't, about Kombat4Rare, or share about the Radiant Science Foundation. Follow us on Twitter or Instagram. Donate if you can, right? Even $1 counts. If you can, that's totally okay as well.
All we need is 4 million people to donate $1.
That's it.
And
I did.
Mortal Kombat community is a lot bigger than 4 million people, so I think we can do it.
Yeah, I did the math in my head. I'm like, well, we get 250,000 Mortal Kombat fans to view or be a part of this campaign. 20% of them donate just $20, which is, so 50,000, 20, that's $1 million right there. Go help. Because through this campaign, our goal, our moonshot goal is to raise $1 million. Yes, overall, we need $4 million for the treatment. But for this Kombat4Rare campaign, we're just looking to raise $1 million to get the research going for another year.
Well, Tommy, we're all behind you and your family, and we're rooting for you, and we have our fingers crossed that we get there. But before we wrap up for today, Toasty and I have prepared a little treat for Raiden with thanks to some big names in Mortal Kombat. So sit back and we hope you enjoy.
Can Raiden watch that too? Maybe I can bring Raiden down.
Yeah, if you like.
Yeah, let's go for it.
Yeah.
Hey, buddy.
And there he is.
Raiden? Hi, buddy.
He's sleeping. This is Raiden.
Favorite color? What's Raiden's favorite color?
What's his favorite color? It
Yeah.
seems like he is attracted to blue.
Blue. Here, watch.
Oh.
Like he's smiling.
How cool is that?
He is.
Aw.
Hey Raiden and the Fam family, I'm Will Roger, the music composer for Mortal Kombat 11. I heard about Raiden's condition and your heroic efforts to support him, and so I just wanted to wish you the very best in finding the cure. Cheers and God bless.
Hi Raiden, this is Dr. Philip and I played Shang Tsung in Mortal Kombat 2. I just want to wish you and your family the best while you're going through these difficult times. God bless and keep the faith.
Hi guys, this is Tom Choi, Liu Kang on Mortal Kombat, and I just want to send my best wishes to Raiden fam. Raiden, you, the God of Thunder, have all the power and strength to kick UBA5's butt. So, and I have a 6.5-month-old myself, so this is very near and dear to me. You got this. Earth Realm needs you, and as the immortal words say, fight.
Hello, Raiden, and the rest of the Fam family. I'm Carlos Pacina, the original Raiden from Mortal Kombat 1 and 2. Illustrator, motion capture, combat design, and choreographer, all the way up to MK11, and now recently retired from NetherRealm Studios. I want to say a small prayer and a blessing to you, Raiden, and your family. We're here praying for you every day, and we wish the best outcome for you and your family. And from my family to yours, God bless and many blessings. Thank you.
Hey Raiden and family, this is Max Huang. You guys might know me from the Mortal Kombat movie 2021 where I play Kung Lao. And today I wanted to take the chance to let you guys know that I'm wishing you all the best, a lot of strength for whatever difficulties you might be facing. And I know that little Raiden, like in the movies and the games, he is the god of thunder and lightning. So I have no doubt that he will continue using his warrior spirit to keep on fighting. With that being said, stay safe, guys, and all the best. Bye.
Hello, Raiden fam. This is Johnny Cage, coming to you from Hollywood, California. Now, normally when I hear the name Raiden, it makes me want to crack my knuckles, get a little triggered, and prepare myself to kick some ass. I got an issue with your parents naming you Raiden, but I'm gonna settle that for a moment. When your family told me about your story, Raiden, I gotta say I was impressed. Anybody who has to go through a fight like that is definitely someone that I'd like to call an ally and is just all around impressive. So, in honor of your fight, and your family being cool, other than the fact they named you Raiden, I'm making a declaration today that there will be one Raiden in the world whose ass I won't kick. And little man, that's now yours. Be it this universe, that universe, or any of the other alternate ones. Whether I'm young, old, in between, whichever version I am, I'm still awesome. Wherever that is, if you ever need a friend or someone to come take care of business with you, give me a call. I'll be there in a jiff. Did I just say jiff? Not okay. See, fam? This is why you don't name your kid Raiden. Messes with my head. So, I gotta get back to set, but much blessings, much love. Keep kicking butt, and as I like to say, boom.
Looks like he enjoyed it.
He was watching it and he cracked a few smile.
That's what I like to
Hi,
see.
Raiden. Hi, Raiden.
Hi, Raiden.
Hi,
Hey, buddy.
Give me a smile. Can you smile?
He smiled.
Let me see.
He smiled, Carrie.
Hi.
There it
There
is.
we go.
Ah.
Sweet boy.
Wow. Look at that. Oh, he's waving too.
Yeah.
Buddy?
Hey.
Yeah, no, it's just it's incredible to see just the support, and really thank you for doing this and continuing to helping us, raise awareness for rare disease and for UBA5.
Well, we're here with you, and I don't want
Yes.
you or your family to ever feel like you're alone.
That's right.
Uh-oh.
Oh.
Okay, now I gotta tell my story because he
Yes.
ended that conversation like that.
Go ahead, Carrie.
So, before the boys had their G tubes and their fundoplications, it's where they sew the stomach up around the esophagus so you can't throw up. They worked their way around it later, but we used to have these red Solo cups all over the house, to catch the puke.
Oh.
And I was wondering if Tommy had cups around the house, to catch the puke.
Oh.
I don't have it. We just use our bare hands because we're used to it.
Oh.
Okay, so we used to have red Solo cups all over the place. And I can't tell you how many times I made myself a drink and went to go drink it and could smell puke.
Oh.
So to this day, I cannot drink out of a red Solo cup.
Oh.
And they're not allowed in my house. We use clear or blue.
Yeah.
Cannot have red.
Hey, sorry guys, he's a bit under the weather, but he does, vomit and puke like that all the time. I was not joking when I say 11 or 12 times a day. But as Carrie like going through this process, especially children, this is like normal. We're like, okay, I got puke all over me. That's totally fine. I know for you too, it's like, woo.
Well, it's actually normal for someone like Raiden because his trunk is underdeveloped, and when you're hypo and hypertonic like that, you can't hold yourself up, and when you hold yourself up, that keeps gravity pushing, what you put in your stomach down. So when you don't have that control in your trunk, things like to come back up, and you get a lot of gastro reflux and that kind of stuff. So, and it sucks for them. It sucks a lot.
Mm-hmm. Well, Tommy, Carrie, did you have any final words at all before we end off today's episode?
Yeah, you guys, donate.
Yes.
Donate to...
Please. If you can, please.
Raiden's cause for UBA5. Or UBA5, right?
UBA5. There's no name for the disease yet. It's just...
It's going to be called Raiden Fam disorder.
Now, like Carrie mentioned, like if you can, please donate to a cause like what we're doing today, this journey that we're on to create the gene replacement therapy for UBA5 will have a generational impact. And what I mean by that is like, hey, it's not just a treatment for Raiden. It's not just a treatment for UBA5 disease. Like any discovery that we unlock will actually help other diseases as well. Because we know UBA5 also causes heart disease and diabetes and cancer as well. Anything we learn about any kind of rare disease contribute to a whole community of like rare disease and all the rare diseases out there. And I just want to throw one stat out there. There's 400 million people suffering from rare disease. Half of them, 200 million, are kids, right? And then 30% of those, which is 60 million kids, pretty much the size of Italy, unfortunately, will die before the age of 5. And my son, Raiden, unfortunately falls in that category, at least that's what we're told, but fate might be different for him. Who knows as we go on this journey?
Fingers
Out of
crossed.
all those rare disease, 80% of it is caused by genetic mutation. So in theory, once gene therapy can scale, more affordable, it doesn't take 3 years to develop, maybe like 2 months or a year in the future, 10, 15 years from now, a child is diagnosed with a rare disease, they can be treated right away and not have to go through this whole process. So by helping us today, we help kind of build towards that process in a better future.
Hey, Tommy, how did they do the gene therapy? Where did they get the normal genes to do the therapy with?
They would engineer that gene in the lab, and that gene would be carried.
Couldn't he get it from like his sister? Or would that be bad because she's a female?
Yeah, that wouldn't work. They would have to construct that gene, make a good copy. They have to figure out which copy to make. Now we get into the science thing, right? There's like 2 isoforms of UBA5. We have to decide which one we want to go with. The one that's most expressed in the brain or the one that's not most expressed in the brain. We chose to go with the one that's most expressed in the brain because it makes sense. A lot of his symptoms comes from his, neurological effect there. So we chose to go with that one and just build that gene therapy platform around that particular.
Turning you into a neuroscience.
Yeah.
Raiden's turning you into a neuroscientist.
Yes, there's a lot of science word there.
Well, before we wrap up, I just want to say again, thank you both for sharing your stories. It means a tremendous amount. And, we, the entire community, Tommy, we got you. And, this was a big deal for us. So, thanks for being on the show, and we're going to do everything we can, man.
Yeah, thank you for having me and Raiden himself on the show.
Yes.
Thanks so much, guys, for everything you're doing.
For sure, yeah. Stay strong and God bless. It's been an honour speaking with both Tommy and Kerry, who are warriors in their own right. Please do your part and help support Raiden's search for a cure. This research has the potential to save countless lives. If you'd like to make a donation, please visit Kombat4Rare.donordrive.com. That's Kombat4Rare.donordrive.com. There, you can join Team Kamidogu and help us raise funds for Raiden as a community. If you can't make a donation, please share this episode on your social media pages to further Raiden's story.
Both Christopher and I wish Raiden and his family all the very best, and will continue to follow Raiden's progress closely. We at Kamidogu will keep in touch with the family, and hope to have some positive updates to share with you in the future. Visit RaidenScience.org for more information on Raiden's journey, and be sure to check out the episode's notes for links to Raiden's social media pages. While Mortal Kombat has a deadly alliance, which wreaked havoc, we as the greater Mortal Kombat community have a unique opportunity right now to join forces and fight for a better tomorrow. It has begun. Until next time, combatants, you know how it goes. Have fun, stay safe, and
stay flawless.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to Kombat4Rare's Multiverses Tournament. I am here. My name is Cody. I'm joined by the incomparable Tasty Steve on the mic. Steve, how you doing today, my friend?
Doing all right, man. Here for a good cause. Kombat4Rare is why we're here. And on top of that, Coney, man, it's been too long since I've actually seen you, but it's good to share the mic with you, especially for a good cause, man.
Absolutely. Yeah, it's been a while. It's been, I think, since like Evo, bro. We talked like briefly at an Evo, and then they kicked my game out of there. So you get to stay there. I don't know, maybe in the future, but I'm glad we were able to come together on such a good cause like Kombat4Rare. You guys got to hear from the organizer of the event just a little bit ago. We're here for a very important cause. Obviously, there are so many rare diseases that affect so many people all over the world, and this is just one case. Tommy's son named Raiden, who named after the God of Thunder. Yeah, unfortunately, having a debilitating condition that there isn't really a cure for, and that's what we're trying to do today. Raise a couple funds. If you guys want to go ahead in the chat and find the donation link, I think it's just !donate, but it's to a great cause.
It's for a very great cause, and it's more about the research as well, man. I know they were talking about, I think they've raised, what, 400,000 so far? And
something like that, yeah.
I would love to, get that number up. I love causes like this, man. Shout-outs to Raiden, Kid Thunder, I'm going to call him, because it reminds me of the Mortal Kombat 2 when they had the little kid when he did the friendship, so Kid Raiden for me. But it's over 7,000 types of, undiagnosed, unknown rare diseases that we're here, to raise funds for and try to get more research funded for. So it would be greatly appreciated appreciate it. If you're joining us today, I would greatly appreciate it if you guys could donate and spread the word, man. Spread the word that we're here for a good cause. And I love seeing fighting games go to be towards a good cause. I love to see it, man.
Yeah, I mean, as a community, I mean, fighting games in general, even in the broad sense, right? I mean, it's all about the community. It's all about coming together toward a common goal, and it's really cool to see. I mean, you could see below the Twitch stream already, so much money raised, and the goal is especially high just because this is the condition is so rare that they don't really, it's sort of trailblazing what they're trying to do for Raiden here. So any amount is appreciated, guys, sincerely. We're going to be casting some top 4 of Multiverses for the best 1v1 players in the business in Oopstier, Bry, Bugs V, and TLTC, and that's going to be super exciting. You'd see them matched up right here.
Yeah, I was about to say, first off, I hate Superman still. I'm
still,
not sure,
bro.
Still. Look, you gotta remember, I'm new to this space. My annoyance is at an all-time high. I'm just as full blown, taking in every ounce, every L. But still, Oopster, one of the guys I've been looking at as well. I want to talk about TLTC and especially Bugs. I haven't got to put my hands on too much Stripe, but I got a feeling that's who we're gonna be looking at a little bit today.
I can't wait to see Stripe. Yeah, I haven't seen him at the top level, not much, at least not in 1v1s, but...
Dog, that character is, oh my God.
He's going to move. I'm sure he's going to move. It's going to be a lot of fun. And seeing characters explored at that level in the 1v1 is always really interesting. I remember Rick making a huge splash, right? When he first came out, people were like, this is not okay. This moveset is nuts.
I like that, like, so for one, once again, like, I love being a part of, like, just watching the meta kind of unfold as these characters get kind of discovered. And then, like, for me, it kind of started with Morty, and I was like, man, this character is really weird when you put him in, like, the meta, how it's supposed to be played. And we are playing 1v1s here today, folks, but it's more about, like, the double-sided meta, how characters can work in teams as well as solo. And everybody was kind of iffy on Morty, but then I think, week 2, week 3, people were like, hold up now. Morty's got some juice,
Yeah, something changed, dude. It was, I think he was already pretty good. I was a huge Morty enjoyer when he first came out, but I was like, damn, this character sucks. And then, I like, straight up, I was like, this dude is not good. But he was so fun, and, like, I was a Velma guy before, so I was kind of cheating,
Yeah. I'm glad you said that. I'm glad you said
that. Yeah, I mean, Velma's not, she was not okay. But I played a little bit more, and he was better and better, and I mean, like, eventually the hitbox changes came out and he was nasty. I mean, that down special, bro, that down B is just unbelievable in a just in a vacuum. And I was kind of sad because House Arrest, who's a top Morty player, was in the group stage. Unfortunately, I don't think he could make it, so didn't make it to the top 4. We played a bunch of round robins to get the 4 players that we got in the top 4 that we're going to be watching today, but would have loved to see that Morty.
Yeah, this is going to be a good one, though. Kombat4Rare, this is the multiverses portion of it. Personally, like I said before, I really want to see Stripe. I've been watching Stripe get played at such a high level now, and I feel like it's so soon, but people really got a grasp of it. As well as, like, Ooster, like I was talking about before, TLTC. I'm not sure if TLTC is still running Taz or not, but I could be wrong.
Yeah, I'm not sure either. I hope so, because I love to see top-level Taz, because... it's incredibly rare.
I was about to say.
Yeah, Taz in 1v1s is not great. He just kind of gets boxed out by disjoints and, projectiles especially. But that bite buff, you know what I mean? The way the projectiles work did help him out a bit because he's able to eat them and spit out an anvil. But I was wondering the same thing about TLTC. Bugs V also, I mean, I know that guy can play a lot of the roster. I think he had a long-standing run on Harley for a bit, but kind of a bit of a character crisis for a bit. But I know he can play a bunch.
Yeah, I would love to see. And also, like, I'm glad you said, like, Harley. Harley, another character I feel like is really kind of start to get up there to, like I said, I'm still new to the space, but I'm looking at that character get played better and better each and every time, where they get more space control, just kind of setting up, like, that minefield that if we get the chance to see one, you're going to see a lot today. So, like I said, the meta's definitely been changing, and it's been really interesting to see, especially with the intro of the new characters and even more characters coming down the line, so...
I just can't wait for that. I mean, Black Adam coming out soon. I'm hoping he's a lot. I mean, I know you hate him, but I'm hoping he's like a Superman, bro. I want to see another character that will be like kind of dumb. You know what I mean? Like I
like how you squinted and looked at the dumb. You know,
I need a dumb character, bro. Because like. We had Rick, who's like very complicated, very difficult. Morty is the same. LeBron even is like kind of hard, right? He's got a high skill ceiling.
LeBron is definitely one of those characters that, like, it's a fun character. I know a lot of people were excited for it, but like you start to see how like intricate it is to kind of like control the screen with that character, especially in a 1v1 scenario and the whole ball mechanic. Like, these characters are really, really interesting. That was one of my draws to the game, is that like I come to this game and I'm like, these characters are gonna be kind of like one trick in this. They're not. They're really dynamic. They have like a board that you have to play across. He was talking about like Rick and Morty specifically. They have a lot, like controlling the Meeseeks. I was just watching somebody play.
Yeah.
And you make them run through the portal to come back the other way, and you have to bounce. I'm like, oh my God. And then like characters like Tom and Jerry and stuff like that. So just a lot of unique characters. And me, I'm definitely one of those guys who, like, I kind of live in the 2v2 space, but just watching like the meta evolve on the 1v1 has been really interesting. I've been taking in a lot more 1v1 tournaments as of late. So
right, yeah, it's really interesting because I think in 1v1s you get to really hone in on what makes a character function. Like, I don't know about you, when I first started, I played a lot of 1v1s to understand the game better, and then I shifted over to 2v2 because I'm like, okay, this is the real mode that they're balancing for. But 1v1 is awesome if you're trying to learn how the game functions, how characters function. Because like you were talking about, man, these characters are kind of extensive.
Yes, they are. And I'm a like a thorough fighting game player guy. And I'm like,
oh yeah, you're a lab guy. Yeah.
Like, this is what I was like. You got to think about it like this and wrap it around like this. So no, you're definitely right on that.
The applications of all these moves is just, it goes so deep. And I think it's the level of creativity in the movesets is just so clear, right? I mean, we've seen games like Multiverses in the platform fighter space before, but never with this much ambition. I mean, even like I was talking about it before, Velma is not like any other character I've seen in any game.
True.
She's so
that's
cool.
True. No, that's definitely true. And like, even like looking at Stripe, like having like the homing buzzsaw and like the charge, the gunshot, like kind of like an ogre style character, but legit is rushing you down the entire time. So it's like, no matter where you at on the screen, it's like, man, get off of me. It's like it's on your leg at all times. But like, I love to see those kind of characters get involved. I wanted to see more Gizmo. I did, because my man's cute and cuddly, but it's like, it didn't really like fold that. I'm sure we'll get some more down the line, but it's stuff like that that really keeps me interested in the game. And I really do like the way they've been releasing these characters. Also, you was talking about Black Adam.
Yeah,
they gotta have a Rock skin. They have to have the Rock with
so
the
bad.
Rock voice pack. It's simple. That's free money. That's free money.
I don't care how much it costs.
I don't care how much it costs. I just want to see him, you know, like, but stuff like that, I really feel like it really does like make the game like explode with like this, a lot of like personality. So it's really been cool seeing a lot of characters like players like overlap, a lot of like guys coming from like Mortal Kombat and stuff like that, playing this game now to like kind of get me involved as well. So
it's great to see everybody come together for a game. You know what I mean? And usually that happens kind of early in a game, and then people sort of drop off. But I've seen a lot of cross-pollination sort of across the board when it comes to Multiverses, and that might just be, you know, an effect of all of the IPs represented. Might just be the fresh new take on the genre. I mean, it's a sick game. I agree with you on Gizmo. I think Gizmo is like, I don't know. He's so good, but it's like that support space, like in the space that he's in with Velma, with Rain Dog, with Morty even, it's like it's so hard to compete there as opposed to like only one character does what Superman does.
Yeah, that's
you know what
true.
I'm saying?
That's true.
Like,
That's true.
like a couple characters kind of do what Gizmo does. A couple characters kind of live in that space, maybe a little bit more damage, maybe a little bit more support. But like that's why I'm hoping Black Adam comes in and shakes stuff up, because like if he is like a powerhouse in the same way that Superman just like wipes stocks off.
No, that's
really excited for that.
actually true. That's actually true. It is kind of like in need of another character to kind of balance out the other side of the wall of what Superman does. And we've seen characters that kind of operate in the same space all throughout. I was talking about just even like some of the newer characters as well. Like Stripe, for instance, is a character that it's kind of like an ogre style character, but you have a lot to control, and if you can get used to that space, it gets a lot easier doing so. But here we go, talking about Superman. We got one on the screen, and I'm about this Blackest Night Superman as well.
I love this one. Yeah, this Black Lantern Superman goes insane, and you can see he's got different lines and everything. But oops, dear, the top Superman in the business has been at the top of the metagame forever. Superman has received some nerfs, but like you were talking about, man, he's still kind of nasty.
My man's still kind of nasty, and even though I do not like this character, I got to show respect. But I actually mess with a little bit of Garnett myself, man. I really like this character, especially in like in the armor setup aspect of it. But I feel like in 1v1, it becomes a lot harder to like get that space needed to like backdoor setup, but a lot of good attacks to keep you in respect. Just like that right there, a little armor on it. Chases off the ledge.
Yeah, I love that armor there to be able to knock him to the side, just absorb a couple hits. And you're going to see that on both sides. I mean, Oops here primarily going to stay in the air, but does have the option of those grounded, armored, strong attacks if he wants to go for those. Right now, a bit behind, but when they're off stage, that's where Oops here is going to be so dangerous.
Okay. Yeah, using that shockwave on the stage is actually really good, especially if you like put a little distance to it and it travels across the stage. Nice jump to avoid the heat. Oh, I see. That was a bad anticipation. Thought it was gonna fall down, and this is exactly what I was talking about. Also, that spark bolt kind of like sparks the area, gives her even more attack damage as well. Superman playing a little dangerous off this ledge.
Oh, it's getting scary. Oh, the reverse. I love that. Actually reversing it, so Superman goes off to the right, but Oops here answering back with the up aerial, and that's gonna do it. I think that was a taunt there.
Yeah, that was definitely a taunt. And just an instant retaliation with the stock right there. Of course, it's like on the first of 3. And just trying to control a little bit more of this neutral versus Superman, which is really, really hard. I love the fact that Oopster's like, he likes to jump and control with the heat vision, and that's trying to control the ground versus Superman like this is not going to work out. Look at the damage on the board right now. About 70 damage. You're in a dangerous area right now.
You can see those tilts just adding up so quickly. It's the tilt into the down strong, chasing off stage. This is where Oopster is at his most dangerous, but Bry coming through, able to escape it, has a bunch of damage on him, but as long as your feet are on the ground, you're in a better spot. You see Oopster right now trying to find this opening, trying to use a bit of heat vision.
Oh, small time? Okay, wait a minute. Just to get baited. I love them. Just they respecting the neutral a lot, and Bry right here is making me a fan, but getting dangerously close. Ooh. Right here on the ledge, good guard, and there's the chase. Oopster, oh, the throw down. Hold on, let me give you a hand. Back down off the stage, and this is not looking too good, man. This is what I like. This is what I typically see from Oopster.
Love to see that. Was able to get him all the way off on the side, snatch him up with that up special, and tell him it do go down. And you can see now up an entire stock. We'll see if Bry has an answer. The problem with Garnet here is, like, I don't think Garnet is quite as explosive in taking off stocks like Superman. You know, like Superman can just rob those stocks. He's the Man of Steel, and Steel has an A in it.
No,
but when it comes to Garnet, she doesn't like pop those stocks. You know? Oh, I stole that one. That's not me.
Okay, all right, okay.
Had a ghostwriter on that one.
Okay. No, but you're definitely right on that. I feel like she operates better when she does kind of have like that cover. But you have to be so much more defensive with the movement, and I feel like you have to jump a lot because you want to have like that kind of spirit control, especially on that ground control right there. Staying in the air is what you said you have to do versus this character. Trying to use the armor once again. What a play, Brock. Clear my throat. It comes right back down into that armor combo.
Dude, the armor is going in set. Oh, wait, he might be done. He's got to catch the jump. He isn't able to catch it, but he gets it anyway. That'll do it. Well done to Oopster. Unlocking the achievement, too. Well done winning that first round.
I got to say, though, Bri, I'm 100% a fan right now. Like, I'm legit a fan of what I'm saying. Like I said, I am a Garnet player myself, so it really does look good to see characters like this stand up to Superman, because I feel like it's a really tough thing to kind of deal with this character, especially like you said, the air control, using the heat vision as well, and just that spots, the spots that Garnet really want to be in. You can't be on the ground versus Garnet, but also if I can like kind of see you guide where you something like, oh, you trying to DI down this way, you can set up the armor to make them fall into it, and we saw that a lot coming from Brad too.
There is so much use of the jab in unconventional ways. I mean, we saw it at the right side, right? Oopster kind of jumped into it with the final hit of the armor, was able to pop him off to the side. Very intelligent play. And also the up special, being able to pop him, but reversing it so that Oopster is going off to the side instead of going across the whole stage. Well done by Bry there, but unfortunately it just wasn't enough. And I think the damage really told the story there, because if you look at the damage, it's not that much. Like the difference, right? It's like Superman had like 335, and I think Garnet had like 315. It's 20 damage, but that up special from Superman on the left side of the stage from Oopster, that really was the, I think that was the momentum shift.
Well, we already saw, like, Oopster knows that, like, the air control is 100% going to go to Superman. If Superman can get you off the ledge in any capacity, it's actually going to be, like, it's like 10 times harder, I feel like, personally, because just the fact that he can scoop you up at any point in time. We saw it off the edge of the ledge there. Even when you slow it down, you get your wall jump actions back. So Oopster was just sitting there like, yo, there's not much you're going to be able to do to get off this ledge. This is a dangerous territory to be in anyway. So Superman kind of, like, boxes you out in every way of scenario. If you got a good way to get him off the ledge, which Superman does, you leave him off that ledge for a good second, a lot of tools to make sure you respect the space, and that's a stock easy for the Man of Steel, like you said.
Yeah, you gotta guess so much against that dude. It's like, am I jumping early? Do I jump late? Do I go low? Because he could follow with like a forward air. Like, you're constantly in peril when you're out there. And if he guesses right twice, he could take a stock at any percent or at any damage, right? Meanwhile, Garnet, I feel like you gotta earn your kill. She's a bit more honest in that way. Not one of the better characters, I would say. Like, she's not bad at all, don't get me wrong. And Bry, I mean, look at him. He's in winners semis here for a reason. But, I mean, Garnet just has to work a little bit harder, particularly in singles, I think. So we'll see what kind of heat he comes with in this next game. I think a stage shift might be the right choice here. Going to, Sky Arena, not a bad spot, but it's so big that Superman just is going to live forever.
That's what I'm saying. Like, and I will say this, the thing about Garnet, I feel like she has kind of like this blocky movement that's very reminiscent. Ooh. Oh, wow, what a switch. Never mind. Of like, say, a Rain Dog, right? Because they got kind of like this tanky feel to them. But speaking of tanky,
sure.
The Iron Giant with the S on his chest, but this is always scary, I feel like, when you're going up against like a Superman regardless, because you make yourself a giant and you're like, yo, I'm a target now, but my man is getting scooped right now.
Oh, wait a minute. Yeah, he's getting Scooperman. This is nasty.
He was like, welcome to the party. I had to look, exactly. I was like, yo, oh, you like to steal, huh? Welcome
I got
to the
loops
oven.
too, bro.
My man said, welcome. He put you on every eye of the stove, bro. That's it. Boil water in here. Wait a minute.
Yeah,
okay.
he is crispy, dude. Oh my goodness. I was going to say before this started, this is I couldn't speak on Garnet. I can speak as both a Superman and a Giant player. This is a bad matchup for Iron Giant. In
That's
a nutshell.
what I'm saying. I thought I was
not the way
mistaken.
he's doing this. No, you were right, but I don't know when it comes to that grab and those loops. I don't know if that's guaranteed or what, but certainly took that stock off quickly. But this is why it's so bad. You can see Oops here getting so much damage off stage, but oh man, the friend mode still doing a lot.
Oh no, this is where you don't want to be. We were just talking about being up at the top of the screen versus Superman, but still look at the control. Oh, you playing a dangerous game, that upper.
Real close.
I love this range being played at 111, 118 on the side of Superman. Oh, oops, I said Superman. Oops.
Actually, that's good marketing.
Hey, right?
Go with that. I like that. That's a good one. Yeah, you can see here, finally, getting chased to the top. But you weren't kidding about being tanky, man. 141 damage. You can see Bry picking up those shards whenever he can to get extra bolts. And he's going to try to use that probably to get a grab eventually using the super armor. Is able to survive that hit, but just barely. Oops here has got to make the most if he can get Bry in the air. There it is. Perfect. Well done. Using the super armor of the shock to be able to burst out of that loop and then get the KO.
Yeah, using that down attack, constantly picking up the works of art, man. They like to call them the works of art. Go into the stockpile to help out my man Iron Giant, but he gonna need more. He's gonna need more than that. Yo, why would you do that? Oh my God!
There was no reason.
Oh man, but I do love Bry still playing. I still feel like he's playing pretty cheeky though. It's like he never really loses his game plan. Goes right back in.
Definitely not taking it too seriously. Oh wait, there's the shot. You can see him. Oopster just mashing out immediately, realizing what's at stake every time he's gonna get hit by that command grab. He's getting knocked up though. 96. That's a lot of damage.
Yeah, that up attack, you really got to be careful with. I mean, look, even if he is a big target, you can't. If he gets you to the top of the screen, that up attack really will finish the job for him. And he can just float there as well, just to get you on the follow up.
See right now, 130, getting him with the heat vision. Got a bit of a mix up with that aerial on the other side, but there we go. The up aerial from Bry, that'll do it. Hit the Superman on Superman. That's whack.
But that's exactly what I was talking about, though. He is super tanky. That's the whole thing about him. He gets to take a lot of damage before he gets to the point where he's out of there. Superman even still kind of takes advantage of that. 464. Yeah, that's and I think that's exactly what I feel like Bry was going for in that instance. He was like, well, hey, look, I need to be able to take more damage. And even with Garnet being, once again, like a little heavy when it comes to like getting out of the stage, she could take some damage. Superman negates all of that. Still very effective in a sense. And even with the Superman switch versus, the Iron Giant switch, it was still neck and neck. It wasn't as easy to get that W as it perceived to be. I mean, it didn't look easy either, so.
No, definitely not. I mean, when you just look at the damage, it looks like it was just a wipe, but it really wasn't. I gotta say, that matchup again, I mean, I don't know how it is post-nerf, right? Because Superman did get kind of hurt a little bit. Maybe it's changed up a bit, but I could tell you that matchup was not fun before. Giant just kind of getting boxed off the side. You saw it, that second stock, where he just kind of got launched off and he got hit by that neutral aerial, which is so good against Giant because it's multi-hit, so it's going to go through the bolts. It keeps him locked in, and he's such a large target. But there, Bri was able to deal with it, and I think a lot of it came down to the loops. That command
I was
grab
actually
in the first stock
thinking
was
that.
nasty.
I was like, wait a minute. But what they did was it really did kind of like set the pace, man. You could play a slower pace at that because you know, regardless of who you're fighting, Superman needs to come in too to try to like get that ground back. And I really do like that kind of like sets the pace, the tone for the entire round for Iron Giant. I don't think I'm sure we're not going to see a switch, but I would love to see what we're going to see the adjustment-wise is going to come in the matchup.
Definitely. I mean, Bri, apparently, man of many talents. And I think that's really interesting when you see these kind of things because it's like there are some players that really focus in on one character. I think Oops Tier is one of those. We know he can play other characters pretty well, but the Superman is like top shelf. That's great, right? Some of these other players, like Bri, clearly, I mean, with Garnet and the Giant and Bugsby, like who we were talking about before, who we'll see in just a little bit, do have a mastery of a couple different characters, which do allow them the opportunity to be a bit more fluid in the counter-picking game and choosing stages, too. Because some characters, they get kills a little bit easier off the top than you do off the side.
Like
We're sticking with the Giant
stage.
on this one.
This is one of the stages that, like I said, it's really a hard task. If you at any point in time get above Iron Giant, you're in danger. We were talking about the scoops. Scooper, man.
Right back up. He's back on the stove. He made it out. Okay.
3 eyes, bro. He only got to 3 eyes, you know? Oh, nice. That side special, or the up special, excuse me, off that ledge. Good hitbox on that. Just you got to be careful. Even versus, Superman has to respect that armor just a little bit. Once again, with the chase.
Oh, and there's that move that's such trouble for Giant. You can see him popping those bolts immediately because he knows that neutral air is going to happen, and Oopster giving him respect running away. I think the real story here is how much pressure Bri is applying just by existing. If you watch him, if Oops here is on the other side of the stage, Bri is always going to be dropping.
Get in there.
Yeah, he's going to be dropping it in, and he's going to be eating those shards to get some free bolts. And it means that Oopster always has to play at that mid to close range, which is very uncomfortable.
That side
aerial from Bri.
Oh, okay. Yo, Bri with the chase off ledge. I was talking about what Superman can do, and we're seeing it right now. And look, stock for stock. He's like, oh, you're trying to eat these bolts, huh? Well, I'm going to get it right back. And it's so hard fought for Brian in this matchup, even though he's gotten it a lot closer. Just Oops, they're just ready each and every time answering with these stocks. And it's because it's off the side, off the edge. You're not supposed to fight him right there. But you see that up attack?
Barely able to survive. I think it gets so scary for Bri because you're kind of cornering yourself, right? You're standing at the other side of the stage trying to get those bolts, but you're definitely backing yourself to the edge of the stage, which is a scary situation to be in against Superman. You see these loops coming through, but he's able to escape.
Oh, nice. Once again, and just keeping him at bay with this side attack. Keeping him at bay with this side attack each and every time. Oh,
yeah,
nice.
I mean, Bri's timing is so good because, like, it's not easy. Oh, that is going to do a lot, not quite enough to send him too far off.
All right, I like the neutral attack being used right here. And look at him, once again, go straight back to the art. Straight back to the art. And it makes Oopster have to go in, like you pointed out before.
He's got to stop him from eating those, because look at this. Now he has 4 bolts, which means 4 hits. Oops here, all the way off to the side. He's going to try to escape, get around this giant. This might be a mix-up, though. Huge reversal there.
Wow, and that's what happens. Bri going for the chase off the side, and Oops there turns it around, gets that stock, but steals really high on the damage. You can see 149, and the side attack to get the job done. Bri gets in there. Tries to goes instantly for the throw scoop, too. Goes instantly for the scoop to try to reset that damage like we saw in that first game.
You can see, Oopster trying to have none of it. He's trying to mash out, trying to get out. You can see
One
Bri
eye,
turning all the way
2
around.
eye.
We got
Look
2
at the
up.
stove, though. Heat my man up.
Overheating him up.
Nothing. Once again, my man's hotter than a hot pocket right now. All right, the neutral attack on the chase.
Heat. He's microwaved after all that.
Ooh, and there's the bolts kicking in again.
He got the bolts back up during all that because
energy
so
field.
Long.
Yo, hold the neutral attack, scoop him. Oh my God, heating my man up, heating up Superman. Come on now.
Throwing him into the sun again. I'm telling you, dude, it's kind of crazy because he has enough time because of all the damage. He's even able to turn the command grab around, which is not normal. And now he's in friends mode. He's doing it big for him. Oh no, wait, is he gone? No, he doesn't have the up special there. The up attack.
Oh my god. Yo, Bri? Over Oopster with the Iron Giant?
That's huge, man. He did it big for Hogarth there. That was wacky there at the end. I didn't know if he'd be able to do it, but he's able to get the sit and able to take it. Man.
Yo, I'm telling you right now, I love the switch up between these two. I love the fact that he was like, you know what? Garnett's not going to do it, but I got a good read. The Garnett was actually doing work. Even, like I said, with that more, I feel like a slower kind of clunky movement with the character. You have to play a little more offensive and preemptive with that character because she has like these big space-filling attacks that you can kind of like control yourself falling and say, hey, respect my space. Even more so with Iron Giant. It's like, oh, you going to stay back a little bit? I'm going to take this art. I'm going to get this bolt up and continue to make you address me. I really do like that was the game plan, and it worked out, man. Brian over Oopster, man. What a set, though.
Yeah, that's gorgeous. I mean, the fact that he's able to force Oopster to come into him and to be able to sort of set the pace of the match. Again, he is kind of cornering himself, which does get a little scary when it comes to Giant against Superman, because he's just going to be able to push you off and continue to kind of sumo you to the side. But that was so well done there from Bri. Oopster looking sort of uncharacteristically shaky, if I'm being honest. This Giant looks kind of uncomfortable for him. I mean, it just seems like Giant controls such the pace of the matchup, because between the command grab, between the aerial, just sort of swerving around Oopster and reversing it, his aerials, and just the bolts. I mean, it just seems very uncomfortable, you know?
Superman, the thing is that Superman, we already talked about it, really has like this box defensive capability where it's like, if you're here off the edge of the stage, Superman can really get you out of there fast. And I felt like one of the things that Bri was doing with Iron Giant was the ledge control was crazy. And not just off the ledge, but just that strong end where it was like, hey, look, I'm going to hold this ground and I'll side attack you if you get too close. We was afraid of the throws to get started off to begin with. And that put you in a decision where it's like, man, I know they're going to go like get this bolt up, but like now how do I approach without putting myself at risk? And even if you try to stay back and like try to use that heat vision, you just super jump out of the way and like, all right, I dare you come in, and then cannonball back down, reset, and do it again. You gotta respect the space. I like what Brad did there, and it claimed the set on top of it.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that Iron Giant just controls such space, and you have to respect everything that he's doing at all time. If he's standing full stage, you have to respect him eating and getting the bolts. If he's right above you, you can't just kind of chase him up there, which is what Superman wants to do. He wants to exhaust your resources, get you with an up special, and then kind of throw you into the blast zone. But he wasn't able to do it. Well done there from Bri. Switching over to Giant in... I mean, I got to be honest, Steve, I don't know about you. When I saw Giant, I was like,
Yeah, no, you heard what I said. I was like, you just turned yourself into a big target for Superman, who can get to you super easy. And like, I've seen how this works out. Trust me, I know. But that was very, very strange to me, because I was like, why would you make yourself an even bigger target, but kind of establish that they're willing to play that neutral game, a very strong neutral game at that. It's kind of how I felt when I first kind of like started seeing like really good Rain Dogs. I was like, what are you going to do, Rain Dog? And then I was like, oh, like this blocky movement, when you get somebody that's preemptive with their movement, knows the spot you want to be in, it can kind of like counter that movement, because dodge movement in this game is the way it is. It makes characters like Rain Dog stand out that much more. So it made me respect Rain Dog, because I was playing online. I was like, man, I can't even, it was one of those. I can't even hit him. Yeah, exactly. So if you can get that kind of preemptive play, especially with a character like Garnett that actually has armor to back up that move and make you second guess going in even more so, and you kind of apply that to Iron Giant, who is even a bigger hit, is like, I got even more armor, and you got to come in and you got to respect the fact that I'm getting these bolts. And it's kind of tiered level play for these different kind of play styles. I was talking a lot, I apologize, but we're going back in.
We're going right back in now. We can see Bri up 2-1 here. Took a little bit of time here on Sky Arena, but no, I love what you were saying about being preemptive, because I think that's so important, and you see that with like evasive characters like Rain Dog, like Velma, and honestly, like the way that Bri is playing Giant, if you're noticing, he's always kind of going to the ledge.
Look at that,
he's going side to side. He's trying to get Oopster to come to him, and I think it is sort of preemptive. I think it's a proactive choice to be able to go to the side and make Oopster come to him, and you can see Oopster just going to sit back for a second, wait for those bolts to run out.
Look at Oopster now. Now he's getting it. He's like, you know what? Now I'm going to just play this range now. Tries to use the neutral attack from Iron Giant. But Bri now getting a lot more active in this offense. But look at what it's doing. Look at that damage. 111 ain't a lot when it comes to the boy Iron Giant, but you try to chase him. Then there right there, just to fight back. Cannonball to get back down to the ground.
Nice, gets the neutral air there, but it was so scary
Oh
when he was
my
at the
God,
top.
the chase!
Look at that!
Onto the
grab!
stove we go. I'm cooking dinner tonight. It's Superman. It's Kryptonian. Chases him with the up attack as well.
He's able to barely get out, but he's using every single pan in the kitchen there. At 143 now, gonna get the side air into the neutral, and there's the catch.
See?
That's the guess I was telling you about, man. You gotta make those choices carefully.
And speaking of making
Triple!
choices, triple upper, and then he looked at the screen. He looked right into the camera. He broke the wall, and now he's breaking the stove. Wait a minute, yo, Bri. Yo, Bri.
The fourth wall, now he's breaking Superman's spirit. The attack is decayed. It's decayed,
Yo!
you can't keep using it.
You can't eat that, man. You can't eat that. Throw it away. Throw that away. Iron Giant, no.
Oh, that's
man.
nasty. Oh, I love the chase there. You can see them both dropping really low. That was so good.
But look at the damage on Oops Tier right now. Good. Oh my God, great to get away from that scoop right there. The
Nice.
DI,
I
the
love
DI
that.
to stay in front. I like it. Okay. It still comes in with the time.
Oh, he's not phased. He knows that he can bring it back with just one aerial. If he could just get one up aerial, might be able to string him to a couple. This is the issue for Giant. The bolts were turned on, and they're immediately gone because that side air. He sees the laggy up strong, and he's able to get right through it. Oops here, starting to run away with this one.
But once again, look at the damage. Look at the damage on Oops Tier, but still fighting off the ledge. Look at this chase. Okay, wait a minute. Side attack, back off to that side of the ledge. Once again, why is Bra fighting so well on the edge to get back into the stage? Being brave. Side attack in the air. Yeah, Superman, I'm still alive. I'm a giant of iron. Gotta hit me harder than that. Is that all you got? Hit me. All right, okay.
Jeez, that Giant took so much punishment, dude. It was just hit after hit from the Man of Steel. You can see all of these aerials just rocking him over and over, and finally the neutral air is going to seal it. And that's the Oops Tier I expected to see earlier. That's how I kind of expected the matchup to go.
Right there with you. Right when I tell you, I was like, okay. But it kind of it took a reset though, and it still was not easy one. It was not easy one. It kind of had that snowball effect to once Superman got in, once Oops Tier got in, it was like, all right, I'm gonna do a bunch of damage, get you like 60, 40, 20 here, and then once you come out of that comfort zone, because now you see that you can get knocked out, that's when I'm gonna start fighting you. And it definitely worked out. A lot more oppressive, a lot more Superman-ish, if I have to say so myself.
Sure. Yeah, I like that that's the adjective because I don't know how else to explain it.
Yeah,
it's
I don't.
Very, like I you know, obviously I'm in the platform fighter space, and I have a bunch of people that come to me from Smash, and they're like, how would you describe Superman in Smash terms? I'm like,
Superman-ish?
Yeah, like I don't even know how to. He feels much more like, and you know, FGC is not my forte, but he feels much more like a grappler in terms of like he's putting you in these very uncomfortable positions. He's trying to corner you.
No, that's true.
He's trying to put you. It feels more like, I mean, you're the expert here, but it feels more like an Abigail or
it is
or something.
And
you know?
look, I'm a grappler player, right? I'm one of those guys. And I'm gonna
you're
tell you
gross.
right now.
You're gross.
Yep, that's me. Disgusting. But
me too. I was a Grundy player in Injustice. I know. Yeah.
But no, it's 100% that, because you have to worry about that armor in these small guest situations at the top of the screen, at the side of the screen, or at the end of the ledge, and even playing and going back to that wall sometimes can really get you in trouble. So, with that being said, back in at 2-2 winners finals, first to 3 is where we're going. Had the lead in the set for a second there. Brian had me going, but now it's 2-2. The final adjustment has to be made, and they're fighting brave off the side of the edge. That cannonball almost claimed Oops Tier's first stop.
Yeah, that could have spelled doom for him off on the side, but he's able to narrowly avoid it. You can see him trying to get these aerials, trying to carry Giant off stage. You have to imagine the bolts are coming back up eventually, but don't need to here. Doesn't have much in terms of a second jump. He has to recharge that, but he's able to gain himself a little bit of space. Oops Tier just so aggressive.
I was about to say, and just barely staying over that fire in a lot of instances. And
Nice.
Gets scooped up once again.
How many
And look
did
at
we
the
get?
damage. 3, 4? We getting 4. Look at the damage piling up. And this is going to be a real easy season when it comes to Brian. He can get this stock really easy after this if he plays it properly. And the
I
Chuck.
think he could just... Okay, I was going to say, I think he might be able to just get him with the upstrong because that is a chain, but he's able to survive just barely. And Oops Tier able to survive by the skin of his teeth, and that might just be enough to claim the first stock.
And look at that platform, kind of like saving Bride's life and throwing off Oops there for a second. But look at him just volleying back for this damage right here. Look at how quick he came back. I mean, it is Superman. I'm not surprised. Oh my God, the piece of shrapnel from the distance.
Yeah, barely, too. Like, he was almost okay, but maybe one damage off. And you could see if that side special landed, I think that might have done it for Bride, but he's able to survive just barely. There we go. The side aerial again from Oops here. That signature move at the top left.
And trying to just kind of avoid the damage there, but Oopster's got like an eye for that preemptive, like, oh, I know which route you're trying to go. You're just gonna go down and hope that I'm not gonna be there. Wrong again. I'm Superman, and he definitely has that ability to kind of stall and get and wait and react for what you're doing. So it's actually really scary, very like a grappler in a fighting game.
Yeah, no question. He's terrifying off on the ledge because he just wants to put you over there. And you could see it was a little bit too low to follow up. Bry actually dodging in and still getting in the side air, which is that window's so tight, right? Because it's in between Superman's neutral air punches, but he's able to find a way through. Even more damage. I like that down strong into side air. That was nice.
Yo, I was gonna say, Coney, if you notice those platforms, this is like the third or the fourth time. Like, Bry is really perceptive of it. He's like, yo, these platforms are here. He uses to like cancel certain things and go right back into a jump just to try to make Oops there like respect the neutral. But look at this chase right now.
See the tilt, almost enough. Yeah, the up aerial not especially strong, but Oopster showing his hand with that side special. Very easy to just punish that if he does it from too far away.
And look at that heat vision once again. And look, and now you see Bryce start to preemptively jump and try to meet him in the air. And now he has to play back a little bit more. The meta's evolving. Last stock on the line, and there's plenty of time on the clock.
Oh, yeah. They got 4 minutes here. So we're definitely not going to go to time. Not in this slugfest of a match. He's got 4 bolts up, and Oopster is just going to try to run away. And you see the way he's using the freeze breath to try to knock out his rep, but he still gets the side air.
Oh, my God. Yo, Brian, you're making me a fan. You're making me a...
Oh, no way. Okay, I'm going to reverse it.
Oh, scooped.
That's an easy bounce. You just side air him, and if it was any character other than Giant, that would not link. But Giant is just so big. That's an easy scoop into the down throw.
That Iron Giant Boogaloo, breakdancing Iron Giant, getting scooping. We going scooping all 4 eyes of the stove. And the up attack right at the end there. What a combo there, just on the chase as well.
Oh, dude, what do you do here? Like, you're off at the ledge.
Look at this, and you're at 129. If you get clipped, you're done.
Wait, but it is Superman.
Wait a minute.
It is Superman. Wait a minute. He has to guess right twice.
This is not looking good. Oops, dear, what? Oh, you're in trouble. And look, and goes right back to gathering the materials. But there's the bolts. Oh, no, this is danger. Danger! Oh, tries to use the ice breath, and that's a done deal. Oops, there, get to the stage. You want to taunt, don't you? You want to taunt, don't you?
I'm looking at him. I'm
looking right at you. My man broke the 4th wall, broke the wheel of Oops here with Superman against Iron Giant. What? Man.
That was unbelievable, man. And there, he followed him with the side air. He knew that Oops here was going to go low, so he fell with him. That was so smart, because usually we see that on Oops here's side, right?
Yeah,
usually we see Oops here
exactly.
chasing the aerial momentum and trying to find somebody going down, but that time, Bry giving him a taste of his own medicine. That was so well played, man.
It was, and even the fact that Bry would come back on the stage and still taunt, like, I got this under control. I'm not worried about anything. And it really, man, that whole set kind of went in like stages. You saw like the respect come from the switch to Iron Giant, playing a whole different kind of game of neutral, making Superman, on top of that, Oops tier Superman, get out of that comfort zone. And you said it yourself, looking a little shaky in their first game versus Iron Giant, like, but rebutted and was like, okay, you know what? I can't let you keep getting these bolts, because it was a lot of damage that was going to the side of the fact that attacking with that armor was active, and Superman, even if you're Superman, you get above Iron Giant, like I said before, away. So it became a game of like, kind of like, are you gonna come in here and stop me, or are you gonna play a better neutral? Started going up, flying a little higher, using the heat vision, using the ice breath, And that's what really kind of opened up that gameplay, because he was going through the armor at a points in time, tried to jump out and just hit him with the neutral air. I really love what we were watching from Oops here right there. And actually, I'm learning a lot watching this guy. This is really sick, because like I said, I'm sorry I keep talking, Cody, but I swear to God, I'm learning so much just watching, because like I said, I'm still new to the space, but when I watch people that are a lot better than me like play the game and see how they control certain things, I get really hyped because I start to learn in person. So
dude, absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you've got a brain for it, right? You've been watching these games forever, so you know what you're looking at, and it really feels like there are levels to which like Oopster is like, all right, dude, sitting on the ground, he's farming the art to get the shards, to get bolts, right? So he's doing that. So the counterplay to that is to go up high and do the laser vision, because then it's going to pop him up, get him up in the air, and because of how laggy it is, you're able to get a little bit of that. But the issue with that is that, all right, let's say he realizes you're going for laser vision. He's going up there, and then you're in the air against Giant. He might get that triple up air like you were talking about. It's like, once you really sort of see the levels that are being played and the way that these guys are adapting to one another, and see how much they're putting stock into like aerial game, ground game, how much they want to play off stage, how much they want to chase, how aggressive you want to be, you can really get a sense of, you know, just how the game is functioning at a high level. It's really fun to see.
Dude, this
and I
is
mean,
sick.
like you were talking about learning. I mean, we're all learning, man. It's still so early, especially in the ones meta, you know?
Yeah. No, when I tell you, like, don't get me wrong, like, a lot of my experience does come from, like, the 2v2 side. And I know how you were saying, like, and that makes a lot of sense. If you want to get, like, a feel for the character, you play the 1v1, because that gives you an understanding how to control, move around. And if you want that full grasp of, like, covering somebody, start making sure you're using those perks and, you know, some of the, like, abilities to, like, ignite and stuff like that. That becomes, like, a full thing, too. And I kind of learned it backwards, but still, coming and, like, starting to do research when I start to look for stuff like this, it really does open up the gameplay. Oops here, one of the Supermen that I looked at for the longest time, the top of the top, if you ask me, in a lot of instances, and falling short to an Iron Giant after the Garnet pick, which is crazy.
Truly shocking. Yeah, I'm shocked that the Giant was able to pull through, but Bry gonna earn a spot in Grands. We're gonna dip on over to losers semifinals. On the other side, it's gonna be Bugs V versus TLTC. We were talking a little bit before. TLTC previously the best Taz. I mean, he's up there. Him and Courage are like top two. There's a couple other ones like Tax 1K. We know there are a couple Taz players that are really doing it big. Meanwhile, Bugs V has had a couple characters in his pocket. Not sure who we're going to see today. I think Harley was the one that he was playing the most. But like you were saying, Harley really getting some time in the sun. For a while, she was kind of just considered, because she was very similar to Bugs. So she was just worse Bugs, right?
Yeah,
it's like, why would you play her? But then as the hitbox changes rolled out, as Bugs kind of got toned down a little bit, it got a little bit more, you know, a little bit more questionable. People are like, wait a minute, Harley's got some stuff.
Yeah, like Harley has that ability to kind of set up, you know, where Bugs has kind of like this obstacle course where it's like stuff moving and it's like a double dare thing. She kind of like sets it up to where it's like a minefield where you have to fight to get in against her. And it's kind of like a neutral thing. It's like, well, I got to make sure I'm not going to get hit by the balloons here and there's still a jacket. But like, you have to keep track of those things. And while you're doing that, Harley's moving like crazy and able to like get big cash out on damage, still activate that ignite as well, and kind of like put you back in these situations and kind of recycle it and just be like, hey, how are you going to deal with it? So you have to play outside that range. Bugs is one of the best at doing that. Like, but he's really, really good at making that happen. So
yeah, Bugs just sets his own pace. He's so good at that. And he has been sort of toned down a lot, but I mean, just the flexibility, the mobility that he offers is unlike any other character in the game. He's so creative, and I think that's a really good spot for him to be, but not sure if we're going to see him today. TLTC, of course, against Bugs V. We'll see what they're bringing to the table. I'm hoping it's Taz. A casual Florida man in chat is saying that Bugs has been playing a lot of Stripe, who we were talking about before, man. I got to be honest. I haven't seen much of Stripe in 1v1s, so that's what I'm interested in, how he uses the Metal Blade, how he uses the gun, because that seems crazy.
Bruh, look, like I said, I've been watching a lot of Stripe. I've been watching like a lot of Stripe and a lot of Rick. And Stripe is a problem, bro. Like that. Look, if this is even a fraction of, I'm telling you right now, the buzzsaw chase, like so far range with the gun special as well. So it's really one of those things where Stripe can rush you down, and you still have to be able to control range, DI properly from a long distance away, and know when the buzzsaw is coming, which one is being used, because it does track, it can reflect back, bounce. It's so many instances. I feel like this character is still new to me, but this is what I've seen, and I'm really interested to see if we see Stripe, how anybody else is going to deal with it. But that brings the question, if Stripe was on the table or if Harley was on the table before the loser side run.
Sure. Yeah, I mean, remember, this is their last chance here because they're, being in losers, they've really got to play their heart out here. Meanwhile, Bry, who obviously can play a couple characters, top level, I'm interested to see who he pops out for Grands, but might depend on who he's up against, whether it's Bugs v TLTC or if Oops Tier is able to get that run back. But yeah, Stripe is, I've been interested in seeing him shake up the metagame, and that's happened a few times, right? Because, I think there was a bit of, Taz came out. It was very annoying for casual players, right? That tornado was a mess if you were just new to the game. But a lot of the top players were like, all right, he's not crazy. Morty came out. People said he's not crazy. LeBron, he's not crazy, whatever. Then Rick comes out. People are like, oh, top one. And now Stripe comes out, and people are like, oh, top one again.
Yeah,
these characters are really shaking stuff up.
No, and once again, this goes back to how they've been kind of releasing the characters. I love it because personally, I do see that they're going in. How much they've actually went in, and I feel like tweaked it with things in mind, with an intention to kind of shift stuff. In a lot of instances, I feel like it really does play to the newer characters in a lot of instances, and they kind of gauge it from there. But when I get to see people kind of open these characters up and play more and more, it really does start to make sense to me. So the more the merrier when it comes to these characters. I can't wait to see how Black Adam plays. You actually put a whole new dynamic to me thinking about, dang, how will he play? And it probably, if we do need another super, I ain't gonna say we because I ain't in there yet, but there definitely needs to be another Superman wall, man. And just for a second, guys, we are here for a good cause, man. This is Kombat4Rare, man. Kid Raiden, man. Raiden, named after the God of Thunder. We're here to find out and get research done for a very, very, very rare disease, UBA5. And I'm telling you right now, the research is brand new. It's brand new across the board, all over the world. And there's over 7,000, I believe, undiagnosed diseases out there that we don't know about, that do not have cures. So with that being said, anything goes a long way to help. They have already raised $400,000 in a great cause, and I'm telling you right now, it goes a long way. So if you're enjoying this, we are here to help out the homie Raiden, the little kid Raiden, who is suffering from UBA5, and I would greatly appreciate it if you guys could donate, if you could.
Yeah, no question. As a dad myself, I got a little girl, and when you're going through that, it just sort of all the questions and everything when you're looking if there are any diseases or any issues, coming across a rare disease like this is so heartbreaking because of the lack of information, the lack of research on this stuff, just the super rare diseases. It feels almost hopeless, right? Because you're going to these doctors, they don't know much about it. They don't have all the answers for you, and so you sort of feel at a loss, and it can be just absolutely devastating. So any amount is appreciated, guys. Exclamation point donate in the chat if you're able. Apparently, I did a little bit of research myself about UBA5, sort of on my own time after finding out about Raiden's condition, and it's just heartbreaking. Like I said, as a dad, it sort of hit close to home for me. As somebody who had a baby, and when you had the baby, you have all these questions, and I can't imagine having that kind of diagnosis, and sort of bringing a baby into the world, and it's like, how do you solve this? And I think Kombat4Rare is doing a great job of trying to find a way to help out Raiden. So if you have anything, exclamation point donate. It's a great cause, guys. Kids are affected by this all over the world, and being able to give them help in a time of dire need is, it means a lot.
Thank you guys for hanging out with us, man. Make sure you tweet it out. You can see the donations down below, actually. So, man, we can get that number up as high as possible, especially while me and my boy Coney is here, especially while you guys are tuning in. It will be greatly appreciated. We're playing some multiverses top 4. We've definitely been surprised so far, I can tell you, man. We had that Bride set, which is still sticking out. Taz versus Stripe is our next set, and I can't wait to see what my boy Bugs is gonna do. TLTC, of course, still rocking the Taz. I wasn't sure if that's what we were gonna see, but like you said, definitely got some very specific changes that helped Taz get a little better when it comes to just the game overall. I'm not sure what it did for him in the 1v1 though.
Sure. Yeah, Taz is weird because Taz is, how do I put this? Like, he wants somebody to fight him. He wants to fight up close. But if it's somebody like Finn or even Wonder Woman, somebody with disjoints, he doesn't like
he don't want no parts of that.
Yeah. He's like a Goldilocks kind of character because he wants to fight, but he doesn't want to fight everybody. Stripe, I'm very interested to see how this shakes up because it does seem like Stripe has a little bit of range. Obviously, does have the gun. He's going to be able to eat those the blades up though and spit out some anvils. Interested to see how that shakes up.
Yeah, I haven't seen much of that anvil play, in all honesty. I want to see, and you can tell like the neutral is strong between like both of them, right? That Taz does have a little more, life in the game, so you can tell they're comfortable. But look at how Stripe is just darting back and forth across the stage and has like a very strong projectile with that buzzsaw.
See here using the gun, only taking one shot though. And yeah, he's going to try to eat that every time. I think he has it in his belly, but I'm not sure. Yeah, throwing out the anvil, tries to recatch it. He's going to throw it up. A lot of knockback on that, going to try to play around it. Meanwhile, Bugsby trying to... Yeah, you can see that spacing so well done, running off to the ledge.
Oh, it's right here in the middle of the stage. And I feel like this spot is optimal for Taz. Being able to get them both back to the stage, like, that is really starting to help out when it comes to, like, staying alive. 140 damage on that side, because you're definitely in danger. And I feel like off the side of the ledge is where Stripe wants you to be. Steel can obviously, get you overhead as well, but look at the shot so far off the side of the stage and was still able to get the close out there, but Taz answers right back. TLTC was like, I
love the double taunt there, too. Catching him off on the side and scratching his head saying, what are you taunting for, brother?
Getting
what
a little
are you
saucy.
doing over there?
Getting a little saucy, all right.
Didn't have to do all that. Throws the anvil at him. Not really going to do much, but you can see dead even still. And he's just continuing to eat these blades and grab the anvil just to rack up as much damage as possible. He's playing around this so well.
Yeah, you can see that up attack coming from Stripe a lot, that little swipe up, which is, you can see it right there. As soon as they get mid-screen, you see it come up. But on the same note, you can see TLTC doing such a great job of kind of navigating it. A lot of, it pushes Stripe forward a lot, so you got to have a lot of control to make sure you're aiming a lot of these attacks coming from Stripe, I'm starting to see. But there it is, that neutral special. Oh my gosh! The neutral special, the shots, man. Who gave a gremlin a gun? Whose idea was that?
Yeah, I don't think we should have done that. This guy is a menace. You can see him just off on the side. Anytime TLTC gets hit on the edge of the map, it's just so scary. Gonna have to cancel that tornado because he didn't have the long one. So you can see Bugsby going crazy here.
Lots of, look at those neutral attacks as well with those special attacks. Just literally just gapping in between them, just waiting, staggering them a little bit just to throw off the recovery. If you see a dodge come out, I really like what I'm seeing right now. Oh no. Wait a minute.
He's a bit weak, and yeah, I thought he might be able to do something with that weekend if he hit the tornado off on the side, but he's able to pop out. And as long as Bugsby just kind of sits center stage, I don't know what TLCC can do about this. He has no more jumps and no more dodges. He can't make it. He's done.
Wow. And just like that, Stripe real quick with the game one in this set here on loser's side, as Coney pointed out once before, and that's exactly what I was talking about. But I will say this about TLTC. I love them sticking with the Taz because, one, I feel like the character we don't get to see that much, and two, just being able to fight a character like this that I already knew was going to be very, very strong coming in here is looking really, really good.
Absolutely. Yeah, I can see that Taz... I don't know. Part of me is feeling like, because we talked about this before, Taz wants to fight you, but he doesn't want to fight everybody. And I feel like Stripe has a bit more range in terms of the disjoints, being able to sort of, if he's able to get under Taz and just get that up aerial, and then he's able to shoot him over and over, it's like Taz just is continually disrupted over and over and over. And it just becomes like, how do you even get out of those strings? So well done to Bugs winning that first game. I'm wondering what TLTC is going to go in terms of a stage. I feel like something maybe a little bit tighter, smaller, so that the tornado is a bigger threat at all points might be good. But obviously, I don't know what the answer is. I mean, I don't think it's something like Tree Fort. Everybody hates Tree Fort. Right? That's like the tightest I could think of. But
so if you think about it, I know that buzzsaw, like the buzzsaw on platforms, it gets like horrendous because it literally just goes across.
You're right.
So you have to be really careful. But I would love to see Taz in the area. The fact that we're seeing so much control on the neutral, it seems like the understanding of Fight Stripe is like, long as we stay in the center of this stage, we're okay, right?
Yes.
So maybe the trees. Oh man, more platforms. I'm about to say maybe the trees not so much a bad idea, but let's see what happens. Let's see how this tunes out. 3 platforms in the center of the stage, and that buzzsaw has already come out, and you can tell.
Yeah. You can see every time the buzzsaw comes out, he's ready for it. He's good to pop.
Look at
That's
that.
what you were talking about, man.
Like, come on. And look, and now you see Taz like a lot more reluctant to jump up there on those platforms.
Yeah, no, I think you're totally right about the platforms. It might be a scary thing. One of the things that I'm curious about is I haven't played this stage much in 1s. I know in 2s, this stage is huge. Like gigantic.
Yeah, it's
way
really big.
bigger.
It's really big.
And I don't know if it is in 1s. That's what I kind of want to see, because like I thought we'd want kind of narrower blast zones for Taz, but we'll see how it shakes out here.
I mean, not too bad. Obviously, it's just you have to be able to navigate these platforms. Watch out for this buzzsaw in the meantime. Oh wow, gets caught in the cloud. And look at the chase.
So hard.
Oh, and look. The buzzsaw slides down the wall like a Mario attack. That's crazy.
Yeah, I'm just getting the. That's definitely a Mario enemy. I've seen that before, like on the platform. That's something I saw in Odyssey for sure. But you can see here right now, 104. Stripe gonna keep doing this damage, and it's so disruptive, man. That gun coming out because you can't dodge ever. You don't know when he's gonna pop it, and it's so fast.
Yeah, like that up, like so side attack just to give chase. You go a little bit far away. Neutral special. That's the gunshot. Oh, once
beautiful.
Wow, that was so far away, and still gets the stock. TLTC with the Taz, starting to get the understanding of this Stripe mix-up.
It feels like you have to catch him off on the side, almost like a Superman, similar in terms of you have to go out there, jump, and go for the special move, whether it's the dog pile or whether it's the tornado. It feels like Taz needs to sort of take risks to go out there to get those horizontal KOs. And as long as he can survive, he's fine. 162 now, but that side aerial gonna come in big.
Oh my god. Dude, this character really does seem like it's like a rush down monster. The minute
he moves, look at that.
Look at this off ledge again, that neutral special.
Wait, there's no jump, there's no jump, and there's no dodge, and there's no stock.
Oh my god, this dude bugs. Nice chase here. And
Hold on.
Trying to claim
I
it back.
like the idea there. Tried to go for tornado into dogpile, thinking he would jump into it, but not quite. But I think that's what he has to do. He needs to take these big risks to be able to take the stock, because Bugs is clearly very comfortable just pushing him to the edge again and again.
Man, that buzzsaw on that last platform right there, the bounce off, and then Stripe just stays in front of it, and Taz bounces off of it. It's really,
nasty.
it's so good. Especially, like I said, with these platforms. But now you can see Taz starting to get the hang of it. The dog pile just chase it off the ledge, but goes right back to the center.
Yeah, got a weird pull there at the end of it. Right now, 12 stacks out of 18. There's so many stacks he has to hit him with, but somehow it's able to reverse. You can see him. He's trying to get back up onto the stage.
I like that up attack right there. Okay, wait a minute. And the chase, and right back to the center of the stage as well. Trying to go back down to that bottom platform. You can tell exactly what's happening. TLTC trying to get back down to that bottom platform. The neutral special, the sharpshooter.
Yeah, he's just trying to get his he's just trying to get his jumps back, right? He's trying to refresh his resources, but Bugsby making it so hard for him. Going to take the one shot. He's able to survive though. Doesn't have any more bullets in the chamber.
129 though. Look at the damage right there for Taz. Wait a minute. Tries to chase off the side of the stage with the dog pile.
Yeah, he's going to need to take those risks though. That's the issue. Is like it feels like the only way he can get those stocks early is if Bugsby massively makes a mistake. You know what I mean? If he goes for something crazy, if he jumps into this tornado, but no!
Wait a minute! Wait a minute! Yo, Taz.
He's going to need a Herculean read for this one.
Yeah, that special off the side of the stage to get the ring out right there. I like it. Get the stock. Down to the last one, but playing a dangerous game. No bullets left, so no shot.
Now 161.
Oh, the trap!
The radio. Okay.
Back to the center of the stage. This is a good spot for TLC, but loses the positioning. Look at the buzzsaw over there just watching, waiting for you to interfere.
You're right. I was watching that. I was like, okay. And it's so easy. Yeah, all you have to do is knock him up in the air. And it feels like Stripe is kind of like a time bomb character where at a certain point, it doesn't matter how good your knockback influence is. It doesn't matter how long you're surviving. That side aerial into gun will get the KO. Absolutely.
Yeah. Yeah, and once again, just being able to do it in the air. So even if he's like kind of a little bit off the ledge and he's like, oh, I still got a couple bullets, I can still shoot you from long range. And just the area that it covers. We saw it at the edge of the stage. Literally, he felt like he was in the middle of the map and still was getting the shot with the special. So just the range on that as well. And you could just see the control. The minute there was a platform there, you saw Buzzsaw. And it was more about fighting off towards the side. And we saw TLTC start to get the hang of it with Taz. But unfortunately, just Stripe just a little too strong. I feel like what you're saying is true, though. I feel like he's one of those characters, kind of like Tom and Jerry on a resource management thing. The minute they lose resources, that's your chance to go in. When you know those bullets are gone, you have to go in on Stripe, it feels like. And that's when Stripe's at his weakest. But outside of that, movement is the name of the game. And it's going to be a lot harder to keep track of Stripe.
He's so mobile, right? Like Stripe has such aerial mobility. He's able to shift in and out. We saw Bugs V kind of spacing in and out. And I think that actually moved against him a little bit a few times because TLTC would pop that tornado or the up B, the dog pile. And it felt like Bugs V would kind of dive into it by accident because he just had too much control and too much space. But that was just a Swift 2-0. That one was 2 out of 3. So that's going to do it for that set. Well done, Bugs V, defeating TLTC. And again, I think that's just like, man, Taz is in a weird spot, right? Like Taz just feels like it's very I don't know how to put it. He wants to fight some characters but not others. Let's take a look at the bracket. I don't think he would have fought Superman regardless. Even if he won this, I don't think he wanted to fight Superman, but Bugs V certainly does. We're going to get Stripe against Superman happening in just a second.
I'm interested to see, once again, this is a new matchup eyeball for me. I want to see what's going to happen. I want to see how Superman's going to get around this. I feel like we're going to see a lot of heat vision, and that's where Stripe is going to be kind of forced to chase you in this matchup. But it is still Superman, so I feel like Superman having, like, just, once again, a lot of skin in the game, been here a long time, able to move around, traverse a little bit more. But Stripe, the new kid on the block, the new gremlin on the block, I should say.
Yeah, I'm wondering, like, we saw Bugs V able to chain those the kills kind of early against TLTC, particularly with the gun. But there were some stocks where TLTC's living at like 150, 160. How are you gonna kill Superman? That's my question, because Superman is a bit heavier. He is a tank, and it feels like and it feels like he's able to wipe stocks off like without even thinking, right? Like 70, 60 damage if he catches you off stage without a second thought. I'm wondering how vulnerable Stripe is going to be off on the ledge. I think he's going to have to, like, to your point, when you were talking about the platforms, maybe pick something that's a little bit bigger, has the platform so you could drop the metal blade so that if Oopstier has to jump, he's jumping into it, and just play around those. Maybe camp a little bit,
Yeah, that's actually true. I mean, and kind of in the sense of that, how we saw, Iron Giant playing. You got to kind of bait Superman to come in and have to get around a lot of the stuff that you have at disposal. I feel like that neutral special is going to be really strong, trying to play like that range game, because Superman's going to have to think twice about just kind of floating in that space to kind of annoy you before you have to deal with it. It's still going to be a resource management game, but I feel like the neutral in that sense is going to be very strong for Stripe opposed to Superman. But if Superman gets in, I feel like this is going to be a thing where we're going to see Stripe just running away a lot of the times, because if he gets clipped, the damage goes up, and it's going to be a lot easier for Superman to get that one hit, force you off the ledge, and then that might cost you a stock. So
absolutely, yeah. I'm wondering, because like Stripe is pretty light, I think, in terms of he's got that glass cannon archetype. So I don't know. I'm interested to see how it's going to go. Like we were talking about, I haven't seen Stripe all that much in 1v1s, so this is going to be kind of a shocker for me, but I certainly know how Superman operates, and more importantly, I know how Oopstier operates. That guy is he's a phenom on the character, but obviously we're going to see how these two go, and I'm wondering if Bugs V's sort of character repertoire is going to help him out a bit, because he does play a lot of characters at a top level, so maybe, having a little bit more knowledge, maybe he'll stay on Stripe, but he's able to adapt different playstyles from Harley, from other characters that he's picked up. I knew he was on Finn for a little bit. He was on Shaggy. He was on Bugs. So he's played a bunch. So I'm interested to see how this one goes.
All right. I think we'll possibly see a character switch. Who knows? I really want to see how this goes down, especially with the level of talent we got here with some of these guys. Obviously, out of my league, but I love seeing these guys go at it when it comes to like understanding the meta, go back and forth with some of these matchups. And now we got a brand new matchup to look at potentially with Stripe going up against the Man of Steel. still on loser's side of here. I think this is loser's final. First to 3 is going to be the name of the game, and we only got 2 platforms this time around and a pretty big stage and ground to cover. And look at this runaway game. I already knew that was going to be the case. I knew it was going to see it.
Yeah, I think Bugsby is going to have to really pick his shots carefully, because you make one mistake and Oopster starts chaining those aerials off to the side. It's just curtains for you. So you can see Bugsby taking that one shot and extending it to a lot of damage. Oopster able to get a bit off these aerials and the specials, trying to run away like a freight train, but he's able to survive.
And look at this, real quick. Superman gets that damage back and more, and now almost cost Stripe a stock quickly. Look at the chase, and this is exactly what I was talking about. And there's the neutral special, the gunshot, the sharpshooter coming from Stripe. And still the little mini taunt that kind of aggravates Superman. Buzzsaw still in play, gets rid of it, and then chucks it.
Wow, at that. All right, so we're blowing on the metal blade and turning into our projectile, but you can see there that weight differential coming in huge for Oopster. That up aerial got him at like 70, 80. Oh, no. Trying to reverse it. Wait a minute, double down air. He's gone.
But that caused Bugs a stock. You trying to chase Superman off the ledge?
No, that's his
not
space,
smart.
bro.
Not smart,
that's his
bro.
Space. He controls the air. You can't, and that was the hard way to do it too, because like Superman has a bunch of different moves he can do off on the side, but the double down air, he's got to land both those. That's a little difficult.
Man, and you can already tell that it's just almost impossible for like Bugs to keep Stripe out of harm's way versus Superman. Okay. Oh, armored on a chainsaw, huh? Oh, wait a minute. The sharpshooter, and look at how far almost gets out of there, and you playing a dangerous game going off the ledge versus Superman again.
This is what I'm talking about, though. This is the scary part, because right now, 160. Oh, is he
Look
done?
at this. Look at this.
He guessed wrong, but
Get
it doesn't
outta
matter,
here.
because he gets to guess twice. That's a 3 stock from Oops here. Yikes.
Yo, so we were thinking, and once again, you talked about how good Oops Tier was. Is the Superman to look at. It made short work of Stripe like it was nothing. And it was definitely a game where it was literally like, Stripe was like, yo, don't let him touch me. Don't let him touch me. Don't let him touch me. Even to the point where the buzzsaws didn't even play effect because of the freeze breath, and literally just taking him out of the game in that instance. And it was just the cat and mouse game, and Stripes was the mouse.
Yeah, that was nasty. I don't even know where to start with that, because like we were sort of theory crafting it. Stripe has the mobility, Superman has the raw power, but like maybe Stripe could just sort of dance around it. But we saw Bugsby trying desperately to get those openings with Metal Blade. Wasn't happening. He's got the ice breath with some stray aerials. You can guess right 4 out of 5 times, but if Superman guesses right once, you're off stage, and then he's guessing right. If you're in the 50-50 mix, you're in the vortex, and you saw it there because he knocked Bugsby off stage, and then he missed. I think he whiffed the first side aerial, and then he jumped back, and then he just did an up special, and he caught him, thrown back into the blast zone. He's able to cover so many bases with Superman's mobility. It's just so good.
Like I said, that off-ledge action, even though we saw how good Stripes just perceivably is at just being like, if you get off the ledge, especially if there's bullets there, then it's always curtains. But it's a management thing. You need to be able to use resources. Make sure that when Superman is off there, use as many bullets as you can. But once Superman notices, or once your opponent notices that, chances are they're going to come in, and then takes out the buzzsaw at that. That Ice Breath did a really great job of controlling that space that we've typically right now seen Stripe just kind of dominate, whether it be with like the up special attack, or just a gunshot, or just more buzzsaw, and just really kind of systematic in taking out Stripe.
Yeah, I'm not sure what the answer is, or at least in that matchup, right? I think Stripe is just so, I don't know, he's so mobility heavy. That trying to get in and get out against Superman, you got to really optimize your strings. Your punish game has to be crazy. And we saw it, like, I think early on, he got like 40, 50 damage off a single string, right? But I don't know how much damage matters to Superman, right? He was at like 170 at the end of that game. You just can't take that stock off.
It was crazy because we saw Stripe come out and do like 56 damage, right? And then Superman chased him once and did like 59, and it literally cost him a stock. Like, Stripe died right after that, and then tried to chase down, and that's what tried to play off the ledge to try to force the stock. And you know that's what happens, right? You're like, well, look, I got to go stock for stock with Superman, because if this goes longer than it has to, then I'm probably going to be 2 stocks down. So goes off the ledge, tries to play down way too far, and Supers is like, you don't know who I am, and was like, you're out of here. So
yeah, I mean, 2 stocks there got wiped off, I think, a little bit too quick. There's the double down air, which I think killed him at 0. I'm pretty sure he was at 0, like, then. Like, he got knocked off, and then he immediately went down. And then off on the side, on the left side, that final stock was gone at, like, 40, 50. It was very early, and it's like, if Superman's able to get those gifts, right? I mean, how do you even combat it, especially on such a light character? We'll see what Bugsby goes for. We're making the lobby once again, so give us a little bit of time, guys. Wondering if Bugsby, you were talking about a character swap. I don't really know if it's going to be that unreasonable to try to shift off of something, because Stripe just doesn't look like he's it.
It's, if you saw, we already knew this is, once again, this is going to be a chase game, and you saw just the fact that like Stripe was really trying to stay in the middle of the stage. Once Soups actually chased to the edge, it was like, nope, I'm gonna do a little dodge, get back over to the other side, maybe toss a buzzsaw, force the neutral again. And once again, that's not gonna get you anything versus Superman, because you know my man hits you one time and that damage is gonna go up. You leave the stage one time, that could cost you a stock. So I wouldn't be too surprised if we saw a character switch, somebody with, you know, that kind of still has that mobility but maybe hits a little harder. But versus Superman, you definitely want somebody a little heavier, so it's not so easy to be thrown out. That's the hard part. Like trying to like counterpick Superman is
Definitely
pretty difficult.
I think you need somebody who, I mean, like we were talking about Harley before. Harley obviously still has the weight issue because she's so light. You know, she's got that glass cannon archetype, but at least she has some loops. So if you hit Superman, I feel like if you hit Superman, you're able to extend a little bit more. I mean, the only time we saw Stripe do that was maybe off one or two interactions, particularly at the start. The issue with Harley, though, is how do you break that armor, right? If Oopstier decides, all right, I'm going to sit on the floor and just start going for these strong moves, Harley doesn't have great answers to beat the armor. She's got some stuff, but it's not amazing in the same way that some other characters have. So I'm interested to see what the shakeup is here for Bugsby, because like we've been talking about, I don't know if it's Stripe. Meanwhile, on the other side, Oopstier, I mean, he is the Superman, right? There's no way this guy's switching it up.
This is we already talked about just how buff Oopstier is with the Superman, and we've been seeing it, like even from like the adjustment from game to game. Ended up losing that set versus Bry, but still was able to make some confident strides when it comes to like learning that matchup. So what if we get to see it again? I'm interested to see what Oopstier is gonna do if there's an opportunity for a run back, because it very well could happen at this point, but it has to get past this point, and that's gonna be the tough part. But
definitely
Stripe might be Stripe. You're right.
Stripe
I don't think Stripe is gonna be the one.
yeah,
I don't think Stripe gonna be the one. But Giant,
I'm wondering about Stripe Giant, because like on paper it feels like Stripe would just knock Giant around, right? On paper it's like Giant can't ever move, but Stripe, I don't think, and maybe I'm wrong here, chat, let me know if I'm wrong, I feel like Stripe doesn't have enough good multi-hits to deal with Giant stuff. Like the secret sauce to beating Giant are multi-hits. So whether it's Superman's neutral air or Shaggy's neutral air, if you've got a bunch of moves that can like cut through the that can sort of get through the armor and control a big space, right? So he's huge, so he's jumping into it or getting knocked around. He's really good against that, but I don't know how many multi-hit moves really Stripe has in that vein. So I don't know if that'd be the answer, but obviously, you know, we'll see. We're projecting a matchup that very well couldn't happen, you know. So
yeah, I want to see. I love to see, especially in games like this, that, you know, I'm pretty new to like getting to the high level understanding of it. It really does kind of boil down to like, how do you feel this matchup works for your character? You know, Superman, once again, a character that you have to learn how to like play around. I say this a lot in like fighting games in general. It's a character. Superman is a character that you're gonna have to play around in this game. I know I've been scooped by that man too many times, and just playing against this character trying to move around is a hassle. The problem, moving around with a character like Stripe, doesn't really seem to be the issue. It's surviving the damage and being able to actually score enough to actually make Superman afraid to kind of approach. But even still, Superman's gonna go in. There's really no reason for Superman to go in, and that's where the problem lies, because My man Stripes can't take a hit, man. He cannot take a hit. So I feel like I actually was thinking about the Harley pick earlier because you still have the opportunity to kind of like set up, like I said before, kind of like a little obstacle course where you just set stuff in front of Superman. He has to play around it, and you can like kind of snake hits in here and there. But then once again, you got to go back to assassin mode where you just move it around to kind of like score it again, wait for the cooldown, use your specials to move around a little bit. Harley does have a couple of movement options that are a little tricky that you have to be a little preemptive about. You have to be like, oh, she's gonna go this way, she's gonna go this way. So she does have a little bit of the movement. Obviously not as, you know, thought out as Stripe at this point, but that's the kind of benefit of it. So I feel like Harley is one of those characters, once again, that can kind of make Superman have to move around enough to where you can't just keep throwing out, you know what I'm saying, these moves and not take a hit. Harley does have a couple of tools to do that.
I think Harley's biggest benefit is that she's so small. Like, her hurt box is so tiny, and she shifts it so much with her moves, and I think the hitbox changes really changed her up a bit. And I think if you swing, like, let's say that you are Superman and you swing against Harley, you better hit, because if you miss, you're going to get punished, you know? Like, she's so... particularly, like, if she's charging the hammer backwards, right? If she got the big mallet, and she's got the thing where she's charging it in the air and she's going for the back hit. If you're Superman and you try to stuff it or swing at it and you miss, you're gone. Like, Harley's just got legs and limbs all over the place, so it could be really scary. So we're sort of talking it out in terms of what Bugsby is going to pick. Yeah, kind of theory. Yeah, exactly. But that's what we got to do because, like, you were talking before about having to learn this. No way he went Kate. No way he went Kate. Really?
This is interesting.
We got Jake on this.
Hold on. Uh-oh, Superman doing Superman things.
Oh, no.
Superman-ish.
He's looking rather Superman. I love the stall there, by the way, from Bugsby, using the up aerial on Jake to be able to survive a little bit longer. So this is interesting. Jake does have a little bit more range. Obviously, can kind of keep Superman at bay if he wants to. Isn't as worried about aerial chasing from Superman because you could just pop the car or the house or whatever it is. You could just kind of land on top of him. So you don't have to worry in the air as much. And Jake just has moves that just straight up beat a lot of characters. So not a bad switch, but I don't know how proficient he is with this character, if I'm being honest.
Yeah, I mean, our stock already down. Oh, that is not good.
Oh, that's bad.
Yeah,
that's not good. Oh, wait.
You can't fight Superman off the ledge. You have to be really careful. Wait a minute, though.
Wait a minute.
I mean, I spoke too soon. Yo, the Tony Hawk gets you in trouble? The Tony Hawk gets you in trouble? Oh, no. Oh, no.
Oh, he went for the Tony Hawk and he beefed it off on the side. What happened there?
Very confident. I will say that. I will say very confident to try to fight Superman. Constantly going off this ledge. Very... I don't know about doing that versus Soups though. If you have the benefit of getting back to the ledge, and I was really impressed with the fact that you saw the back and forth. I love the back and forth because Superman has to chase you, and you see the big normals coming out from Cake. So that's what you have to worry about. And I thought that was going to be the game plan, but the minute you left that stage, you made a mistake.
Right. Yeah. Trying to fast fall with the down air, and that's what I was thinking is like the proficiency of Jake, like how good is he at being able to play this character, to be able to fall on top of him with that? Just having the awareness to, like, sometimes you want to stall it, right? You don't want to sort of full send the fast fall on the skateboard because, like we saw, you can't bail sometimes. You saw Oops here just easily dodging out of that. So,
and then hit the relax time. And then hit you know. Well played, though.
We know
well
Oops here to pop that after a particularly easy match, which it seemed like it was. But I one of the things I was wondering, and I'm sure you were too, that was 2 stocks, not 3 stocks, and I wasn't gonna call attention to it. We're professionals, right? We're not gonna bring that up, but it was 2 stocks, and now we've been told that we can tell you. So that we're gonna reset it at 1-0. That one didn't count. That was a gimme. Okay. All right.
So.
Never mind. Okay, we're gonna recreate the game from where it left off. So that means it might as well be 2-0 at this point.
I was about to say,
that means Oops here got 3 stocks to 1. Yeah, that's tough.
Good luck with that one. We've already seen how this is going so far, but you never know. I'm not gonna say it's impossible. My man might have some kind of be like, you know what, some revelation, like all I gotta do is this, and we might see a run back. Highly unlikely, but you never know. All right, but here we go.
All right, so we're resetting it back to where we were. So I think Oopster had like 20% or 50 or something. It doesn't matter. We're just leaving it at 0. And good lord, he almost got the kill there. But like you said, I mean, like, we did see Bugsby with some hot side airs from Jake that almost got the stock on Oopster early. So if he's able to chain some of those together, might have a chance. The problem is 3 stocks to 1. You need a lot of miracles.
You need a lot of miracles, bro. It's going to take a lot more than cake, you know? I like beating in the air. I like and this is what I was talking about, keeping the neutral control really good.
I think you got to constantly shift it up because, like, oh, I thought he was going to go. Like, Jake on ground beats Superman in the air, but Jake, like, Superman on ground beats Jake on ground. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it's like Jake has the upper hand if they're playing mixed styles. Like, if Jake is in the air and Superman's on the ground, Jake wins, or vice versa. But if they're playing on the same style...
You're trying to see a little bit of it right now.
But if you see, like, the same style, like, if they're both in the air, both on the ground, Superman's going to win that every time.
No, and you can definitely tell. Using those, the big normals right there, those was really good to deal with that air you were talking about, right? So once you get down to the ground, being able to use those lengthy, long, oh my gosh, you're in danger, get out of there. See, that's exactly what you want. Being able to get those hits in one stock. Like you said, a lot of miracles. 100 damage on Cake, though. So this is still not done yet.
No, that's 1, but you need 2 more. The thing is, Jake is very heavy. Oh, there we go. That's going to do it, though. The grab, and we're going to take a little break on the platform. You can
there
see it
we are.
That's 2-0 for Oops tier. We got one more match potentially ahead of us, unless Bugs can pull something out. But maybe a third character is in order. I think that Jake could do it. Oh, look at the damage. Oh, that's nasty. Oh, wait, no, it's because we reset. Never mind. I was going to say, Superman is so gross. I see that happen all the time. He gets all 4 kills and doubles, and he has sub 100 damage. He's gross for that one.
Well, Superman, definitely the character. I'm telling you right now, this scares me. It scared me in this game. When I first came to this game, I was like, man, I don't know what to do. I was streaming it once with my boy, and we were, shout outs to my boy Reno, he was playing with me. And while we were playing, he's like, Steve, what are you doing? I'm like, bro, I can't get away from Superman. Like, no matter what, my man was always there. So for me, watching somebody else go through it, I'm like,
It's validating, because you're like, oh, it's not just me. Thank God.
Right?
You know what I mean? It happens to everybody.
It feels like everybody's gotten scooped before, so.
Yeah. And it's so funny because, like, you won't know unless it happens to you, because you can't explain it. Like we were talking about before,
really
the Supermanish, the adjective. It's like, what happened? You're like, all right, well, he like caught my jump and I died at 30. You're like, what do you mean you died at 30? It's like, nah, but like I tried jumping. You know what I mean?
What does that mean? And he scooped me. Yeah. And then I died at 30. What? Like, why do you? Oh, you gotta
wait
fight
a minute. He found the. Oh, they're giving kisses. Look at wow. They got the double ice breath. I like that. All right. Well, thinks he found the answer.
Right.
Maybe
it's not a bad retort. It's not a bad retort, bro. It's not a bad retort.
Right.
See, now if we had Black Adam in the mix, we might be.
That's true. Yeah.
Right. The wall, the Superman wall. Anyways. Oh,
you can see the offstage game, just double specials. Oops here. I'm sure has fought this a million times in his life, but maybe the novelty of trying out this character for Bugsby, you know, is showing him something new. This might be the play.
I like to play. I like to play. Gotta fight fire with fire. Ice breath with ice breath in some instances. Armor with armor.
Ooh.
Wait a minute. Pretty even on life right now. Small
like
lead.
That.
Oh my
there
gosh. Oops there. Wait, nice chase.
And I mean, Oops here is just so good at that. You can see Bugsby getting a little cheeky, trying to find the up special, and he does. You can't go for that one.
And then goes for the taunt
on him. That's the Oops here taunt too. He loves that one.
And look at the damage already back on the board for Bugsby.
Let's see Bugsby. Yeah, I mean, Superman is off stage. It's just it's a coin flip. It really is. He can catch you or you can catch him. You can see Oops here trying to push him off on the side, trying to use that side air. And right now we're just using the same moves. Has 9 on the ice though. He's racking it up quickly.
And it's all because they're not getting these clean hits. It's using nothing but like the ice breath to scoop. Still
That
damage.
scoop was huge, by the way, because he had no jumps, and I don't think he had any dodges. I think Oops here was out of resources. You see Bugs thinking he's going to jump. We're going low. Bit of a rollback issue.
Okay.
We're good, though.
All right, we're back in. We've rolled back successfully. They need to be careful playing on this. Just barely.
Yeah, he might have been like 3 damage off.
Mm-hmm. Oops here.
What's the guess?
Oh, wow. DI down. Scoop out. What the? Bugs V. And then he does it again and goes right back to the damage and goes off the side of the ledge. You know they're looking for the scoop. 116
no question.
Goes down this time, and that's tied up. And I can do it too. Last
They're looking
stop.
so relaxed, bro. This is like a vacation for both of them. Both of them saying, this is easy for me.
The invisible hammock.
Just taking it easy on a tropical shore here. It is a gorgeous background, but you can see Bugs V starting to make this Superman rock a little bit, doing it with Oops Here's own character.
That's mental damage right there. That's mental damage and 102 damage. Uh-oh. Using the heat vision.
Your character is nothing, bro. I got the loops. What you do is it special? You're not special. You're just like Superman.
Oh, wow, Bugs V gets the hit and very close to eliminating Oops here. Big damage. Oh, man.
Yeah, that's a fat loops and Bugs getting all the way out of there, using every jump, trying to get the up special. This is where Oops here can differentiate and call himself the true Superman. Wait a minute.
Uh-oh. Wow, go straight into the heat vision on the platform, back into the invisible hammock. Bugs V with the dub. See? Oh, wow, bars. I didn't know it was coming. It was invisible. No, let me stop. That was good, though. Wait, that was good, though.
That was nice, dude. I can't believe the Superman worked out. Like, I thought it might get a stock or 2. I didn't think it would straight up win. That was kind of nice from Bugs. Just telling him, hey, man, you're not special. You're just playing a broken character. And Oops here got to hold that loss right there. We'll see if he comes out with some heat on that next one, because that might be a bit of psychic damage.
I'm going to tell you right now, I hate mirror matches. I hate them. It's the only time. And I'm a character loyalist in a lot of games, right? So when it comes to having to fight the mirror match, it does mental damage. Like, you think they know everything that you're gonna do, but I can tell you right now, Bugs V is out here just playing Superman, getting big damage. You saw he actually performing the loops and kind of just outplayed in the Superman mirror in that instance. But I will say this. We will see an adjustment. We saw it earlier today.
Definitely.
And I'm sure we're going to see it again, especially with the Superman.
The problem is that you can get the 1 W, right? But getting 3 in a row is hard, especially against the top rep of a character. Because, like, Oops here, those pockets go deep, right? In terms of the tricks. He's got a deep bag of tricks and some strategies he'll be able to adopt. And we saw it in his set with Brian. We'll see if he can do it again. It's so funny that you talk about mirror matches because, like, we're talking about being grappler players. I played a character back. I started with Super Smash Brothers Brawl, right?
Okay.
I played the grappler in that game. Had the DDD. He had the most toxic mirror match in the game because he can infinite himself. So,
that's gross.
Yeah, he can only infinite 5 characters, including himself. Now, I never learned how to do the infinite, but I would lie and bluff, and I would tell other people I did, just so they wouldn't fight me.
You gotta put the card on the table. You guess
a bit of grime. Yeah. You know how it was back in the day. We would all, it's like the Wild West. Everybody's not showing their poker hand, but I bring it up because, like, you're right. Mirror matches are a different kind of contest, man. They really are, because the level of adaptation and the awareness of how to deal with your own characters. Bull, you know what I mean? I don't know how obscene I could get on this, but you get what I'm trying to say,
It's not easy to. I'm telling you right now, it's not easy to kind of deal with fighting Superman, and when you're fighting the Superman, that gets even more so. And you saw a couple of like reads right there, especially off the side of the ledge where Bugs was off. One time survived an interaction because it's like, you know what, I'm gonna dodge down in this instance. I'm not even gonna give you an opportunity. But the reason that we saw that second stock go off was because we saw the adjustments, like, oh, you went down last time. I'm gonna make you pay for that. And that was when the scoop. And then we saw the little battle towards the ledge there when they both were trying to get that last stock, not with damage, but just with the throw itself. So to let you know, and that's one of the things that Superman is really good at. He has, and this is the stock thing, that 30 stock cash out is like, hey, did you get hit a couple times by Superman?
Yep.
Are you off the side of the ledge? You're done. And that's why you see those a Superman match go like that, because it's literally hit, throw, and you gotta stay out of those blast radiuses, like you said before.
Yeah, I think one of the interesting things about that last match too is that you saw at that one point, I think it was second stock, where Oopster got the up special on Bugs and he threw down, and Bugs was at 0, so Bugs got to act before Oopster did, so he just did it back.
Yeah,
which meant that he died. You know what I mean? So it's like, that's a weird thing that you don't really think about in the mirror match
regular
right
matches.
away.
You know, it's like a regular match. It never comes up in the mirror match. When it happens, you're like,
oh hell no, he's Shaggy on this. Oh hell no, he Shaggy on that.
Oops, here. Go. Wow, okay. Charge up with the Shaggy, and it looks like Bugs is aware, knows how to deal, but Shaggy running down the wall, that was scary. That was scary.
Yeah, you can see him skedaddling all the way down. So this is interesting. Shaggy has stuff to break Superman's armor. Shaggy, one of the only characters in the game, I think, that can also challenge Superman in the air, just because that super disjointed down air. I think Oops here kind of trying to dance on him a little bit with this pick. It can beat Superman, but I think maybe it can beat conventional Superman play. Bugsby is doing some novel stuff.
I was about to say, you got to have some XP to understand that. I do like the pick, though, like you said, just to know that, like, Superman definitely can be contested in the air by Shaggy, but not off the side of the ledge, though. Picks up a sandwich, tries to go for the charge, and you know if you're fighting Shaggy, you don't let him charge. Superman definitely can approach you. You can see the heat vision there as well, and this is still tough, like you said before. A conventional Superman, yes, but we're looking at an expert, it seems like, with Bugs right now. Bugs V is doing some work.
Yeah, Bugs is looking more comfortable on Superman than I've seen him on some other characters, which is crazy because he does play a lot of the cast. You can see here, they're struggling to get this stock. Can't even get the charge. Thought that up special might have gotten the kill, but not quite. And this is the issue. Both of these guys are pretty heavy, but Shaggy does struggle to get those sort of runaway kills like this one.
Oh, wow.
Though.
And gets the charge while I'm holding the sandwich, while I'm on the break. Uh-oh, that is not good. 62. We've talked about this. You're in danger. There, you talked about that's one of the items. That's one of the options that Shaggy has versus Superman. And making him pay for it gets big damage on the board, but off the side of the ledge once again, almost got scored.
Yeah, just barely avoiding the up special. Does get the full weekend, but can't really get any hits off before it expires. Right now, 92. Gonna get burned up a little bit by that ignite, but you can see Oops here trying to cut off Superman's recovery options.
Back to that ledge again. Sets out the
This
projectile.
is scary. He's charged up. I did nothing with it. Okay, just a down special. I think he tried to get a sandwich, but he didn't realize that the charge, if you have a charge, you can't get a sandwich.
Almost
so I think
got
he
him.
just wasted it. Huge knee there.
Oops here with the Shaggy, though.
I
And
can't
Bugs
believe that
comes
worked.
out of the gate pure violence. Out of the gate
Bugs is
pure
furious.
violence.
He is furious. This is the problem, though. He's actually fighting.
Get down here.
Gets the down air into the down special. Oh my goodness.
The invisible hammock returns.
He's setting it up all over the stage. He's got him everywhere.
Tripping and falling everywhere. They're invisible. Full charge. Oh, you want to hold on? Okay, Oopster, wait a minute. Goes for the
Shaggy
charge.
using every limb in this combo. Both arms and both legs.
And the
Second on
sandwich.
this. And the sandwich. He's got everything on this one. I think he even got a headbutt.
All right.
He's going a little wacky here with these combos.
And the charge up. Uh-oh, this is not good. Chase. The recovery not looking too good. Bugsby with the Superman in danger. 114 on the board.
Yeah, Oopster kind of locking this one down, if I'm being honest. He kind of tightened up the bolts. He said, nah, okay, this Superman, you got some cute stuff. You ever get some stuff on me, it's not happening anymore. That could have done it right there.
The knee, the heat vision, hold the sandwich. Charge up. Oh, no. Oh, using the platform to stay out of danger. Not close enough. Oops here says, let me show you how it's done. Picks the Shaggy, and I feel like y'all need to I feel like that needs to be put in some kind of book to let you know how it's done with Shaggy. Wow, what a play. Oops here out of the, takes it over Bugsby, excuse me.
Yeah, I got mixed up too, right?
Yeah, I got mixed
you'd
for a
see the
second.
Superman, you're like, oh, that's Oops here. Now, we had a bit of a story going on here, and in the end, Oops here is able to take it with the Shaggy. And it's so funny because, like, there at the end, you can see Bugs V trying to play center, right? If you play center stage, you're going to survive the longest on Superman because you could go to either side. Bugs V... I'm sorry, Oops here. God, now I'm doing
Yeah, see, now
Oops here. It's hard, right? But no, Oops here had the play, which is just, all right, Shaggy down air, bet. Like, Shaggy down air is going to kill at 150, 160, right? Like, no matter what, just because it's so powerful. So well done to Oops here, showing us the Superman counter. And like you said, I think it was textbook, it was clinical, particularly in that third stock. The other ones were a little bit shakier, but as soon as stuff got down to the wire, I think Oops here really showed us why that could be a hard matchup for Superman if you're not familiar with it.
Nah, it was and you can saw just like that down special in the air, or the down attack in the air, excuse me, the mallet with my man Shaggy really was getting the party started. But let's take a look at the bracket one more time before we get into this grand finals here for Kombat4Rare. And that's the tail of the tape, man. We see Oops here makes it back to grand finals after that crazy set from Bry, and then goes back in again, Oops here versus Bugs V in that losers final to come back out on the tail end. Gotta say, TLTC coming through with the Taz as well has been a treat to see, but we've now made it to grand finals. Is going to be Bry versus Oops here. I'm pretty sure we might go back to the Superman, but will we see the Iron Giant first, or will we have, but maybe, I'm not sure if we have that set to play with on the reset for grand finals, but I'll be surprised. I would really be surprised.
Yeah, I'm kind of curious as to what Bry's going to go for. I would assume that it's Giant, but I got to be honest, like, if the Shaggy's looking good, Shaggy, I think, does do very well.
Good versus Iron
against
Giant, right? Okay.
Yeah, he kind of claps up Giant. In my like, you know, the characters get changed all the time.
Yeah.
There's always new patches. I played a lot of Giant when he first came out, and I played a lot of Shaggy against Giant, and it felt easy.
Yeah.
But so did Superman Giant, and Bry found a way to make that work. So we'll see how that goes in just a bit. We're going to have grand finals coming up for you guys, but just a reminder as to why we're here, guys. Kombat4Rare is an event benefiting the young Lord of Thunder, Raiden. He's a young kid, I think 2 years old or about to be, who was diagnosed with UBA5, which is an extremely rare disease, which affects very few people all over the globe. I think I was talking with Tommy before. It's like, I think 30 people on the planet have this. Yeah, Raiden is 2 years old. He can't sit, walk, talk, or even grab a toy. Is only 30 cases in the world. Yeah, I'm looking at this right now, and unfortunately, there's no research, like barely any research, and there's no treatment. So the whole point of this is to fundraise for his recovery, hopefully to be able to find a solution, or at least a little bit more information or research on that. So guys, if you have the means, please hit ! Donate. Whatever you have, any amount is much appreciated. You can see at the bottom, we're at 27K just today for this event. So we got some multiverses action, and I think there's Mortal Kombat coming later, so there's a lot of action going on today.
Yeah, hopefully you guys are enjoying it, man. This has been really, really cool. I love doing events like this, especially for a good cause, like you pointed out. And hopefully you guys are enjoying the action. And like you said, man, like my boy Coney said, if you got it, it'll be greatly appreciated. This affects very limited people, and Kombat4Rare out there to look out for not only just this disease in particular, but all of these unknown, undiagnosed, and uncurable diseases so far. And this is going to a great cause. So thank you everybody for tuning in, and I really hope you are enjoying it. I'm learning a lot here talking with my boy Coney, man. And it's amazing. We don't get to do these overlaps often, but I always have a good time, man. I always have a good time.
Absolutely, yeah. I would love to do more stuff like this with you, with other casters in the scene. You know, whether it's Sajam, whether it's you know, Chen, like anybody at all. Like it's so much fun to be able to do these kind of events, overlap, get different flavors of casting. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like,
man.
We all have our different backgrounds, and it's so cool to be able to work with people who are in the field and as passionate as we are about this kind of thing, and to learn about a game this sick too, right? Like we're both learning about high-level 1v1 multiverses in this moment. It's a lot of fun to watch, man.
Yeah, and I was gonna say, man, shout outs to my boy Austin, another person I got to work
of course,
with when it comes
love
to exchanging words about this multiverse. So I get to learn a lot, man. You really are true about that. But here we go, the Iron Giant for Bry going up against Oops Tier Superman, coming out of loser side. That means Oops Tier is gonna have to run it back full 3 set if he wants to have a chance to win. But Bry only needs to 1. But here we go.
I think it's going to be very difficult to do to beat Bri that many times, right? We saw Bri able to switch up the momentum, switch up his timing, switch up his play style so much throughout the course of that last game. But already you could tell this game going a lot slower. I mean, we're 30 seconds in. Oopster finally finding an opening, getting 73 damage. But for a while, it was kind of dry.
Can we talk about the fact
not
that
again.
not
again.
the eyes of the stove,
Not again.
not the eye of the tiger, the eye of the stove, getting the heat up by my man Iron Giant, and he just cannot. The delay attack, it's old. Throw it away. 1-0
he's all
damage.
burnt up. When the attack is delayed, that's 2 attacks delayed, by the way. Like he's just going all over the place, and I think the only way out of that. Is he gone? No, he's able to survive. Oh, whoa, we're going super low.
Yo, the stage get back for Bri is ridiculous with Iron Giant. I was almost certain he was out of here.
Yeah,
130.
How big Giant is, but he's still able to survive. Both these guys such tanks, but he's in friends mode here. See how he does?
No.
What? No way he comboed into that.
Oh,
He comboed.
Bri.
He sat him down into the force field.
Have a talk. Into the force field and off the stage. And once again, those bolts coming in, and Oops, they're getting a little frustrated, chasing Bri off the edge of the stage, almost cost him another stock. 144 for the big boy, though. And look at the chase. Get out of here. There we go.
Yeah,
Oops,
send him to Gotham on that. Please, leave this place. Finally, the up special there. But yeah, the angle on that sit earlier was just so obscene. You could see Oops here not ready for that. Now Bri again with the lead. And again, going to the other side of the stage, farming these shards.
Oh, nice. Gets out of the throw this time around.
You got to get out
a lot
early.
of damage. You have
That's
to
the
get out
only way
early.
out.
It's because it really does keep Iron Giant in this run. Like, it feels like the ground control has become so powerful that, like, you can't let him get that. Because if he gets your stock up, you're literally going to be running, sparing hits because you don't want to get knocked out.
And it's not an especially easy grab to get if you don't have bolts. If you have bolts, you kind of just counter hit. You just go for the grab right away with a little bit of the, super armor. But when it comes to not having bolts, it's kind of hard to catch Superman in that way.
That's absolutely true. And now you can see it's all about the ground control, the neutral attack. Oh my God.
That
this guy,
influence was
Bri.
bad, bro. That knockback influence was terrible from Oops here. He died so early, and now he's just going all over the
Back
stage
into the
with
fire.
Charge back into the
grab.
He got a reset?
And look at this. This is exactly what I'm talking about. Just came back and got that stock, and now at 83 damage, in fringe mode, off the edge of the stage. We've seen what's happened before. Not this time, though. Not this time, though. But look at the damage. This is what's scary. Oops tier is in danger, and you can see right now, Bri's in prime form. Controlling the center of the stage, float a little bit side attack, and now you see Oops tier going in.
It is Superman, though. You never know. He's able to survive quite a while, and he might be able to shave off this stock quickly. Gets hit by the up air, and Bri taking game one there from Oopster. We got no taunt on this one. He's just kind of feeling it out.
And I'm going to tell you right now, I was worried, right? I was like, well, look, Bri's been kind of chilling because Oopster's been playing on the loser side. I'm thinking we're going to have a warmed up Oopster at this point, and it's true, we do. But Bri still takes the first game. On the winner's side of things, man. Man, these games are good. That's what I like to see.
Super fun. It's always the eternal question of, is the guy sitting in winners cooled off, or is he like more comfortable because he's been able to have a break? Or is the guy in losers, is he kind of heated up? Did he get momentum from playing a bunch? Or is he mentally exhausted? Because honestly, man, like sometimes if you're running through losers, it can be very tiring playing match after match after match and like trying to expend all that energy. Had a game 5 set with bugs. So you never know. And everybody's very hungry to get this W. So we'll see how Oopster makes that adjustment. I think Iron Giant is such a different beast to fight in this game that you gotta take a game or two to like mentally, you know what I mean? You gotta be very flexible in your game plan against this guy.
You know, Bri has really, opened my eyes to it. Like, once again, just seeing and how he's kind of conditioning. And like, all right, Superman, now you're going to come in here. Like, you have to. You don't want me to keep eating this scrap metal, this art? Well, guess what? You got to come in here. And if you do try to choose the air, now we've seen that meta kind of carry over from that last set. Now you can see Bri prepared, like kind of like preemptively kind of just floating. Like, let me eat some art and I'm going to float a little bit. Did you come in? Side attack, knock you back out, set the fire. Did you come in a little too early? I can scoop you now. And we saw situations where it was fire on one side and just a pickup reset. And oh, what the another switch
Huh?
of Slay Dog?
I have never seen this counter pick in my life. Like, I know
Wow.
that Rain Dog can do some stuff in ones. I have never... Okay, I guess we're going long range on this. So I was saying that the giant counter, in my experience, has been multi-hits, right? You go through the bolts, but maybe the play is just not to engage and let him sit full stage. The problem is now, Bry's the guy who's going to be chasing. He's cooking this dog.
Oh my gosh. And the art's right there just when I'm done. Oh my gosh, and look at that, just taking the damage so high. And Oopster is in a lot of trouble and out of a stock as well. Oh man, why was Bry so prepared? But I do like the long range attack. It is making Bry have to play a lot more offensively, but you activate the bolts and tries to go for the throw, just barely gets out of there. And wow, this is not looking easy at all.
Not at all. You're right, though. It is kind of a switch up because now Bry has to chase Oopster, but now Oopster in a very uncomfortable position off on the side. That's a double spike. This Rain Dog might have to go away. Might be sending him to a big farm in the sky because he is struggling now with this giant.
Then I like the up chase here. That long range game is definitely paying off. A lot of damage on the board right here, and it's more about this evasion. Even though we talked about like the kind of clunky evasion.
Dear.
No. Oh no. 78 damage.
I think the biggest thing here too is we were talking about how Superman just lives forever, right? So he's able to survive. The problem is Rain Dog not quite as heavy. So we saw Bry not only was able to get those loops, but was actually able to get the kill too. But you see Oopster all the way there at the top. Was able to land that up air. Can he string this into a W? It might be hard. Bry's just running into these hits.
And look at the damage just going up higher and higher. Tries to use the bolts just to try to force something, but goes back to evasion. I feel like Oopster is taking a page out of Bry's book right now. Like it's like the tides have turned. It's like now I have to attack this character.
Wait a minute. Has him off on the side. Does he have the punish? No, he can't string anything together. I really thought he could have gotten that. Maybe with a little bit more sort of Rain Dog expertise, might have had the kill there, but no, wasn't able to string it.
Look at this big flame. Back to the projectile game. And look at this. This is going to crank the damage of Iron Giant. Oh, wow. Watch for the cannonball. The dodge to get through. 160 damage, and now just go straight off the ledge.
Oh, but that'll do it. Yeah, that's an easy set. Bry getting the third stock there. So the Rain Dog, I get the idea, right? You want to play long range. You want to let Bry just sit at the other side and say, okay, you want to charge, get your bolts, whatever. The problem, though, is that car move, the spinny car move, the up special, that reflects. So even if you got projectiles, that's just eating them up. So it's like, what is the play here? I don't know if it's Rain Dog.
Look, perceivably, it felt like it was working out. But once again, you pointed out, as soon as I started, I was like, oh, it's working. He was like, nah, man, it's not going to be enough damage to get those final hits, because then you still have to play the Iron Giant game of going in to try to close out. Of course, you can crank that damage, but he's going to be doing enough. And on top of that, if you're not playing that spacing properly, he's going to have Spark Bolts. We saw it come in and play. Soon as it got too much damage, you got close, Spark Bolt, and then instantly had to run again because you didn't want to deal with it. But some great play with Iron Giant, like through and through. I am severely impressed.
Absolutely. Yeah, I mean, you could see him just being able to cover so much distance. And those loops, too. I mean, like, the fact this guy is just doing so much off a single command grab, able to just continually knock somebody into the ground. That was just so well done. So we'll see how they make it work for this next game. I mean, like, Bry just kind of looks unstoppable now. I don't know how deep Oopster pockets go. I didn't know he had a Shaggy, and I certainly didn't know this dude had a Rain Dog. So... we'll see what the next game holds for us, you know?
One thing I will give is that, like, I would be surprised if Oopster didn't have, like, multiple characters at how well he plays, right? Like, I would be surprised. So you got to have some kind of understanding, and wow.
Oh, this is good. This is good. I will say, okay, so I said Superman beats Iron Giant. I said Shaggy beats Iron Giant. Jake beats Iron Giant.
Definitely beats Iron Giant, huh?
No question. Whether or not it'll happen, we'll see, because Bry has overcome the matchups before, but, like, this should not... you could just do this. He's a whole skate park. Like, this is very easy.
Wow. He said he's a whole skate park.
Oh,
wow.
Oh, no.
Wow. And still off the side to get the stock Bry. And then breaks the fourth wall. Yep, that's right. Vin Diesel, your voice is weird. That's right.
He done did it at 40%. You can see here, Bry just somehow stealing that stock away so early. Oops, they're trying to rack up this damage. That skateboard is so bad for Giant, but it doesn't matter if he gets one grab. Here we go. It's starting to rack up.
The throw loops. Look at the damage rack up, and once again, Bry with the opportunity to get another stock from Oopster, who is on loser's side, by the way.
Right. Yeah, this would be it if Bry was able to make it happen. Oopster has to win 6 games.
Tony
you
Hawk.
can see that skateboard huge, but the problem is you got to hit it a lot because eventually he's going to get those bolts back up. 2 stocks to 1 now.
No, and then goes into frenzy mode, and this is not looking good. 36 damage, turns into a car. Playing at the top of the screen.
Wait.
Why would you do that, Bry? After Oopster goes up to try to play the air game with Iron Giant, that's gonna be a stock, and that's gonna be the tournament. Shout outs to Bry for taking it with the Iron Giant against Cake, who definitely beats Iron Giant,
Definitely beats Iron Giant. Okay, I'm not moving on that one. I'll give you Superman. I'll be like, all right, maybe Superman doesn't win. No, Jake definitely beats Giant. That was just raw talent, bro. I don't know what
That was raw talent. Simon Cowell will be impressed.
It had to have been. It had to have. It's gifted. That dude's because, like, dude, just having the wherewithal to be able to counter Jake up at the top, hitting him into the up. I think that's up special. I think because I think Giant, I'm not sure, but I know that at the top, Giant doesn't have the up air the same way, the big punch. He has like the rockets, but he does have up special, which has this giant bolt, which goes like at the top, and it kills early. And I think he did a string into it, which I've never seen before. That was gorgeous. Well done there from Bry, taking the whole event easily there in Grands. I mean, we were talking about the run back because it went game 5 in their winter set, but in Grands, no such luck. That was a blowout.
And what's funny was, like, I'm gonna tell you right now, I was curious to who Bry was, but this is my first time seeing Bry.
Me too.
Bry
Me too.
has definitely won a fan today, because man, the way this entire top 4 was played, this was sick. This was really dope.
Absolutely. Yeah, I was the same way. We were talking, just to let you guys know, we were talking before the broadcast. We were like, all right, I know Oops here, I know TLTC, and I know Bugs, but I don't know Bry. I'm not familiar with him, but he's definitely put himself on the map, at least in my eyes, man. That Giant is nasty.
Man, what a set. All day today, these games have been really, really good. I actually got to see a new character like I wanted as well, so that was cool too, man. I really was happy that got to see Stripe play at like such a high level. I've only seen it by like proxy, you know what I'm saying? And also make sure Kombat4Rare.org if you guys would like to donate. It goes to a great cause. As you can see down there, the $100,000 goal is what we are aiming for, and I really do appreciate everybody that has watched, that has donated so far. It's been a pleasure here talking with Coney, talking video games and talking about multiverses. So please, please, please let people know you're enjoying yourself. And also, if you guys would like to win an arcade cabinet, you do have that opportunity coming up. 30-30-30 is what you need to win. Enter that bad boy in the chat if you would like to be involved in it, and that will be given out to somebody lucky enough to enter that 30-30-30 in the chat. That's coming up in the next segment, so please do not forget that. But it has been amazing so far, man. It's been such a dope day so far, and I love people coming out, showing love, and donating, especially when it comes from the respective communities, man. Regardless of what community you're playing in, whether it be the FGC or any one of these games out here from the platform side of things, I just appreciate all of us coming together and being able to donate to a worthy cause with good games on the back end of it. And I got to talk about some multiverses with the boy Coney.
Hell yeah, dude. Absolutely. I mean, like you were talking about, man, it's just, it's sick being able to do these events for a great cause that matters, right? Because we have tournaments all the time, and it's fun and all, and it's great, but be able to do something for somebody that really needs it, right? For young Raiden, right? It means a lot. Guys, Kombat4Rare.org. You can donate there, read a little bit more about this truly inspiring story. You can see Raiden there. We got 27,000 raised. 2 years old. is having a lot of difficulty, but we would love to do something for him in this very rare disease that he does have. You could donate just whatever you have, whatever you think is comfortable. This one, like I said, as a father, this one hit especially close to home for me. So means a lot, guys, for you guys to come through. But even if not, even if you don't have anything, that's totally okay. If you guys wouldn't mind sharing out the stream, we got a lot more gameplay coming up in just a bit. I mean, there's a whole lot of stuff happening. We got to cast this first part with the Multiverse's top 4. Steve, brother, I had a ton of fun. I would love to do this anytime. Sincerely, it was mad
fun.
Fun.
Put it in the universe, and I'm telling you right now,
Absolutely.
you know I had a great time. It's always a great time, and I'm glad you guys out there enjoying it. Tweet it out. Make sure you come back, because after this, we got more with Kombat4Rare right after this. Peace.
Hi everybody, it's Chris Casamassa, and I play Scorpion in the Mortal Kombat films. And I just want to take a moment to give a shout out and a lot of support to young baby Raiden. Now, Raiden suffers from a very rare genetic disorder called UBA5. And I want to do everything in my power to help and support him, because it's so rare that there are only about 30 known cases in the entire world. But we know that Raiden is a fighter. And we know that Raiden, like the Raiden in the films, can come out of this with a flawless victory. But it's going to take all of us. And that's why I'm happy to do my part to support him in his journey for health and wellness. Anyway, that's it for now. Thank you so much for watching, and I'll see you all very soon.
Welcome into Amon Green's Gamers Lounge. I'm your host, Amon Green. Oops, I hit the button too many times. There we go. And welcome into a first-time podcast special. We got a great crew of guys with us. I say pioneers of the industry in terms of bringing to light games that I say push the envelope, obviously, because of the brutality or fatality in the games, or rim-rocking games like NBA Jam and all that fun stuff. So I like to welcome in. I was trying to get them, see what I could bring them in on, but I'm gonna go midway crew here, and in reference to the Kombat4Rare fundraiser that I've been promoting for the last few weeks here on my podcast. So I like to go through the stream and introduce everybody. So we have right in the middle to my right, Tim. How I say your last name, Kim?
Kitzrow, welcome to Amon Green's Gamers Lounge on Fire Edition. Boom shakalaka.
Boom. Oh my God, we got it. Now I got it on record, so I clipped that. I can use that later on. Got Sal DeVita and Josh Sway and Mark Tremmel. How you doing, everyone? Welcome to the stream.
Great to be here, Amon.
Hey, how's it going?
Great to be here. Yep. So we are here. It is time for time for a tournament going on today. It's the big Mortal Kombat tournament for the Kombat4Rare donor drive that's been going on probably since the start of October, and actually the streams for it has started on October 14th. So now we're here on the big day. So we're here to talk a lot of video games and just a lot of history of fun stuff, then obviously 4 great calls. So before we get going with some of the questions, I'm going to run the website right there on the bottom. Here is the Kombat4Rare.donor.drive, so you can help raise awareness, donate. And I say at this point in time, donate as much as you can, help out with that cause, because it is a rare disease called UBA5 that is affecting a lot of young people on the planet and people in general, families all included around the planet and here in the United States as well. So one of our guys that helped set us up, he's helped plan this event as well, helped me out. Tommy Pham is his son, Raiden, and he named his son after one of the characters because he was a Mortal Kombat fan. And just go to the website, you can see the story for Raiden and what their family is going through. So he's helping spread awareness for everyone to help people out in the world to know about this disease, to make sure if their child in the family or somebody they know are dealing with something like this, they could, help them out, having awareness to see the early signs of this disease. So, gentlemen, I got all that fun stuff out of the way. We're going to continue to talk about it here on the show. So for me, this is like, oh man, this is pretty cool. I grew up in an arcade. Then I grew up with consoles at my house. My dad was an IT guy when we lived in Los Angeles, California. He worked at Northrop Aviation. So he would bring the Apple II computer home to repair stuff, those computers on a weekly. And the first couple of games I played after he fixed one computer, it was Carmen Sandiego and Oregon Trail. So he said, check it out. We got those games on there. And if it cuts off or something doesn't seem right, let me know. And I did. I played through the game. It took me about a half hour. I played a little bit of Carmen Sandiego, a little bit of Oregon Trail. And I was like, I think it's working because it didn't cut off like my dad mentioned and all that. So I was like, I think it's that. I think you're good to go. He's like, all right, thanks. And so from that point on, I was like, always over his shoulder. He's got his soldering iron. He's fixing things, electrical tape, wrapping it up. I'm like, man, this is so cool. So just to have you guys here and to talk about gaming, to talk about, how you're helping out with this cause today, it is I say a great thing, for me, obviously being a big fan. I'm fan. So this is me fanboying, if y'all don't realize it by now, me fanboying. And I just finished watching Insert Coin, and that right there too was just another trip down memory lane. And it's good, it's interesting and good to see the journey for everyone, with those companies, and then creating friendships, business relationships, all that stuff that goes involved into gaming. Because obviously there's a serious side, there's the business side, but then it's just being the fan person of what video games, computer games brings into our world, is the fantasy world of you just becoming somebody else or doing cool things with a controller or a kickstick or whatever you call them to play and fight games. So I'm gonna start with Tim. So you being the voice of one of these games. So what I ask everybody, so I'm gonna go through everybody on this one. This is our main question that we ask on the podcast is your gaming origin story question. So that question entails, what game was it? How old were you when you started playing video games? And obviously, you guys were at the pinnacle of it. So how old were you? What was the game? And who was it that taught you that game or put it in front of you? And then what was it? Yep. Yeah,
I got you.
Yep.
Well, first of all, Mod, it's very nice of you to welcome us here. But you realize that you're in enemy territory because we're all from Chicago. So it's like tonight's matchup. Amon Green and the Green Bay Packers take on the monsters of the Midway, the Chicago Bears. Kaboom! Unfortunately for you, I happen to be probably the lone Green Bay Packer fan here because I was born in Lake Geneva and my dad was
right
from
down the
Stevens
street.
Point. So I fortunately, during your whole career, was able to follow you with a big smile on my face as opposed to all my friends who were steps away from jumping off a rooftop somewhere.
Right. Yeah, it was business. It was all business.
Yeah,
Nothing
so I've had
personal.
Favre and Rodgers and you and Aaron Rodgers now, and I know all my Chicago friends will hate me for saying that, but I was blessed to be a Packers fan. Getting that out of the way, that was me being the fanboy for you.
Right.
My first video game was Pong. My dad brought it home on our big old 14-inch or 13-inch black and white TV set.
Yeah.
And it wasn't as thrilling as your first experience with Carmen Sandiego, I guess. And then my next experience was in college, I think, playing Pac-Man.
Okay.
Might have played 5 or 6 games, but I realized when I went up to get another beer, I'd spent my quarters on Pac-Man. So that was pretty much the end of my video game playing.
Right.
Yep.
And that was the thing you had to consider going out to the arcade. You're like, all right, it's 25 cents. I know as a kid, I'll be like, all right, I could maybe get $10, bump $10 off of dad and get another 5 off of mom. Or I could at least have that 5. They'll give me a drink and a hot dog, maybe.
Yeah.
And the $10 was for the gaming.
Yeah, and now when we re-released NBA Jam, NFL Blitz for EA Sports, when Mark was with EA, those games came out at I think 20, 25 a piece. Mark, I forget, but that was what you guys would spend in an afternoon. Maybe or a couple days. Depends on your addiction level.
Yes.
But now when the kids would go, man, $20 for a game, like Newton Football League, I just did that, and people are like, $21 or whatever it is. They have no idea what you guys spent and the older generation spent. But my video game experiences, I never really picked up a controller, so I'm a virgin, really.
Gotcha. Oh wow, that's interesting. Being
it's crazy.
It's crazy. Yeah. All right, Sal. What about yourself?
Yeah, my first game was Pong in the arcade. So so it still goes way back. First home game also was Pong. But I think in the arcade, the game that just etched a space in my mind that made me just wow, games for some reason was Tron. I think.
Oh yeah.
Movie. There's just something about it, colors, just the music. You can see it start becoming this piece of entertainment, this quality piece of entertainment. It felt immersive to me because I'd just seen the movie. And so that was a thing. And then at home, I think the game that made me want to make games was a game called Ultima Online, like 8 or something like that.
Oh,
or 7.
yeah.
Yeah, it was like this really long, in-depth game. And I just spent months and months on it and just really got into it and was writing stuff down. I was learning the language. It was all, it had all these cryptic runes that you had, you could decipher and whatever. And I was I really got into it. It was a whole life experience for me. So
sounds like Final Fantasy or something, a deep game like that plays forever. They're on 20 or something like now. 20 or 19.
Yeah.
Final Fantasy. Okay. So what about Josh? You up next. What's your Game and Orange story?
This is gonna be super monotonous, but it is Pong. I mean, we're all older guys, so it's Pong is it. In terms of the first game, didn't really resonate a whole lot with me. So I think in all honesty, probably the first video game that really sucked me in was Defender. And there were other games that I played before, but that's probably the game that I got really obsessed over because it was the first video game that I saw so many buttons on. It was so complicated that it was when I played it and I mastered it, it felt like an accomplishment because it wasn't just a one button and a stick. It was I think it was 5 buttons or something. It was some ridiculous amount of controls on that. So that's what really got me, sucked into it and such. And then, and in all honesty, I don't think I ever really had a game that made me want to get into making games yet because I never thought I was going to get into making games. I studied to make movies and I kind of got into games by accident, but it was just, so it was just good timing for that part of my life.
Nice. And it led to some great things, of course. So that's awesome for me and everybody else. And so, Mark, last but not least, so what is your gaming origin story?
Well, similar. I grew up in the arcades. First there were the pinball machines, and then it moved into the Pong, and the early Gorf was an early game that came out. But the game that really had the biggest impact on me was Robotron, which came out in 1982, and dual joystick shooter. And I have to tell you, Eugene Jarvis, he's a good friend of mine. I'm a big fan of his. Learned a lot from him over the years at Midway. But that game still holds up today. If you were to roll that into any party room, any arcade, people gave it a shot. It's super tuned. It's competitive. It's tough. And so that's the game that I spent the most time on and was really awestruck at watching other players. They're surrounded by all these, grunts that are, coming in at them, and they're picking off somebody over here in the corner and, moving one pixel this way. And it was amazing. So many times I would look at my buddy as we're watching some, superstar play and go, man, I'm proud to be a human being. His brain just did that, got out of that mix using his brain. So that game had a big impact on me.
Nice. I mean, for me, I say to so y'all could fill y'all in on my game and origin story. So it started, as you heard of it already. My dad bringing home that Apple II PC, but then the actual console game that I started on, or console and then games I started on, was ColecoVision. So that was about 83, I think 82, 83 for me, and then it was Donkey Kong and Zagzon. I was playing those things so much where I could beat Zagzon in about 30 minutes. And then I would go use the bathroom, come back and come beat it again. So I just got to see how fast I could just beat the game. And then Donkey Kong took a little longer because it has the different levels as the barrels get faster, coming down the floors as you go up to save the princess or what. I can't even remember her name. Was it? I don't know. I don't think it was the princess because that was more for Mario.
Right.
But yeah, that was my gaming story, and that was my dad. He introduced me, and he would jump down. He would sit down on the floor with me every now and then. But then when things got serious, when Nintendo came out, and between 10-Yard Fight and Tecmo Bowl, my dad played me in that. And after about 2 games, he said, "All right, I'm out." He said, "I got this little 8-year-old destroying me on this game." He's like, "I'm done. I'll watch you from behind, or I'll help you with the one game." Gyromite with Rob the Robot. I had that where you could spin the wheel and then you put Rob would spin the wheel and he could move it and put it on the things to help you go through different doors in the game itself. So it was like their first thing that Nintendo did where you actually had interaction between something that wasn't in the game but something that you could use that they're still doing today, which is real interesting and amazing today. So now let's go into a little bit of history of your stories of how you got into gaming. I always like to ask that question when I have somebody in your neck of the woods here. So for each of you, can you tell us how you got into the video game industry? And so basically, who wants to start first? I'll go and start with Mark since he was the last of the gaming origin story. So let's tell us your story and how you got into the industry and what was some of the highlights and some of the things you had to work through.
And Amon, if I may interrupt you, to your listeners, that if they don't know, Mark already is most well known for creating NBA Jam and NFL Blitz, and then he'll fill in the blanks. But make sure they know as he starts out his story.
Thank you, Tim. I appreciate that.
Yeah, no problem. It's interesting. I'm like the grandfather of video games, right? So my games came out, before you were born.
Right.
I had Apple II games, they came out, before you were playing your Apple II when you were a little kid. But what was interesting is a friend of mine in my neighborhood, when I was about 13 years old, his dad was a professor at a local college, and he would bring home a terminal that he would, dial a phone number and put this, phone into this coupling device on the back of this terminal, and it would connect in with the mainframe at the local college. And it had a football game, and there you could, a printer would print out, 1st and 10 at the 20. And then it would say, A, run right, B, long bomb.
Right.
Quarterback sneak. And so you would hit A, B, or C on the keyboard and hit enter, and it would chew on it a little bit, and then it would come back to 3-yard gain.
Oh, wow.
And so
that for a 3-yard gain.
Right.
And then it mailed you punch cards. It mailed punch cards to your house, and you put those into a slot.
No.
See what the result was.
Yeah. So it was literally a teletype machine where you would, wait for a minute to get the result back after you'd hit enter.
Oh my goodness.
And so I was hooked from that point forward. I wanted to know, okay, how did they make that? How does this computer play football? And, it's a very simple program, of course, as you can imagine. This is so before Pong. There was a game called Zork you may have heard of. It's like an adventure game, the same thing. You would just type in, go left or right, and you'd read some paragraph of text. But so that is how I started into games, is trying to understand how a computer could do this kind of a thing.
Right.
And this is before graphics. And so really from the age of 13, this is all I've ever done. I left high school I graduated at 16, went to a local college, and never look back. So around when I turned 18, the Atari VCS, the 2600, was out. You had Activision and you had Atari, and I went out there and started making games on the Atari 2600. Worked for Activision, back in the Pitfall.
Yeah,
Pitfall days.
Pitfall, Joust. Yep.
Yeah, never look back. So I kind of started early, right to a terminal hooked up to a mainframe computer.
Awesome. And what's interesting, I'm hearing like it's not changed much today, because I know streamers now are the new. There's a lot of coders out there. They're already at the companies making fantastic games, but now the streamers are that mindset now. Like you said, once you played that game and you're like, this is it, I'm hooked. I'm going for it. I'm gonna give it. This is my shot. And you have content creators now doing that. Ninja, that's kind of his story. Shroud and other streamers that just said, you know what, I'm dropping. I was a teacher, and now I'm going to just stream 24/7. This is awesome. I can play games and have people watch me play, and people can see me, my personality, and obviously the game genres that I play. So
it's interesting. You touched on something, the similarities.
Yeah.
The lessons that I learned back in the 80s on how to make a game and what was fun and what wasn't fun, those same concepts still apply today. 40 years later, I'm still using similar techniques and similar mindset on these games. So it's interesting.
It is. It's interesting and amazing. So Josh, you take it down memory lane. So your turn. Tell us your story in the gaming world, how you got into it, and like I said, what's some of the success points there, and maybe some bumps in the road that you had along the way.
Yeah, I mean, it's like I said earlier, I wasn't planning on getting into making video. I love video games, much like Mark and everyone else here. Maybe not Tim, but I was a total arcade rat. So my brothers managed arcades out in Los Angeles, so I was always around arcade games, a total arcade fiend. But I always thought that I was going to go into filmmaking, so that's what I went to school for. And what happened was, this was in the very early 90s. Went towards my last year in film school, I started getting into computer graphics, and I kind of started playing around with putting video stuff into the computer and messing around with them, manipulating and things like that. And a friend of mine got hired at Midway Games back in the day, and Midway at the time, Mortal Kombat had already come out. The first NBA Jam had already come out, and they were already pioneering a lot of this video work inside of video games with their characters and sprites and everything. And so at the time, they were starting to look for more people with that type of experience. And so he encouraged me to go apply over there, and I thought, okay, you know what, I'll apply. I just graduated. I don't have a job anyways, and I'll probably work at Midway for a year and then go move out to LA and make movies or something like that.
Right.
So I applied, and the funny thing is, and talking about bumping the road, it turns out that I interviewed probably about 9 times at Midway over the course of a year, trying to get in.
Okay.
Because just for various reasons, they just kept bringing me back to interview, but they would never hire me. And so I was very persistent. I just showed up anytime they asked me to show up. But during that year, in between that year, I ended up getting married. I had another job already and such. And I came back. The day I came back from my honeymoon is when I finally got the notice saying, "Hey, yeah, we'll hire you." And it was Mark and Sal's team that they were fresh off of the success of NBA Jam. They're about to do this crazy wrestling game with WWF at the time, which was now WWE. Yeah. And they needed an extra artist. Back then video game teams were like 4 people. So I was 25% of the team when they brought me and such. And that's how I got on. And so again, I just like, wow, this is fantastic. Looks like it's gonna be a fun game. Get to meet, superstar wrestlers. Well, and NBA Jam was huge already at the time. And I remember seeing that at a bar thinking that game looked incredible. So it's like suddenly I'm meeting the guys that are making it.
Right.
Yeah, one thing to note from that, Josh, I wanted to compliment you. One thing to note from that is that I think the look of WWF WrestleMania was awesome, and part of that had to do, I think, with the lighting work that you helped us figure out on that. Like we lit the characters, I think, really well, and they look modeled, they look dimensional, and they popped off the screen. I think a lot of that had to do with, I think, your eye in general for that stuff. So I think that was like lucky for us that you came there, because games before that, Mortal Kombat looked good, but I think we raised the bar on WrestleMania in the looks department, and I think you're a big part of that.
Oh, thanks. Yeah. That was such a crazy game. So it was. I can ask for a better entryway into the industry, because it was, and I'm sure we'll get more into it later on. But just not that we were working with the actual wrestlers in our studio for 2 straight days. Undertaker, Bam Bam Bigelow, all these like crazy stars. I thought I was in a very surreal dreamland, and like, is this really happening? So yeah, again, that was it was a great way to get in the industry, and then I got stuck in the industry for over 20 years after that.
Oh, that's a bad stuck right there. I wouldn't mind getting stuck in the gaming industry for 20, 30 years. So real quick, Josh, won't let you go before I get to Saul. So who was the most difficult wrestler that personality you had to deal with?
I'm pretty sure everyone will agree, but this is from my opinion. I think it was Lex Luger.
Yeah.
Really, Lex?
In terms of personality.
Okay.
In terms of who was a really nice guy, but just couldn't perform very well for our purposes, was Adam Bomb.
Oh, Adam Bomb. What was he? What he couldn't do?
Oh no, he was just like, it was really tough working. Being a video game actor is really much tougher than people realize.
Right.
These wrestlers, we're having them do things that over and over again that they just weren't used to. So it's like, do a power driver in 8 different angles and do it over and over again.
Right.
Pretending there's a body there, things like that. So.
They weren't gamers. They weren't imaginative. Like, hey, I get what you're doing. If you now you have me, because I did motion capture for NFL 2K that came out in '99. And the crazy thing was, I was the motion capture for running back, defensive backs, linebackers, and wide receivers. So it was like 4 different bodies. They're pretty thick. I was like, that was a pretty thick wide receiver, Usually they tall and slim, but this one was like short and stocky. I'm like, all right, that's my body. That's Randy Moss, but that's my body.
Wow.
So Saul, tell us about your journey through the video game industry.
Yeah, I started off being a traditional artist, so hand drawing, painting. I went to school for it and everything, and then and partway through college, I was introduced to a home computer called the Amiga home computer. And it was one of the first computers that you could do computer art on affordably in your home. And then also coincidentally animation, which I was a big fan of. I used to do hand sketched animations on flip cards that I would like take a Super 8 camera and shoot every frame of to make whatever. It's what all video people do, right? Josh probably made 20 of his own. And then while I was doing that, I got a job at a company making, because, I was doing stuff that not a lot of people did at the time, computer graphics. And then I got into an industry where I was doing graphics for educational shows at a company. And then somebody I worked with there, Tony Goski, he worked with me and left to get a job at Midway Games. And then he pulled me into Midway Games. And then and because of that computer background I had already, it was, a good match. And then I started, the first game I worked on was a game with Mark, with NBA Jam, some game with Mark. And sometimes I talk about it and I don't want to throw the name out there.
Right.
Oh yeah, this game I once worked on, it's a basketball game, called NBA Jam. You wouldn't know it. But so that was my first experience, and it was all digitized, which is also something I had played around with in the past. But at Midway, they were taking it to another level. Like they had their stuff down, and it was a great experience learning that whole process of digitizing. We had custom tools that Warren Davis wrote that made the process even easier. And from there, I was in heaven after that. It was animation, game entertainment, and video quality, like that visual quality that artist that satisfied like me. And it was and then of course action. So NBA Jam was an action-oriented game I'm all about the old action stars, the Schwarzeneggers and the Stallones. And
that was my time.
And while we didn't do like any fighting, we did have shoving. And that was like, it's like, okay, we can work with this. We got shoving at least. We got elbows. Okay. And now let's do some really cool stuff where we're slamming stuff, Okay, so let's do these cool dunks too. And I was super happy working with Mark and the guys on that stuff.
Yeah, I watched the video of Insert Coin, and I saw, that part where you were talking about, I think it was you actually talking about having to have, whoever was the model or even an actual NBA player, like we were just talking with the different looking up, looking down, making sure you go through that whole circle, the head angles to where you give us the gamer the full experience. And I can say I definitely had that, because like I said, I was at Godfather's Pizza there in Omaha, Nebraska, playing it on a Friday night, eating pizza, and just going through our own tournament bracket. Hey, all right, who's up next? We just go play, pop some more quarters in. Thank God we knew the guy knew us at the little pizzeria, so they gave us big deals on the food, so we didn't have to pay a whole lot, so we have more coins to put in the machine, help us out with theirs. So that was the beauty of being a gamer, because they know, okay, they ain't got a whole lot of money. They come here every Friday, so let's help them out. Let's give them a little leeway on the gaming and the food. So all right, Tim, we're on you, man. The voice now, and to be what's that?
And there's Josh's movie, Insert Coin. And
awesome.
I've been taking this on the road with me to game cons, and people are loving getting this on Blu-ray. But I kind of came in a weird kind of backdoor way. When I was a kid, my favorite things in the world were sports, music, and comedy. And somehow they all
kind of like me right here
coming together. I ended up going to school for a traditional conservatory acting training, performing in Chekhov and Shakespeare, played Romeo, played Prince Hal, Shakespeare in the Park in New York, worked in Los Angeles at the Topanga Canyon Theater. And then I moved to Chicago, my love of SCTV, Second City, my favorite comedy group, along with Monty Python. But I was always drawn to comedy. So I'm auditioning, as most actors are, for commercials and whatever else is in Chicago. And on the weekends, I wanted to keep my love of music alive. So I got into a little weekend warrior band playing the drums. And a fellow, Chris Granner, who is a sound designer, brilliant guy from the pinball department, said that they were working on a Gilligan's Island game. And he said, "Can you do Mr. Howell?" That's kind of a weird question. I'd rather do Ginger, personally. But how much does it pay? And he goes, $50. I go, well, make it 100 and I'll do the skipper too.
Oh, man.
Boom. Hey-o. So I walked in and
$100.
I know. Hey, man, I was starting back then.
No, I can't believe they were offering that for a price.
Yeah, I made $50 an hour, which was just ridiculous money for me back then. As I said, I'm waiting tables and I'm young and it was this stuff I loved to do. I loved the pinball world. When I was little, I did love playing pinball. So this was a dream come true. I'm playing in a band and I'm making extra money doing this and I'm making really good friends. And then they would kind of check in with me when another game came along. Hey, you think you could do Rod Serling? We're doing the Twilight Zone. I was able to pull it off. And can you do Gilligan? Or can you do Popeye? And it was like one after another, The Shadow. So I'm about 10 or 15 games in at this point, in 92. And John Hay, who did the music, the producer for NBA Jam, said, "Hey, Mark's working on this game across the street at Midway, an NBA basketball game. Do you want to do it?" That's how I remember it. And maybe Mark or Sal remember it differently. So I just remember maybe my name and the work that I'd done was respected enough to just get that offer, which I still can't believe happened that easily. But I took full advantage. As I said, my background, comedy, sports, performance, it all came together. And eventually, with Blitz, I got to writing the comedy. MLB Slugfest, Sal was the genius behind making that all come together, especially with the angle of the humor. The video games had the humor visually, and I was there to provide the audio counterpart, the crazy over the top style. So this was everything I'd ever wanted, comedy, sports, performance. So that's how I snuck into the business.
Oh man, that is cool. I know I got a little acting behind me too. Out of football, I tried my wits at a movie called Big Stan with Rob Schneider. He was the director. It was a little comedy / convict movie. He was in jail because he was a lawyer that got caught for extortion or something crazy. And then I was one of the inmates to become his friend and to make sure we showed him the ropes. so he didn't get beat up. Rob Schneider's little actor, great guy though. I say the most interesting thing on that set was the day. So he had obviously, how in the industry you hire people closely or family members to, I guess, save on the budget. And so his brother was one of the, I think, first AD on the set. And one day, whatever his brother did, Rob did not like it. And I've seen this little guy forever in all the movies before I met him. He's always happy, saying something silly. You can do it.
Yeah.
Man, I seen him go like, was it like possessed like a demon and go off on his bro. I'm like, this little guy, that came out of him. Like, man, what you do? Like, what's going on? I was like, okay, that
is one deranged human being, obviously working out some personal issues on the field down there. Unsportsmanlike conduct. Way to go. That's why we love him.
Boom. Oh, thank you. Thanks for that, Tim. And thanks everybody for that question right there. So real quick, what I'm going to put up here on the screen is that I'd like to ask everyone for today to donate. We got, I think Josh mentioned no, it was off camera before we got going, but we had Arcade Up One is going to donate a Blitz cabinet. So right now, if you could donate $20 to enter in a chance to win that Blitz cabinet for the NFL Blitz cabinet that Arcade One is giving away, that will be outstanding help, raise all the funds. I've been putting up the information, the website you should have been at already, and you saw it on the bottom of the screen, the Kombat4Rare.donor drive. Go there to the website, see Raiden's story, see how you can still help out, even though this is the close to the end of the drive, but it's going to always keep going. It's going to never stop. That's what me and Tommy have talked about this whole month, even though the month of October is coming to an end. No, the drive and the awareness and spreading the news about battling against UB5 will never stop. So go to the website or now, put your $20 donation in to enter a chance to win that Blitz cabinet here. So with that,
that's right. Come on, you want it. It's only $20. I mean, you spend that on a Starbucks, a donut and a cup of coffee. You spend that at the arcades in a half an afternoon, and you spend it $20 just to get a video game these days, and you have a chance to get a Blitz cabinet, but even better, to help someone out and to help people that don't have the same life and the freedoms and happiness that you have, people that are struggling.
Exactly. I couldn't say it better myself. Thank you, Tim. And with that being said, I want to talk about that right now. Let's talk about a little bit about Kombat4Rare and why you, the crew here, has come to support it with where you're at in the industry and what the games that are being played here today. So anybody can start it off.
Tommy reached out to me and he told me what was going on with his child, and I didn't even get to the end of it, and I was just about in tears. And like anything I can do, the joy that this industry has brought me and financial rewards. I mean, of course I'm there. I mean, what do you need? And I go to shows around the country, and I meet so many wonderful people. And there was one I was just at in Wichita the other day. A little girl is blind in one eye. She's going blind in the other. She's had multiple surgeries. She has trouble with her hearing. She just had oral surgery, and she was the sweetest kid in the world. We went to her birthday party, Dave and Buster's. Her family was just in tears, and we had a great. And I said, if just to be able to make her, cheer her up for a day, to have her heroes, because she loves. It was the Mortal Kombat 30th anniversary. Had all the guys from Mortal Kombat 1 there.
Right.
Was a moment in her life that means so much that family will never forget. And if we can come together as a community, as this industry, and throw down some money, and that big net, and $10, $20, to have a chance to win a game, whatever you can do, you have no idea how you can affect a person's life with one small act of kindness.
Yes, thank you, Sal. Look, I don't know, you look like you were going to say something, Josh. Maybe
Tim said it all. Tim said it all. Ditto. Like everything he said was spot on. And same thing. I got involved with this the same way. We reached out and started reading through the situation, and it was like, yep, I got to help that however I can.
Yep. And same for me. He reached out through a guy I work with ESTV, Esports Television, Eric Yoon. And once I heard, probably like you, Tim and Sal, 5 minutes into it, I was like, I said, where do I sign up? What do I need to do? Do I need to come somewhere, or do I? He's like, no, you can stay at home and just do it off stream, and you can help us, doing something like this. And I'm like, oh, No problem. I said that's if that's it. I'll say I'll do more. What more? So I've been posting all month long. They're giving me social. I'm asking them every other day. Tommy, you got more graphics I could put out there? Because from a marketing sense, you don't want to put the same graphic out. So I'm like, give me something new so I could put out there to let people know about this this cause and what we're doing for you and your family and your son Raiden there. So
think about next time you drive through a drive-through and you drop $20 to get a burger and some fries and something, and you can put that $20 to help someone's family, someone's kid, someone's child, and you have a chance to win an NFL Blitz game. I mean, it's a win-win, right?
Yep, a win-win. So we're gonna shift gears and talking about another game that's come out the Midway camp there in Chicago. So Mortal Kombat, the big game that we're playing today, and I say a new next-gen version of it, not the original. What started all the scrambling and people talking, oh my God, they're knocking people's heads off on the game and all that, which was what we wanted as kids. We're like, yes, I get to destroy you and then rip your spine out at the same time. So tell us about some of the great and interesting moments during the development of that game. And I'm not sure if everybody was on it at one point in time, but whoever was on it, explain that story and the funness and the moments that you had during that game.
Yeah, I played a couple characters in Mortal Kombat 3 and in one of the other games too. So I played Nightwolf, Sector, Cyrax, Smoke, and then Scorpion in Sub-Zero Mythologies, which I think Josh was also a part of. And it was very casual. So the creators, John Tobias and Ed Boon, we were all buddies. We're all hung out together. We all, we're every day we talk and joke around and do our thing. And one day, I think John Tobias was walking by and he's like, "Hey, Sal, you feel like being a character in our game in Mortal Kombat 3?" And I'm like, sure. And so one afternoon, I just went into the studio. They dressed me up like Nightwolf. They told me what I needed to do. I had done some stuff though for I think our other games. So I think WrestleMania, I think I put on some suit. I was always a practice actor for our games. I was always somebody who's just a placeholder actor. And so I think
you put your life on the line. I don't know if you want to tell that story. Was
that's
Mortal
the
Kombat?
motion capture stuff. Yeah, the motion capture stuff was a different story because after Mortal Kombat, I started coming out of my shell a little bit, and progressed from there.
Wait, you were in a shell?
I was shy back then.
It is it's funny though that you got asked so nonchalantly by Tobias. And so my first encounter with Mortal Kombat with the team was I was working with Mark and Sal on WrestleMania, and this was the first. I think it was within the first 2 weeks of starting working at Midway, and they were working on Mortal Kombat 2 at the time, and John nonchalantly comes up to me and asks "Hey, can you get a picture of your face?" And I said, "Yeah, sure." And I knew it was for the games. I was like, "Wow!" I was kind of excited, but I had no idea what they're going to do. And so they took the picture, and later on, it turned out that at the end of Mortal Kombat 2, if you play a Sub-Zero and you finish the game, the end story, his mask comes off, and it's my face on Sub-Zero. And I was like, "Wow, that was awesome!" And I wasn't expecting that. And at the time, I thought it was very cool, but I didn't think it was going to be one of those things that would come up 25, 30 years later, something which, and it's ironic. I think that's the one and only time that a ninja in a Mortal Kombat game was actually portrayed by an Asian. So it's
interesting.
For some reason, it's always some Latino dude or some Italian guy in the movies.
Oh my goodness!
You're right. I didn't even think of that.
I just thought about that just now as I was talking. I was like, wait a second, that's the only time.
Yeah. Liu Kang. Liu Kang
wasn't a ninja though.
Oh, he wasn't a ninja.
Remember. I'm just talking in terms of the ninjas and stuff.
Yeah.
But beyond that, I ended up eventually after I worked with Mark and Sal, I worked with Tobias on the Sub-Zero game, and then worked a little bit on Mortal Kombat 4. But it's at Midway. It was. I mean, I wouldn't say it was a large studio because it was small enough that everyone kind of knew each other very well.
Right.
And I don't know. Mark and Sal might be able to speak to this better, but it was almost like there was a little bit of an unspoken rivalry between the team. Nothing negative or anything like that, but it's more like, hey, who can make the next kick-ass game that's gonna, generate a ton of quarters and such. And so there's always this light, well, maybe not so light, rivalries between everybody. But I'll let those guys talk about that.
Actually, I thought it was more. I thought it was more and it might have been, but I was too dumb to notice it. But I thought it was more of a wanting to impress your fellow developers on like one-upping each other. It's like, okay, you did that. Okay, we're going to do this, and then they would come by and be like, God damn it, I wish I would have thought of that. And they go back and they try to do something better. So it was like this, just
Lennon McCartney.
Right. Just trying to like almost in a friendly way, just one up each other and outdo each other, and as a consequence, made things a lot better. Hold the industry.
I thought it was kind of like Motown, and if you saw the documentary "Standing in the Shadows of" or the Funk Brothers, "Standing in the Shadows" or something, all those great Holland Dozier, whatever, and then you had Smokey Robinson, all those great writers, and just who's got the next hit, who's got the number one, who can get to the market first, and there was that interesting story in Insert Coin, Josh, if you would tell that about. The kind of offer there was what was $1 million to whose game came out first?
Mark can speak to that. Mark's got a great story about that.
Yeah, I kind of forgot, but it's a great story.
Oh yeah, Mark, we'll love to hear. Can you tell that story, Mark?
Well,
a little bit of it.
I don't know if it was $1 million, but I remember there was a similar story.
Yeah. There's a lot of stories like that, but kind of touching on the competition in that era, the digitized graphics was actually the thing that was brand new.
Mm-hmm.
When you think about, Mortal Kombat or NBA Jam, wow, these are real players, or that's a real
person, right? It's a real person.
Yeah.
Video. Yep.
There were a couple of games that were starting to dabble with that, but we were all kind of geeking out on trying to improve that technology and who could do the smoothest, moves or the most interesting, content. And so there's a lot of competition just to visually make things better and better.
Right.
The hardware in the arcades was super powerful, and so we could continue to turn on whether it be more blood droplets or parallaxing backgrounds or crowd images. We had so much horsepower that from a programmer standpoint, it was great to just keep on piling more and more and more in there. But the story that Tim alludes to is not uncommon. But right off the bat, the chairman of the board of Midway, it was Williams Electronics at the time, he came down and there were 4 or 5 different games that are being made. And this offer was, he said, I'll give $40,000 cash to the first guy who finishes his game. And so that kind of a little, cash bonus under the table, it creates a weird dynamic amongst the teams, right?
Right.
Because, we're all similarly, almost done. And so you're trying to, maybe start cutting corners or, getting help from somebody else, and all of a sudden the doors close, so it kind of changed the dynamic. And that was really what persisted throughout those Midway years, was the competition. Because if you think about it, we had, well, first of all, I did Smash TV was my first game, coin-op game, because I was a big fan of Robotron. John Tobias and I did that game together. And then at the end of that, we actually did Total Carnage, which is another dual joystick game. But then we separated. He went to work with Ed to do Mortal Kombat. I went to work on NBA Jam, and then Sal came into the company. And we just kept kind of one-upping each other with, Blitz and another Mortal Kombat. And, you had Killer Instinct came in from the outside, and you had all these games. And so there was a competitive atmosphere all the way through. And that also translated to the money, whether it be the salaries or the bonus plans. It was quite an era.
Nice. So with the Mortal Kombat today, or how involved are y'all still with Mortal Kombat today?
I was never involved with Mortal Kombat.
Okay.
I think Ed, said thank you or something in the credits for playtesting or something, but
correct.
It was just kind of the camaraderie and feedback back.
Got you.
So I'm not part of that mix.
Gotcha. And so, okay, we got Mortal Kombat, and we talked about, and then we're gonna talk a little bit about, I'll say, the other games that came out during your time, between the Rampage and Blitz. What's one y'all want to go to next? So I hand it off to y'all. Blitz, NFL Blitz.
Of course.
Welcome to NFL Blitz 99. I'm on green. Turns the corner, nothing but green. He could go all the way. Touchdown, green.
So how was that process of building out a game for a very, very popular sport here in the United States, and just knowing, and because I know how the NFL works, I'm pretty sure they were always knocking on the door. Hey, what's the game look like? Hey, what's this look like? So how was that process working with the league? Because I was a player in the league, so I know how it works, good and bad. But how was that for y'all coming from the gaming side of it, dealing with, I say, another big business in the industry?
I'm going to jump in here first on this one.
Okay. Okay.
It was just the opposite of kind of what you were imagining.
Right.
We had done NBA Jam, big hit. The NFL was like, oh, we want to get into this arcade, sports business. And so they gave us the license to do NFL Blitz. We had just come off of, this wrestling title. Sal is a wrestling, he loves all those action films. We were kind of geeking out on this mocap, which is the new technology, 3D games. It was our first 3D game.
Yep.
And so Sal was doing all this mocap and, doing dances and hard hits and bouncing around because we had just done that with WrestleMania.
Right.
We developed that game and we knew it was, it's coming together. We put it on location. It's testing good. Never talked to the NFL. We're adding all these moves. We're adding the sounds. Tim's going wild with, all of his audio. And then we contacted the NFL and said, "Hey, we're ready to ship this thing. It's the number one game. We've one upped, NBA Jam. We've one upped, MK." And they said, "Okay, we're gonna come out and check it out and sign off on it." 2 guys showed up from the NFL offices. They looked at the game. We gave them a demonstration of the game. We played it for them, and they said, "Can you excuse us for a minute? We're going to talk privately." And we were like, "Uh-oh." We knew we were in kind of dicey area because the game was pretty violent and pretty hard hitting, right?
Right.
And so they closed the door. They came out about 10 minutes later, and they said, "Hey guys, we're going to wash our hands of this project. We're going to give you your money back. We can't be involved in this project."
Really?
Yeah. And so the president of our company, he said, whoa, wait a minute. What's the issue? And they were, obviously it's the violence. It's just too hard hitting. And so this guy, this was Neil Nicastro. He looked at me and he said, "Hey, what can you do here?" And I said, "Well, you know what? I can take all the violence out of this game and we'll put it back on location." And I said, "It's still going to be the number one game because it still plays and feels good. It's fun."
Yep.
And so we talked to the NFL. We said, "Hey, tell you what, we're going to strip the violence out of the game. We're going to go on location, and on Monday we'll know if the players are still reacting positively to it."
Right.
They said, "Okay, that sounds reasonable." So I did that. I took out the, violent, hard-hitting, offensive animations on location, and it was still the number one game. We came back. The NFL said, "Okay, good job." And so the game that everybody saw and played in the arcades, in the home, was the stripped-down version of the game.
Really?
The violent version of the game. And so people don't realize, they always, associate Blitz with violence and hard hitting, but it was actually stripped down.
Right. Would you have broken legs in this?
No, so we had moves like where there'd be sacks, QB sacks, where a defensive lineman would come in. I'm sorry, defensive lineman would come in, grab a QB by the face mask, lift them up, and shake them back and forth, and then body slam them to the ground.
I thought they did that. Yeah,
did the Packers do that to Jim
just
McMahon?
came off a wrestling game. How could we not do
elbow drops? We were kicking leg drops.
Yeah.
I played NFL blitzes that was doing drop kicks, so it wasn't too far off.
Right. Okay, so
it was subtle.
There's more to the story. So the NFL saw that and said, "Good job,
Right.
You stripped down the game, but we need you to make a recording for us." Like, right, Mark? Like, we have to make a videotape of all the moves, all the tackles in the game, and send it to us, and we'll approve it. And so we made, as we were doing that, we're like, well, maybe this move isn't so bad, and let's say it's the drop kick, and we're like, let's put that in there, but let's not make it happen very often. Very, very,
very
low percentage.
Gotcha.
And then the same thing with maybe one or two other moves, and then another 3 or 4 other moves, and then a few more, and then we would put them on the tape, but we would only let them happen like very infrequently. So you'd have to watch 6 hours of video and really be looking to see what these moves come out. And we sent the tape to them, and they sent us an approval back, and we're like, all right, peace out. And that's the game we ship. That's why you still see a couple of those in there, because we go, okay, maybe this isn't that bad. Let's try to put this one back in.
Yeah, see, that makes sense.
It wasn't until the game, it was #1 in the arcades. We came out, and it was actually, it beat 2K and Madden in its first release. The NFL Blitz did. And about, I don't know if you remember the ad, Cordell Stewart did a TV spot that showed him, midfield. A coach has tossed him the ball. He's throwing it off screen. The coach is saying, hey, arm's looking good today. And in the background, you hear this noise. You hear horns and, yeah. And then it cuts to, gameplay action. And then it cuts to Cordell throwing and where the ball's going. And he's picking off people in the marching band. So, he's like,
I think I remember that commercial. Yeah.
Yeah. Tuba players, trumpet players. And then the tagline for the ad was no refs, no rules, no mercy. Yeah. And then it ended with him throwing a ball, and there's a drum player running up the stands, and he pegs him in the back of the head.
I remember that one. That part right there, what you just said.
No refs, no rules, no mercy. NFL Blitz.
Yeah. And so then that was around the time when the first protocols were being talked about. There were some some concussions, and so then a big New York Times article came out that said, hey, the NFL talks about protecting their players, but look at how they're profiting on this. And so that created the hoopla.
Yeah.
Because we were already now well into our next iteration of the coin-op Blitz 99. And what happened is they came out and said, hey, you've got to get rid of the late hits. A guy is celebrating in the end zone, you nail him, right? You dive at him. And so we talked and we said, hey, how about if we, secret codes are such a staple.
I remember those too, some of the codes, yeah.
Yeah, and I said, these secret codes are so important. And I said, how about if we do the late hits can be activated by a secret code, but we just make the window 1.5 seconds. So even if they could do the code, and the reality was that the late hits only lasted a couple of seconds anyway before they cut back to, you can whack out of it even to get back to play select. And so 1.5 seconds is more than enough. And they said that they agreed. And then we made the code on the, on the loading screen.
Right. Yep. That's what I remember there. I do remember that.
Yeah. And so the code was tap any button.
Right.
Yep. Literally. That's what I thought I was doing something special when I was getting it every time. I was like, oh, I did it. Okay,
yeah. And so the game persisted into Blitz 99, essentially the same way it had been in the original Blitz.
Oh yeah. What's interesting about all that is from a football player standpoint, we love the game. Guys played it religiously. My rookie year was 1998 in Seattle. There was a GameWorks in downtown Seattle that we could go eat for free because they was our sponsor on Monday night. So of course you knew where a rookie was, 21 years old, barely knows how to cook anything. I'm going to GameWorks and playing video games and getting full off of buffalo wings. Yeah. And they had NFL Blitz, and me and a few other guys, Michael Black was the running back, got drafted with me that year too, from Washington State, and that's all we did. We go over there, we play House of the Dead, and we play NFL Blitz.
Yeah, I tell you, that Blitz 99 game, it still holds up today.
It does.
Yeah.
The amount of variety that happens. You get into a 4-player game where, two guys are running downfield, knocking around, trying to get open, and quarterback's looking, trying to find an open guy. You're juking, you're spinning, you're hurtling.
It just feels so good. Like it's so like the responsiveness of the game, the way players get hit, the way your character feels as you're navigating, and moment to moment feel, and the responsiveness of the buttons just feels so good.
It was smooth.
So, Mon, you weren't in the first version as a Seahawk, were you?
No, I was.
You were. Oh, wow.
I was off the bench. You could sub me in.
And how did you find out? Did you find out ahead of time? Did the NFLPA say, "Hey, you're going to be in this game"? You just were surprised.
I found out playing it.
Wow.
I was sitting there at game. I'm like, oh, I'm on the game. It was like when I was in college, Bill Walsh College football, and Nebraska was on there, but I'm like, ain't no way I'm on this game. I'm in college. Mm-hmm. I'm like 19, 20 years old. I'm like, no way I'm on this game. And so I put the game in on my Sega Genesis, and I'm like, oh, I'm on the game. I'm like, Mom, Dad, I'm on the college football game. I'm like, what?
He's in the game. EA Sports.
Yes. Good job.
Amon's in the game. Good way.
Oh, we're gonna get you. You're gonna give me some intros and outros, Tim. You already passed that bill there. So the game of the day though is Mortal Kombat. That was great conversation by NFL Blitz, because I remember those games playing against my teammates, beating them up literally on that thing. But now Mortal Kombat is the game of the day. So raise your hand on that. I say involvement, feedback. What was your favorite? If you developed a fatality or had an idea for a move or a costume or anything to do with that game of today, raise your hand and start talking. Sal,
like we were saying before, I was a part of Mortal Kombat 3 as an actor who
right. You said that, yeah,
right, yeah,
right.
But the interesting thing to know though is that after the acting is done, it's then the real work starts. So you have us performers doing the character work, and and it's actually during the motion shoots that we would have, and it wasn't motion capture, it was live video capture. It was interesting because you had to fake a lot of the stuff that happened to you. So if when we were jumping in the air, if we were doing flip jumps or whatever it was, we would have to fake all that. So and then the programmers and the artists would change the art to make it really look like it was supposed to look. So a front flip was really me just like tucked in a little ball, and then John would go in and then rotate that, or Ed would just do it, programmatically, have it spin in the air as the character's going through. So after the performers did their thing, the real work happened when the designers and developers and artists and programmers did their part. And that's something that I think a lot of people don't understand. It's like we're there for like 2 days doing the motions, but then the team is there all day, all night for months at a time, making the moves and making the game play the way it plays fun. So that requires, like I said, first of all, design. What are the characters going to do? And it's one thing to come up with all the ideas of the different move sets, but it's another thing to make it look really good, to add all the effects, to have to change out. I forgot to talk about this. Is you saw maybe an insert coin. For every frame of motion that was recorded, it'd have to get cut out frame by frame. So the silhouette of the move. So if you're throwing a punch, 1, 2, 3, 4, like in every frame of the motion, it has to get cut out frame by frame. And so we're sitting there, like the developers, Josh and I had our share of this time too in WrestleMania. You're cutting it all out, and you're picking the frames that represent the motion the best, and then you're cleaning it all up and you're smoothing it all out. So all that stuff, I think, is it's the unsung hero of making these games, especially at the time programming, because they're the ones that controlled all the movement and controlled timing and gameplay, and when the music started and when the announcer would make their calls, and when basically just the theatrical performance of the whole sequence was put together by programmers and the audio guys as well, and then the artists supplied the visual candy for all that. So it's just something that I want to call out there. I think a lot of people don't realize that making a game isn't just about acting out the moves. It's
Right.
about, putting it all together.
Yeah.
So in Mortal Kombat, the way they did a lot of their creative process in that was they would just shoot the shit with each other in meetings, right?
Yeah.
They would just think of the most outrageous things they could think of and then think about how they could put that. And again, a billion ideas, but only like a few, like 100.
Make the cut. Yeah, make the cut. Yeah. That's awesome, man. Because I was in Insert Coin, that's where I started to see, like you said, it started with fatality, then it went to brutality, then it went to friendship, and then mercy, and they got all type of stuff now. Like walking the dog, I think one pops up, or giving somebody a cup of coffee or something. Friendship one. I'm like, what? I'm like, this is funny. I like
and
these.
I think the thing about that is even the violence in it. Like, it's hard to say that it's violent at the old days.
Yeah, at the time, right.
It was so ridiculous. Like, it was so over the top. You're tearing a person's head off with the spine. I mean, it's with one hand. It's a gag thing. It's like Saturday morning cartoons when Tom would get his tail cut off, and you're like, like it's just like this ridiculous thing.
Right.
Or Daffy Duck is like points a shotgun in his face and then boom, blows his beak, spins
sideways
around and points to the back of his head, and it's hilarious. And that's, I think, the attitude that the game makers had at the time.
Same for Blitz. I always thought that Blitz was the same thing. It was so over the top. And I've been working on a game called Mutant Football League the last few years, and it's ridiculous. There's chainsaws and shotguns and blades on the field, but it's Saturday morning cartoons. And so I turned it into a kind of a Saturday morning cartoon Mel Blanc with 3 different voices to add the humor. But that the only thing that was missing for Mortal Kombat was the some audio that had some kind of like tongue-in-cheek thing, because Blitz, we certainly had it with me, like, oh, he ripped his head off, that was just his helmet, that kind of thing. But I always got the fact that Combat was the big cartoon, and then Sonya could do the blow kiss or whatever, so you had balancing things with the crazy violence. There was always some outward humor and tongue-in-cheek for that. And on that, though, I wanted to ask you guys that most oft asked question, probably all of us get, and I get all the time at shows: did you know this was going to be a hit? So Mark and Sal with Mortal Kombat. Mark, when you started NBA Jam, as I remember you telling the story, it wasn't NBA licensed yet. So people go, did you know it was going to be a hit? I think that by the time you did that, not to speak for you, but you probably had an idea that NFL Blitz, knowing what you had done with Jam, you go, I can make a hit. But Mortal Kombat, Sal, let you tell the story of it originally being for Claude Van Damme. So, like, Mark, the question would be, how did you approach like that, or answer that question? Did you know NBA Jam was going to be a hit versus NFL Blitz? And then Sal with Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, I can touch on that. It's crazy to know this, but it's true. When we put an arcade game out into an arcade, into a location, testing when it's 70, 80% done, within 4 or 5 hours whether you have a hit game or not. That's all it takes. You can tell with the cash box how many are the people engaged. There's nothing more democratic than people going to the change machine and putting money in and then putting it into your slot. There's no kind of bullshit there. There's no marketing that can overcome that. And so we on NBA Jam, it was a monster hit in Chicago, but the Bulls were at their apex.
Yes.
I was thinking, hey, this might be a Chicago thing. And it wasn't until I flew out to Westwood in LA, where there was a big arcade location there just off campus, that and we put an NBA Jam in there as a test product. And I went and I stood and I watched, and it was the same bedlam that was happening in Chicago, except they were picking the Lakers.
Right.
So then I remember calling back home to Chicago and saying, hey, okay, it's at least it's going to be a hit in 27 cities.
Yeah.
This game's going to work. And so you kind of know. But then, Blitz, we knew as soon as we started playing. The way Sal and I always make a game is you work on kind of the locomotion, the feel of left and right and up and down and jump. And we knew that we had something that felt good, within a month or two before you could even start playing the game.
Nice.
I remember early on in Blitzmark, we were deciding still whether to go side to side or into the field, behind the quarterback type thing. And I think we were side to side first because it was 3D. We could easily manipulate the field like that. And then after after a lot of talk and arguments and conversation and just kind of thinking about what's best for gameplay, the behind the quarterback was the right choice, just for mechanics as well. Just how to pass the ball and everything. A lot of good decisions happen there.
Which is interesting because the TV shot we're all used to still to this day is the side by side, end zone to end zone. Same way with the NBA. So
it's interesting. Back to the topic of MK. Ed's office, Ed and John worked right next to each other. 15 feet away from me, and must have been every couple of days I would hear Ed and John laughing. And they had created, some new, move. And it was like, hey, come here, look at this. And whether it be, doing a fatality or just an uppercut and the reaction on the uppercut and, the particle effects of, a splatter, just piece by piece by piece, they knew that they were making something that was great on a move by move basis. And so it was a really exciting time, to kind of see that happening and hear it happening in the studio.
Right. Yeah, they were surprised. They were just trying to surprise people. They were trying to shock people, not the way people try to shock these days with just like some ridiculously gruesome,
even a Rob Zombie movie.
Thing. Yeah, they were trying to shock people with pure like comedy, entertainment, and like visual, like oh, I didn't expect that. Like the Johnny Cage, going down for the uppercut, the nut shot, kind of thing. It's like, where did that come from? I'm like, that wasn't moving in Jean-Claude Van Damme.
It was Bloodsport. Oh yeah, I remember that.
Yeah. And then Liu Kang's bicycle kick, just like out of nowhere, you're like just holding the button down, and it's very stealthy. Especially when we were playing the game, you're not like pressing the button for it. You charge the button. Then when you released it, it just can't. You say the thing, and it's just like whoa! It shocked you, and it was hilarious because even the reactions were hilarious. Like I would just get hit over and over again, knock him down. Raiden disappearing, reappearing, and smacking it. It's like where the hell did he come from?
Yep, the teleporting,
teleport. Scorpion's hook.
Yep.
Like, get over here.
Yep.
What? It's like oh.
Exactly. So real quick. Sorry to interrupt you, Sal. I know Josh and Mark got to get ready to go. So I want to ask this question real quick because I know they worked on MK and we're around that. So what was your favorite part about? Or no. Today, if you've seen the gameplay of today of Mortal Kombat, what do you like or what do you don't like about what is out today on next gen consoles and on PC?
I'll jump in on that one real quick.
Okay,
jump off here is that's something I don't like, but it must be me getting older or something. But it's like the level of detail with technology now that you can get into on fatalities.
Yes.
Like it actually bothers me now. It's like it's still funny. But it's not like funny. It's like back in the day when it was all pixelated, it was like, holy shit, that's hilarious.
Right.
Now it's kind of like, man, I feel kind of gross watching this.
So, too much TMI.
Yeah, it just has that feel good thing. It's just like, I'm gonna, I don't need to see more than one of these things. So, but it's more, it might be more of a generational thing at this point. Because on another end, I'm in awe of how great the technology is that they can pull out something like that. But it's like, man, it's just too gross now.
I got you. What about you?
I tell you, I am also marveled at the technology, the camera work, not just on MK, but even on the new Street Fighter, series. It's just so creative still. With what they do with the camera, with the moves, the hesitations, but I'm always really interested to look at the MK environments, the backgrounds. I remember when they first made the subway and they had a little bit of newspaper, blowing in the wind as it went by, or the subway train go by.
Right.
And that was in the infancy of this whole concept. But today, those environments are really compelling to me.
Yeah, it is. They get detailed. You have even like if you land the right uppercut, it goes into slow motion mode, and then you see the teeth breaking off, the jaw breaking, and everything. You're like, good gracious, man.
Very, very creative. Just continue.
Definitely very creative and detailed there. So, because I know that's now in California with Warner Brothers now, correct?
Still being done in Chicago.
Okay, still down. Oh man, I'm gonna have to come down there. I'm only 3 hours away up in Green Bay. Here. I'll have to come in house and get a tour of that. Check that out. So I know you two got to go, right? You got to head out. I want to say thank you from the bottom of my heart, man. This has been a great conversation with you two, and just knowing that what y'all done, from my childhood with you, Mark. You was at the beginning of all this, and now Josh, you're still helping out. You with the movies and everything, and this keeping the ball rolling for this gaming thing. So I want to say thank you. I know, Tim, we're going to be on just for a few more minutes. So you can stick with me, Tim.
Mark Trammell, the Mount Rushmore game designer, out there front.
Yep, 100%, man.
The man.
Yep. Thank you, Josh. Thank you, Mark.
Keep up the good work, man. You're doing great stuff.
We will.
All right, guys.
All right. Talk to you later. All right, Tim. So what we got here before we wrap up here, hopefully we may get Sal back. He said his camera fell, but that's okay. It's technology. We know how it works. So we did the big announcement about, doing the donation in. So now what we have coming up here is we got a little special code here. So we have the 30-30-30 code. So like I mentioned earlier, it's the 30th anniversary of Mortal Kombat. Then my football number 30. And then the tournament is on October 30th today. So that's what we're doing. So then it's going to be, if you punch in this code right now here at the tournament, it's your way, another way to get you a arcade 1-up Blitz cabinet, NFL Blitz cabinet. So if you got that code right now, you could punch it in, go to the link on the Kombat4Rare website and punch that in. And actually it'd be a link that's going to be in the Twitch chat, or the chat that's coming up real soon. Tommy's going to throw that in there for you. Push in this code real fast. You could be a part of that quick giveaway. So if you do that now, you have your chance to win there. And so for you, Tim, kind of the same question, but for the games you played, I know there's nothing, only thing that's close to what NBA Jam was NFL Street or NBA Street. You remember when those came out on that EA did? Did you ever see
vaguely? I never, as I said, not really a gamer. Never paid much attention.
Okay.
So, never had much interest.
Gotcha. So from your game, like you did NBA Jam, and when they first asked you to do it, so what was your favorite moment of being a part of that process of that game development and being the voice of the game? What was your favorite moment?
I mean, as someone who absolutely loved basketball since I was a kid, and I was a small kid, 5'4" as a freshman, maybe 5'6" as a sophomore.
Right.
But, and I was so obsessed with dunking, and we had guys on our team that were just monster dunkers. And we used to pull out the not before they had the spring trampoline, they had the springboard, the gymnastics, the springboard.
Yes, yeah, I know you're talking
put a gym mat underneath it, and I was going up and dunking that ball. And eventually, by the time I finished high school, I was 5'11", 6 feet, and I could dunk a basketball. So
there you go.
I lived my dream in that respect. And every time in the backyard, this when you're playing, you're always calling the game. Like for you as a running back, 4th down and inches, 2 seconds on the clock, hand off to Green, touchdown up the middle, Green with a touchdown, Packers win. For me in the backyard, I couldn't go in if I was called in for dinner when I was playing basketball. So
right.
I hit a fall away shot with 3 seconds. So I count it down like Kitzer with the ball, time winding down, 3, 2, 1, releases. Oh, and he nails it. That would, and I also couldn't leave the court. Still to this day, I can't leave the court until I hit 3 swishes in a row. So
nice.
So I've got that energy and adrenaline playing the real game. That's one of the reasons also I couldn't pick up the video game. I have to play the tactile, touching the basketball. The buttons just didn't do it for me. But when I was in the studio, I would put a picture of there was a Statue of Liberty, Pippen dunk like this. And I would just be in the moment because I would watch every Bulls game. And so I was fired up. I was watching them forever on TV and watching the Bucks, back when Lou Alcindor, won the championship. That was he was my gateway drug to the NBA. I was fascinated with a 7'4" guy when you're a kid, especially a short kid like me. I mean, if you just want to be that tall, how do you get to be that tall? So I love Lou Alcindor and the Bucks and Oscar Robertson. So I'm living out my dream, coming into the studio, just screaming, yelling basketball, because I heard Marv Albert do it every Sunday, because it was basically, he was the voice of the NBA. I mean, there was really no other one that you can even think of right now. And he had that extra, energy, and we all knew the calls. And basically, John Hay wrote a script based on Marv Albert. Vinnie Johnson was the microwave. He was the guy who came in, the sixth man. Vinny is heating up. He's on fire. So I just took like the Marv speak, put it into my energy.
I could hear that. I could sense that now as I think back. I hear that rhythm. Yep.
Yeah. So that's, for me, it was just, living out the dream. Just, it wasn't that much time. It wasn't like a ton of retakes. It was just, doing my thing. And then when NFL Blitz came along, they said, why don't you start writing? And of course, it wasn't the same high energy. NFL, I want that deeper, and sarcastic, wise guy tone. So it just kept going from there. I started to evolve, find my own voice. I mean, literally find my voice as opposed to kind of mimicking Marv. And then by MLB Slugfest, writing all the script, doing all the comedy, having my own slant on it, to the point now where I worked with the Warriors, Golden State Warriors, for 2 years during 2 of their championships. They would send me highlights after each round of the playoffs and the finals. And I would do my voice, and they would put it on their social media and on the Jumbotron. So you got like Steph Curry, what does he have for breakfast? Snap, crackle, and pop nice crisp threes. Make them a part of your balanced NBA diet. Or for Harden.
I love it.
This is a limited time TV offer. It slices, it dices, it dunks in your face. Announcing the amazing Hardenizer. Beard sold separately. Call now and we'll throw in this free dagger at the buzzer. Boom shakalaka. Now with MVP strength. Now with Jordan, like, Michael Jordan can't go to work without his coffee and donuts. You bring the coffee, and he'll bring the Dunkin'. Boom shakalaka. Now, Starks, all you can do is hand him his diploma, because he just got his MBA degree from Dunkin' on You. Kaboom!
That's a good one.
So that's when I really took off. Like EA Sports in 2010, they said, the producer just said, Tim, I want you. You are the voice. I want to hear your voice. And that's where those kind of expressions, like the Dunkin' on You, and like Amon Green in the lane, fires, rejected, or like my wife always says, not tonight. Or green from downtown, and like runging through my girlfriend's top dresser, Jory finds nothing but nylon. Boom shakalaka. So the longer this journey with video games went for me, the more I realized I was made for this. I always thought my final destination was supposed to be the movies, Saturday Night Live, TV, sitcoms, whatever. I used to audition with Steve Carell. All those guys were at Second City while I was training, and I felt bummed. Like, man, I never made the big time like those guys. And that's the business. But I realized it took me years later to realize I went a different route of entertainment, and actually video games, like my games, like $2 billion for Jam is bigger than all the biggest grossing movies of all time. In 1993, we grossed $1 billion in quarters, and Jurassic Park, the highest grossing movie, made, I think, $300 million. So we outgrossed it by $600 million.
Right.
So I made my own mark by allowing all that, desire, energy that I had to be an actor, performer, comedian. And I just put it in with my love of sports. And that's the recipe that I realized no one else had. But when the sim games came along, they went to broadcasters. They went to, Bob Costas and, Al Michael, whatever. And they're not actors, and I had the fun of I'm in the Looney Tunes cartoon business, and they have to simulate real life. And my joy was simulating the bizarre in the cartoon world and the humor.
Right. And like, I think I've heard your voice. Do you do like little kind of like you're doing a telecast of a game, but do you go a little raunchy at the end? I think I heard you on Instagram a few times where it was when Travis Kelce, the recent one was I saw Travis Kelce caught a touchdown and then he got body slammed. And that's somebody that's
I think I know the one you're talking about, but I should probably do more stuff like that. Yeah.
They sound like you.
But it has been fun though doing these things with the NBA. I mean, how lucky was I to be with the Warriors while that championship run was going on? And it's like end of the game, like time is winding down. What's for dinner? Chef Curry says curry surprise. It's fast, easy to make, and a real crowd pleaser. The crowd is going wild. The nail on the coffin. Curry. How do you like your curry? I like mine muy caliente.
Spicy.
Yeah.
Yes, indeed.
Extra
Hey,
spicy.
that is awesome, man. So Tim, I want to say thank you and all to Saul, to Mark, to Josh. They had to cut out early, and Saul had a little technical difficulties. But we're gonna be talking some more because I stream and I need some of them voiceovers for my stream. I gotta have you on there to have my my viewers and my subs cracking up, man. This is some good stuff here. So I'm glad this event brought us together. And I still have the website running down at the bottom. It's combat4rare.donordrive.com. Go to the website. You can still donate. Like I said, today doesn't end. October 30th happens. So what? You can still donate, still raise awareness and for the cause and help out families like Tommy Pham's family and his son Raiden to keep spreading awareness about UBA5 and get the cure made up soon out there. Tim, you got anything you want to add before we wrap up?
I want to say that the first thing that I hear from fans at game conventions, I'm going around the country doing this, which is great because I never knew how much it meant to people. And now I'm seeing people who were 10, they're now 40 years old, bringing their kids in. And to see a generational thing where their kid or the dad will say to the kid, like, that's the guy who says boom shakalaka. And they light up like they're seeing Santa Claus and they go up like, can you say it? Can you say it? And they say, you're the voice of my childhood. That's the first thing I ever hear. And I want to say, return the favor, your days with the Packers were I get that feeling like you made me, it was so exciting to watch. It was so exciting to see a ground game, happen again, because I grew up in the Brockington era and he had 1200 and I thought we'll never see that again in this era.
Right.
And you did it 1800. I mean, so it's a joy to meet you, and let's have some fun and I'll come on and make all the noise you want.
Hey,
some drops.
Hey, thank you, Tim. And I definitely will ask you. I got your email, so I will hit you up here in the next couple of months so you can be on my podcast. You can hang out with all my greenies in the greening room there, like we are today on the stream. So hope everything goes well for you, and can't wait to see you next time, brother. Hope everything is well, and God bless, and thank you for
and donate Kombat4Rare.
Yes,
this is a great thing. Ahmad, peace out.
All right, see y'all later.
What's up, everybody? This is the Kombat4Rare Gamer Dad special podcast. My name is Mark Man, and I'm here with some good friends of mine. Justin, you want to introduce yourself real quick?
Yes, I am a dad. That is, just to let you guys know, that's why it's called Gamer Dad Special. But yeah, I've been playing fighting games for over 20 years. I don't see myself stopping, and I'm really bad at talking about myself, but I play in tournaments, travel around the world playing some video games. It's been a dream come true, supporting the family with that. And then, ever since COVID, just spending a lot of time with my family, doing the whole Twitch and YouTube thing. It's been fun remembering all the things that I really do love about fighting games, because I never got a chance to really sit down and play a lot of these fighting games that I probably played as a kid, but I don't remember. But now with the knowledge I have with fighting games, it makes it even more crazier. And then I won tournaments at EVO. That's it.
Awesome. Max, you want to give yourself a little bit of intro for everyone that's watching?
Sure. My name's Maximilian Dude. A little bit of a similar backstory to Justin. I think Justin's undercutting himself 20 years ago was like 2002. I think Justin was winning a lot of tournaments before that. In a similar fashion, we've been playing fighting games for a really long time. I think the first time I remember taking things really seriously was even back in 1995, 1996, going to locals for Killer Instinct on a Super Nintendo. So that sort of carried with me extremely hardcore until the early 2010s, late 2000s, when I started making videos, and then a lot of people started watching them, and then this Little Assist Me series showed up, and then I've been effectively doing the same stuff and making content and streaming for the past nearly 10 years now. So in a similar boat with Justin. Justin's on the content creator ship now. He's at the mast with me, like playing all these old weird games, and we're having a lot of fun with them. So it's been great.
Awesome. And Tommy, you want to talk to you a little bit about yourself?
Yeah, sure. I'm not a competitive fighting game like Max or Justin, a content creator, but I love fighting game. I mean, I've been playing video games since, I don't know, I feel like I was born, in 1985. The first Super Mario came out, so I might have been playing one since I was a baby. Who knows? But yeah, part of this podcast is about Kombat4Rare. My son suffered from a rare disease, so we're on this journey to find a cure for him. So thank you all for being on this podcast.
Happy to be here. And I didn't really talk about myself a little bit earlier, but, I love fighting games. I've been into fighting games since, the Street Fighter 2 days. So I met a lot of these guys through fighting games. Actually, I met every single one of you through fighting games. And, fighting games is one of those things where it's really impacted my life. And I've really come to love it and accept it as, what I do in the world. So, I've been part of the Evo team for a while now, but even before then, I was supporting the fighting game scene with Mad Cats and, even running local tournaments way back in the day. But we'll get into the fighting game background a little bit more for each one of us as we kind of delve into this. But one of the first questions I wanted to ask collectively as a group to all of you guys is, what really got you guys into gaming? What was your first fighting game, and when did you know that gaming was your thing? When it came to there's so many aspects of gaming. When did you know that this was something that you really loved and had near and dear to your heart? So maybe we'll start with Tommy. You want to answer that question?
Yeah. I used to hang out with my cousin. He would go to 7-Eleven almost every day, and the game that we would play was Mortal Kombat. And I just fell in love, and he would always use Raiden, which I'll talk about it later, but that's, how my son's name came about. And that's the first game I really fell in love with was Mortal Kombat. I mean, it's not a game for kids, but it is what it is. I love the blood and gore as a kid, dressing up like some of those characters doing Halloween. So, that was it. That got me into fighting games.
Cool. Max, what about you?
Yeah, I love it how everyone has that story. We all do. Everybody has the 7-Eleven story, which is amazing from that time frame. I'd say in a general perspective, the first time you're really paying attention that video games exist was definitely an NES. So we're talking late 80s, maybe very early 90s. I think I got mine. I had a friend that had one, so it was obviously the hand-eye coordination. I remember still that not making any sense, and having to learn that stuff with your hands. And then eventually, arcades obviously being a huge focus of my childhood. I feel like I spent the majority of my childhood collecting quarters and just taking those quarters to arcades and finding ways to get quarters to go back to arcades to play games. So I'd say obviously Street Fighter 2, that's the big one to even predate a little bit of Mortal Kombat, where I was obviously paying attention, and this game was beautiful and gorgeous, and obviously the first revolution of fighting games. But if we're talking about where we realized that gaming was about, or even fighting games were about to be an integral part of our lives, I think it was after I worked at an electronics boutique, which was my first real big job, right? Actually sitting at retail or something like that. And then, after I got out of it, I got a desk job, and I pretty much wanted nothing more to get back into the industry in some way, even though it's the most basic way you possibly can, the most starter level. I wanted that. And that's pretty much what I did career path wise after that. And, ever since.
Nice. Justin, you got any stories that you want to tell us about how you got into all this?
Yeah, I mean, like Max said, when it comes to gaming, when you first played, NES, man, that was the boom, bro. NES, when you first get the console and you get the cartridge with the Mario and Duck Hunt combo, right? That's the game. That's the one that really got me into gaming. It's man, is there different type of video games out there, right? And then my grandma used to take me to the arcade called Chinatown Fair, and it would just have all these machines inside. I'm oh my god, this is literally Disneyland, right? For me, growing up as a kid, just going there, seeing all the Pac-Mans, all the Street Fighters, all the Mortal Kombats, all the racing games, random pinball machines and here and there. But yeah, I would say the first fighting game was probably Street Fighter 2 Hyper Fighting. And I just saw M. Bison, and he was doing Psycho Crusher, and I thought that was the coolest looking move out there. And I remember my first match. That was my first time ever playing when I finally figured out to hold back for 2 seconds and press forward punch. I thought I was the best, because that's how you act. If you play Bison against CPU, they can't block it. You actually just win the whole game just doing Psycho Crusher. So I thought I actually found the forbidden cheat to beat people. So I used it against a person, and they would just do, sure, you can. And I was like, oh my God, the reality check was so real. But that was probably when I finally was like, oh my God, I want to play more fighting games because it was so fun. But yeah, I would say Hyper Fighting was the one that did it for me.
Nice. I also got into it in the NES days. I started with, oddly enough, my first game was pro wrestling. Then I went to Mario Brothers and Duck Hunt, and then I started playing pinball and all these other games. But when I started discovering the fighting games, it was Street Fighter 2, then shortly after that, Mortal Kombat. But it wasn't until Mortal Kombat and the fatalities started coming about. There was this really interesting thing where, people were like, hey, how did you do that? How did you pull off the fatality? Because it didn't show it on the arcade machine anywhere, right? It only showed some of the special moves. And then you started going to like the bookstores at the mall, trying to figure out how to do the fatalities. There, people would go there with lists on how to do them. And it became such a very interesting subculture where you would see people in the arcades and you'd think like, hey, that guy knows how to do it. I'm going to ask him how to do it. And it kind of grew from there. It became a real social experience for me and my friends. And it just continued onward. I mean, I think after that, I really got into Tekken, and then people started doing 10-hit combos, and I started seeing that. I was like, whoa, what is all this stuff? And same thing, I started trying to learn it, look up things online, the dawn of the internet, and then just finding competition from there. And I think I never looked back since. So I think the discoverability and being able to kind of discover things with fighting games is really what made me fall in love with not just gaming, but just fighting games in general. And like Max, I got a taste of it that way. I got an office job, and then I did not like it. I wanted to be in gaming, and I think that's where my heart was. And, the crazy part thing about all this is there really was no roadmap back then for gaming. Like, what do you do if you want to get into gaming? I think a lot of it is just sheer luck and timing, right? I don't know how you feel about that, Max.
Absolutely. Yeah. And I mean, like, I remember even in the mid 2000s, like going to art design school that also had gaming classes, right? So I was just learning basic things like Maya and very simple programming and just generalization. But you can tell even they didn't have an idea of like where to focus those efforts. Like, yeah, there's this big industry that's obviously booming here and is now, getting close to eclipsing the film industry. But, how do you get into it? I don't know. You just make some friends. That was pretty much it. You have to make some friends.
Yeah. And again, making friends and being able to, for a lot of us now, making a living through gaming, it's just something amazing to see. And, we're going to have a lot of fun stories to tell, not just our friends, but also our family and people that watch and follow us as we grow older. So just to kind of reel it back a little bit and talk about Kombat4Rare, specifically the combat portion of it, I got to ask you guys, do you guys have a favorite Mortal Kombat or maybe just a Mortal Kombat moment in your lives that you guys have that maybe sticks out to you? Justin, you want to start?
So obviously growing up, it was like the feud of Capcom and Mortal Kombat, right? I was obviously more the Capcom guy, but I played Mortal Kombat as a kid, right? Obviously going through 1, 2, Ultimate Trilogy on the PS1, and even 4, right? 4 was surprisingly pretty fun with the weapons and everything like that. I never really got into the PS2 eras of the Mortal Kombat. That was kind of the dark ages of fighting games during those times, right? Even Capcom, after they didn't do anything really. But my favorite Mortal Kombat game of all time is probably, once I started streaming, was Mortal Kombat 10. Like, it was beautiful. Like, everyone had these amazing combos. It was just so fast paced, and like, it was really hype. Like, literally, fatalities and the brutalities. Brutality is probably the best part about the game personally, because it was like certain conditions had to be met in order for you to get the brutalities. So it was just so fun. And when you do get it off, it's like the hypest thing in the world, right? And yeah, I mean, I guess I'm known for moments in general. There is a Mortal Kombat moment where I bullied an 8-year-old kid, unfortunately, but
I watched this live.
Yeah, where I threw rocket launchers as Jax. But I mean, think of it as like I did a service. It's a mature game. 8-year-olds should not be playing this game, and at least I didn't do the brutality. I thought about it. I was like, I had to EX, because you have to do EX, aim at the air, and then boom, explosion everywhere. And I was like thinking really hard about it. I was like, no, I don't want to do the brutality for an 8-year-old kid. But I felt I kept it. I was responsible. I was making sure that like he didn't see any other fatalities that he shouldn't see at his age. But that was probably the MK moment that people know of me when it comes down to it.
It was a great generational lesson, I gotta say. The famous words, "You're gonna learn today."
Yeah.
You're gonna learn today, and definitely, I like that. You got to respect your opponent and always give him your best, and that was a great example of it, Justin. Tommy, how about you? Do you have a Mortal Kombat moment that sticks out to your mind?
Yeah, I mean, I felt like I was best at Mortal Kombat 3. I was at the age where I could like do the moves and I could beat people in the arcade. So Mortal Kombat 3 was my thing, and I remember going to Toys R Us with my parents at the time. Right? They're like, "Hey, it's your birthday, November 25th. You get to pick out one thing." And here I am going down the aisle. I had a chance between a Power Ranger Megazord, which I have a collection of them in my bag now because I'm old and I can afford them, or like a Super Nintendo game, which was still pretty expensive at the time. I'm like,
Yeah.
Power Ranger, Mortal Kombat 3 on Super Nintendo. So, pick Mortal Kombat 3 on Super Nintendo. So I will always remember that moment because my parent gave me one option, pick one thing. I chose Mortal Kombat over Power Rangers.
There you go, a wise decision. So no offense to any of the Power Rangers fans that might be listening and tuning in. For me, one of my favorite Mortal Kombat moments, I gotta say, was actually the last time I took a game seriously and actually competed. I competed in the Mortal Kombat 9 national tournament, which Justin ended up winning. That was the PDP tournament. I ended up getting 9th place at that tournament. And I was stressing the last 2 weeks leading up to the event because I was practicing. Like, we have to use this controller. We're forced to use this controller. But just having that competitive feeling again, something that I didn't feel for years before that, and being able to compete. And there's this old term about save it for nationals. And, I went to a few tournaments prior to that and just seeing everyone saving their tech and saving their strategies going into it. And I thought that was just a fun time, and it really resonated with me. This is why I love fighting games. This is why I love competing in fighting games. How about you, Max? What do you got?
Yeah, I echo that statement. Like, MK9 felt like the return of competitive Mortal Kombat, when it was maybe missing a bit in the PS2 era. I'd say for me personally, like, the Mortal Kombat memories go all the way back to the SNES days where the blood was gray. It was like sweat, and I had to wait until Mortal Kombat 2 came out to eventually get like either the Genesis or the Super Nintendo version of MK2 because the game just played better. It looked better. There's more stuff you can do, like hunting down fatalities, the wonderful era of secrets, like 90s era virality to games, which is just so magical and only something you can get from that time frame. And I would say there was a pretty big drop off after the UMK3 era, right? Once MK4 and stuff like that, I just did not really pay much attention because there was obviously a huge boom on the Capcom side where, you became like a Capcom and Namco hardcore because those games were firing on all cylinders around that time frame. But I had some friends that were obviously super big into MK9, and there was a specific moment where I was streaming a lot, and MKX was coming out, and I felt like I wanted to give Mortal Kombat a chance. Like, this seems like they have so much fun with MK9. I'd like to, be a part of it because I want to like Mortal Kombat. I just need to find a gateway. So after liking Injustice, MKX just took off. It's my favorite Mortal Kombat game of it all. It has some of my favorite characters in fighting games of all time. I can play like a ton of characters in the game too. It's genuinely one of my favorite fighting games. It was also one of the first console games to introduce like rollback netcode, one of the big, fighting game franchises. And I'd say in terms of big moments leading up to the hype of MKX, me and the same friends, Kenny and Steve of Yo Video Games, who we stream with all the time, we did a boss rage where we were trying to get through Challenge Tower 300 and MK9, which is a ridiculously difficult, very long, and exhausting challenge in Mortal Kombat 9 through the hardest parts of it. And yes, we were up until 6 a.m. trying to triumph ahead of this thing, and it was probably one of my best memories of Mortal Kombat was conquering that with friends and just the sheer moment of Shao Kahn's dead, that POS, So yeah, a lot of great moments for MK.
Yeah, speaking of which, you guys should look that up on YouTube. Definitely a great moment in rage-inducing gaming. So make sure you guys check that out. I want to kind of switch it up a bit and talk more about the industry. So particularly for Max and Justin, how did you guys get into the business of gaming or within the industry to where you are today? You guys want to talk about that a little bit? I'll let you start, Max.
Sure. I guess like the very beginning part for me was Electronics Boutique. That got me into E3. It got me into industry trade events and just being sort of connected to the world in general that is this industry. And that was around 2001, 2002-ish. But beyond that, like, I actually started working on online, what is it called? I forget what they called it. Virtual world before they called it open world or anything like that, gaming in the late 2000s. And I worked on a little game called Habba Hotel for quite a long time. And that eventually, like, until that just disappeared, I started making videos related to Marvel vs. Capcom 3. So funny enough, right around that time frame, it got the attention of Capcom. Capcom got a hold of me, and they essentially wanted to hire us to make like official videos for the expansion for Ultimate Marvel 3. And yeah, pretty much been riding that wave ever since for the most part.
Awesome. That's a lot of people might not know that about you. I mean, you've been doing a lot of stuff, especially particularly with the Killer Instinct franchise. And again, I love what you do. So it's great to kind of see that and kind of hear the story and the progression. It's fun.
I made me forget about that. I made trailers for KI.
Yeah, you
did. I made the story mode for KI. Like, wow, like I forgot about that. But yeah, like it just was one thing after the other. You know, one thing led to another.
Yeah. So Justin, I got to ask you, a lot of people probably know about, you know, your competitive life in gaming, but a lot of people might not know you have quite the experience when it comes to working with game companies and for game companies. Do you want to talk a little bit about your background in gaming?
Oh man, I think it's all luck. Personally, because I don't know, I never thought I was gonna take gaming to this level. It was just more of just like an extreme, super fun part of my life where I'm like, man, gaming really is part of my life. But overall, I mean, I got like hit up by like Enway to help make Power Rangers Battle for the Grid, and then I get hit up by Arcade 1-Up to like kind of like make their cabinets, especially their fighting game cabinets, just a better on the QA side for the software side as well too. So I get hit up a lot from just kind of for consultations when it comes down to gaming, and I think it's based off just kind of my experience with just playing fighting games and also probably just getting that first gig, right? Even with Nicholas with Crystal Crisis, because it's a puzzle, it's pretty much very puzzle fighter-ish, and they needed somebody that knew how to play those type of games. So I guess from playing all those video games and having experience with them, and somebody out there being a fan of me gave me that opportunity that led open all these doors. Like I said, it's all luck, because literally I went to the arcade at 10 a.m. on this random Saturday, and I saw a bunch of people outside at Chinatown Fair, and I'm like, why is there so many people outside at 10 a.m.? Oh, usually I'm the only one at the arcade because there was no training mode back in the day. And they're like, I'm trying to, oh yeah, we're all gathering up to go to a tournament. And from there, that's kind of where everything took off, because that was when I went to my first tournament, and it was like the most amazing experience I ever had in my life. It was an eye opener from there.
Yeah, I like how you brought up that it was luck, but I gotta say, you know, based on experience, luck is definitely a skill, and it's a good skill to have to be able to have that. You have a good amount of points allotted into that, so I gotta give you props for that, Justin.
It's the feng shui in the house. You know what I mean? That's what
there
it
you
comes
go.
down to.
So I gotta ask then. So we're all dads here, you know. I gotta ask about our children. Like, you know, did you guys ever think about what you were gonna name your kids? Did you have any, you know, fighting game references in mind when you were naming your kids? I guess I'll start off real quick. My daughter's name is Kylie. I have an older daughter. I've been a dad for a while now. She just turned 21 this year. Originally, if she was gonna be a boy, I was gonna name her Jin from Jin Kazama in Tekken 3.
I love it.
But that ended up not happening. I had a beautiful daughter, and I love her. She's like my everything. But for the longest time, we called her Kylie Jin. What was her nickname? So she has ties to, of course, the things that I loved in life, especially during that time, which was Tekken 3 and Tekken Tag. So, Justin, how about you?
To be honest, me and the wife were just thinking about names, and we didn't know the gender yet. So we were just like, okay, for a girl, what should it be? And we didn't want kind of like a Jennifer or anything, like a common name, right?
Yeah,
a commonly used name. So I just started throwing out names. It was just, there was no sense of it. So I just said Harper, and then she liked it. And then for a boy, it would be Jace. So Jace, if we do have a boy, it would be Jace. So that would be the boy's name, because it would be cool to have another like Jay Wong. So that's what we were trying to go for.
Wow, awesome! Didn't know that. Max, how about you?
Yeah, all you people with the bold efforts of naming your children after fictional characters, like fighting game characters. I just couldn't do that, you know. So I named my daughter Ripley. Yeah, I mean, it's just I'm trying to remember like what the thought process behind it was. We were having a really tough time naming our children, and whether or not we was going to be a boy or a girl. Like I actually think like it was maybe going to be Dante or something like that if it was a boy. But at the same time, it was my sister that came up with what about Ripley? And me and Jessica just like looked at each other. like that's a really good idea. So we actually looked up what the name means and all that kind of stuff. So yes, all the nerdy dad and mom names are eventually coming through. I've actually run into several people that have actually named their daughter Ripley now throughout the industry. It's really, they're like right around my age. I'm like, how weird is that? So I guess it just makes sense, like having all this like fandom and people that grew up with these like powerful characters. It feels good to name your kid after something that represents something, that you think is great.
Absolutely. Now, Tommy, I got to ask you, because your son's name is Raiden.
I love it.
Yeah,
Talk to me about it.
Yeah. So, well, we have a daughter who's 4.5 now. Her name is Jordan. Regardless, was a boy or a girl at that time, it's going to be Jordan. It just happens to be a girl, so we put a Y for Jordan after Michael Jordan, of course. And then when Raiden came about, we knew we were having a boy, so we were like super excited. We were thinking of names. My wife liked the common name. She liked like Trevor. She liked the T. I'm like, okay, what about Titus, right? From like Final Fantasy.
Final Fantasy.
What was it? 9 or 10? I can't remember.
That was 10. It was 10.
10. And she's like, no. And then came back with different names. I was like, okay, I grew up. Raiden has been such a big influence in my life as a character, as a fighter. I'm like, honey, what about Raiden? She thought about it for a few days. She's like, no, that's an awesome name. Okay. Now, she doesn't play much games. She doesn't know about fighting game. But she said okay to Raiden. So I was like, awesome. And then we had a baby shower. And then we announced the name, Raiden. Someone was like, that's a fighting game character name for Mortal Kombat? She's like, what? I was like, too late now, hon. Boy's name is Raiden.
Spilled the beans.
Yeah.
Yeah. I mean, I'm sure she loves it now, but I mean, I think at the time, think of the shock factor. Like what kind of fighting game? How did you have to explain back? Yeah. How did you have to explain that?
No, she just loved it. She didn't say anything. I was like, Raiden just means so much, right? It could be the fighting game character. It could be the God of Thunder. It could be other gaming character, right? There's Raiden from Metal Gear Solid. There's the Raiden like shooting, playing game. Just a lot. Awesome. She just sounds awesome. She just loves like the way it sounds.
Yeah, it's a great name. I think it just rolls off the tongue, and it makes you think of so many cool things that have happened, not only in gaming, I mean, in entomology and just history in general.
Start with the I.
Yes,
start with the I.
Not the
not the
MK1
OG
spelling.
with the RUY.
Not the Y.
Not the OG one. Nope.
Cool. I got another question for you guys, then, and this is particularly for Max and Justin, and maybe myself. Is how do you guys balance your job, streaming, traveling, and being a dad at the same time? Because that's a pretty tall order. I guess I'll start. I'm very lucky because I got all my travel out of the way. My daughter's older now, so actually I did all my traveling just because I was a single father. I had to support my daughter. I was very lucky because I had such a supportive family, and they were able to kind of watch her and take care of her while I was traveling. And fast forwarded now, my daughter is actually the one that kind of helps me balance life because I get to do things that she likes to do. She went out to EVO for the first time this year. She really loved it and enjoyed it. She just started streaming a few weeks ago, and I'm kind of bonding with her, being able to play those games and engaging with her community that she has as well. And it's just been such an amazing feeling because, this is a person that I created, and she's really into the things that I love as well, and being very community driven as well. And I just love it. And I think, having that bond of just not only is she my daughter, but she's also one of my closest friends. It's really made me love being a dad even more than I thought, because for the longest time I was thinking like, man, I'm traveling so much. I missed so much of her youth, but just living in the now is just so amazing. So Justin and Max, since you guys are maybe more new at being a dad, how are you guys balancing it? How's it going for you guys? Justin, you want to start?
It's tough. It's not easy. That's for sure. Just because, like, we don't have a standard 9 to 5 job. It's kind of like pretty much, as time takes it. Sometimes it's like all over the place, right? You don't know when it comes down to it. Luckily, I was able to kind of stop the traveling for quite some time because obviously the pandemic happened, and I was able to just be home more, right? Be be a stay-home dad and just kind of focus on just like working from home, able to work from home. Actually, luckily the consultation, they're like, yeah, you don't have to come in the office. I was like, okay, great, sign me up. Streaming, you can work from home as well too, doing YouTube stuff, and online tournaments is such a huge thing. So luckily that happened where I was able to kind of like adapt, because at that point we're like, man, where does the FGC go from here when everything is just closed down, no travels, and probably all the sponsors are probably like, yeah, we're not going to sponsor you this year because of like the no travel situation. So it did work out for me that I was able to kind of like spend more time with Harper and also work at the same time. But I would say I'm probably more busier than ever, even when I am home. So like there's times where like me and Harper will like we always have a set time where we play with like kind of like dinosaur fighting. She likes the dinosaur fight. So we do that for like a few hours. And there's times where she'll come in and I'm like, come on, Dad, let's play. And then I'm like, oh, I can't. I have to work. We'll play later. And then she'll mope away and she'll just sit at the stairs with the door open, like looking sad. And she knows that I'll look back. And then, that's how she gets me. But I would say, yeah, I mean, just you don't really have a social life. I don't really go out. I don't really go to the town, go to like bars or movies or stuff like that. Like all the things that you do before you become a dad, that's all gone, right? Completely. It's just like all the conversations I usually have with like friends now are always going to be like based off parent stuff. What am I doing with the family? And yeah, I mean, it's actually also my favorite type of conversation these days too, is talking about just what am I doing? How am I doing as raising a parent? Also talking to new parents as well too, giving them advice on like, this is what I went through. So yeah, that's kind of like my social life at the moment and how I guess balance everything.
Interesting. So Max, I got to ask you now, how about you? How do you balance everything?
Yeah, I felt like I was sort of, forced into the situation we all were because Ripley was a COVID kid and we all were COVID adults at the same time. So, she was born in 2020, like right in the midst of all this stuff happening. I was lucky enough to be there for her birth, to actually be in the room when it all happened, because a lot of people weren't, so I hold that pretty valuable. But yeah, like we've sort of had to hunker down, and I've had to, even as things have changed over the years and are still changing as of right now, there has been a lot of opportunities to go and do some really amazing things that I would probably have not even thought twice about. And I pretty much said no to all of them. I kind of just stayed home the entirety of this time to be a dad. And I'm lucky, very lucky to have the opportunity. Of having a wife that has the opportunity to be a stay-at-home mom and sort of be there for her all the time. So I think one of the things that, a lot of parents echo is just, having time for their kids when they're young. You hear that from everybody, where it's like a lot of times, and even Mark was mentioning it, like there might not be the chance because of obligations and responsibilities so that they can have a better life, that you're just not going to be able to be around them all the time. And you want to be there for them as much as possible. And that's I'm kind of conditioning my entire life around that. So there was obviously a solid 10 years of me just grinding out this career thing as much as possible. And the thought of me doing anything else is going to crash and burn and everyone's going to forget who I am. And oh God, I sort of just let that go before she was born. I hired editors. I tried to work smarter, not harder. Because it was always work harder for the entirety of that time. And now, yeah, I actually have most of my days are just spent with them and just hanging out with them and going out with them and being around her. And I'm just very lucky and fortunate that I'm in a situation where I've seen her grow up the whole time. I haven't come back and she's a different person like in 3 or 4 weeks, which happens to a lot of people, so I'm very happy and very, very fortunate to be in that situation.
Even though it's a very small portion of your day in your lives, I got to say, whenever I get to see, parenting clips on your streams that end up on social media, it's some of the best content I've ever seen. So it's always nice to see that, to, see them growing up as well. So,
thank you.
It's amazing. So just switching gears a little bit now, Tommy, your situation is a bit more complex than maybe what we have. Is there any chance you could tell us a little bit more about it?
Yeah, so Raiden was born right before the pandemic. It was like February 26, 2020. So, I mean, there's the COVID virus, but people didn't know much about it. So he was born, so I was lucky enough to be there when my wife was born. The first 3 months of his life, everything was okay. He was developing normally because I have a daughter, so we know what that was like. And then he started to change. He started to contort in weird ways. He started puking like 10 times a day, and he didn't hit any of his milestone. And, we would go to doctors, and they're like, maybe he'll outgrow it, or he has reflux or allergy and all this other stuff. And it went on and went on. And then we'll switch doctors, and then they'll tell us something else. And it was also a scary time because it was like during a pandemic. It was weird, right? You go in, people wearing masks, you don't know who can go in or whatnot, how dangerous the virus is. So it was this extra layer of stress on top of not knowing what was going on with my son. And so, yeah, we spent 10 days in a hospital. I think it was it, I want to say December of 2020. No, actually September of 2020. We spent 10 days in the hospital, did all the tests. They still couldn't find out what's wrong with him. He didn't have brain damage or anything like that. So we were sent home and did the kind of like, hey, let's wait. Again, maybe he'll outgrow it. But like at a year old, like he couldn't hold his head up. He couldn't sit. He couldn't even put his thumb in his mouth, and he couldn't feed well. He would just keep on puking. So we finally did a surgery where we had to feed him through his stomach. So he has a feeding tube. And then finally we switched hospital. We looked at all 20,000 of his gene. So even before we did that, he was unofficially diagnosed as quadriplegic cerebral palsy because he could not control any of his limbs and he was really behind. That was already tough in itself. Like you give life, to your child, you want them to see, the fullest of life. You want to have a normal life. You want to take them to Disney. All that shit just went out the window, right? Anyhow, we did that test to look at 20,000 of his gene. The news came back. And it felt like hell, no pun intended. I felt like I was in nether realms, right? It's like he has this disease. There's 30 cases in the world, and it's progressive. Unlike cerebral palsy, what is brain damage? The child has cerebral palsy. He can't walk, he can't control his arm, but it's not progressive. With my son's disease, it's progressive, meaning that he'll die at an early age. You never want to think about that, but that's the situation that I'm currently in, unfortunately, with my son. So, fast forward to now, life is challenging, right? Because both my wife and I work a full-time job. We have a daughter we have to take care of. We have a son we have to take care of. But our son is different. Our son is ultra need, right? We have to take him to doctors all the time, therapy every day, just to keep him, surviving, making sure he's developed, even though he's behind. But it's tough. Like you asked me, I don't sleep. And on top of that, I'm leading the Radiant Science Foundation, trying to find treatment for him, right? Trying to find treatment for other kids suffering from the same disease. And it's like constant work of fundraising like we're doing now with Kombat4Rare. So literally, guys, there's just no sleep. Because at the end of the day, I'm racing against time to save my son. And knowing if we can do that, we'll be able to save other kids as well. And I wake up, yes, it's a heartbreak. It's a challenge. It's absolutely sucked. It's nothing I want to go through. But that's our purpose now. That's my purpose.
So speaking of which, that leads me to my next question and kind of what I wanted to talk about is why did you start the Kombat4Rare campaign and what is the goal of the Kombat4Rare campaign?
Yeah, so the goal of the Kombat4Rare campaign is to raise money to fund research, specifically gene therapy research. When we first received the diagnosis, again, it's so rare. There's no research. No one knew what to do. There's no treatment. But there's something called gene therapy. Right now it's available, but it's very expensive. It's more of a personalized medicine. So think about it. He has a gene mutation called UBA5. All of us have it. It's just his is mutated. So in theory, it sounds simple. You can just replace that bad gene with a new copy of the gene. You have to do it in time, right? So we have to build out this whole process. And it's expensive. It's going to cost $4 million to do. But with that platform that we're developing with UMass Chain Medical School, it can be applicable to other rare diseases as well. That is down to a single gene mutation, not to get technical. But again, it goes back to hey, we can save our son. We can help so many other kids. But because it's, the disease is so rare, at the end of the day, I hate to say, I'm going to be blunt, no one gives a damn. It's not as sexy as other diseases where it's oh, I get it. It's cancer, it's heart disease, it's diabetes. No, don't get me wrong. All diseases are important. But when your son is suffering something so rare and no one gives a damn, it sucks. So we wanted to do something different that'll catch media attention, to catch people's attention. And by doing something that's Mortal Kombat related, which I know most charity stay away from, can hopefully bring that attention and raise that awareness that we need to get the treatment. And it's a real treatment, right? So a lot of times you fund charity, it's a great story, but you don't know where your money goes, right? You don't know what the outcome is. With this, you can follow our journey. You can follow our outcome. You can see that we're creating a treatment. That's what difference about us and what we're doing. You can see my race against time to save my son, and fingers crossed that'll work at the end of the day.
You know, it's interesting because, you know, Tommy first reached out to me on LinkedIn after we had a business call, just talking about some other stuff, but he ended up explaining the story to me, and it immediately resonated with me for the sheer fact that I'm a father, and just hearing that story and talking about, you know, we ended up bonding, talking about our common interests and stuff that we like. But again, the race against time is really what resonated with me. And we're like, hey, if there's anything that we can do as the fighting game community, or if there's anything that we can do through Evo, or if there's anything that we can do to kind of help bring awareness to this, let me know. I'd love to help. We ended up talking. Tommy made it out to Evo. We played a trailer building awareness for the foundation through the event. But I wanted to ask you guys, like when Tommy reached out to you guys, what made you guys want to, or what compelled you guys to be able to want to help? Justin, do you want to comment on that first?
Yeah, so I met Tommy at Evo. You introduced me to him, and then, you know, I met Tommy and his wife, and he was pretty much telling me the story. And, you know, as a dad, it really resonates, just because, like, now I'm just very emotional when it comes to just parenting things, anything parent related. I don't know if my emotions changed or not, but it definitely did, right? So that's kind of really the main reason, is because, like, I just love kids, and I always want kids to be happy. Kids are the future. Like, I never want to be I never want anybody to be in a situation where, like, if Raiden has a shorter life expectancy, I want Raiden to live longer than, you know, obviously Tommy, his dad. Like, that should happen. It should always be like that. That's kind of the cycle of life. And, you know, yeah, I mean, if I can help, I really do want to help. It's very important to me, just because you know, I'm a dad, he's a dad, everyone's a dad. And I'm being emotional too, sorry.
No, I just want to add to something. Like, it's pretty brutal, Justin, when I tell people I'm comfortable because I'm living this. It's like, when you talk about fatality, you talk about Mortal Kombat, it's like, hey, fatality is brutal, right? It's gory, but nothing compares to, like, fatality that we're going through as a family. It's like, here's my fatality. Like, I will bury my son before me, foregoing any circumstance and any accident. That will happen. That is fate, and we're working on to change that fate. And hopefully by fighting that fate, we can change the fate for other kids as well. That is the journey that we're on, unfortunately.
And then Max, any particular reason that stuck out to you about the joining and helping?
Yeah, and I think it eventually just reached around, you know, between marketing agencies and my ad agencies and stuff like that. I heard about this, and you immediately hear the cause and stuff like that. And even though we've been a part of several wonderful charitable organizations over these years that have raised a lot of money for kids between St. Jude's and everything like that, once you hear a personal story like this, it's something that is, you feel an obligation, right? And especially if you have like a platform, this is like me, where it's like goofy Spider-Man stuff, like great power, great responsibility, you know, BS fluff. But really, if you have the opportunity to create awareness with something, and you are a parent, and you've been lucky enough to be blessed with a child, you know, that is just a relatively uneventful childhood by all comparative standards, I almost feel like we're obligated to help people that are going through like what Tommy and his family are going through. Because as much as we want to fix these situations, we just want everyone else to experience parenthood in the same way that we do. So that's sort of the thing that reached to me immediately, was just, you know, this is something that we can build awareness for, and why not? Like, there's zero reason why we shouldn't be here to be helping out people like in this situation. So yeah, for Tommy and his family, and anybody else that has to go through such a rare genetic illness, or illness in general, where they have to watch their kids go through stuff, you know, it's the most sympathetic situation in the world to want to do something.
Absolutely.
Max.
Tommy, I got to ask you then, you know, we're the fighting game community. What we're good at is fighting. And one of the things that we're going to do, and we've been able to do in the past as well, is to help many charitable organizations try to get through as much as they can to be able to not only raise awareness, but also make a difference. I have to ask you in particular, how has the fighting game community been so far in supporting the cause?
Oh man, the community has been awesome. Again, I mentioned I play a lot of fight games, but I've never been really part of this community because I've never played competitively. Look, I didn't meet you, Mark, Justin, Max just tonight. Justin, just 4 months ago. Mark, we talked on the phone a couple times, maybe 6-7 months ago. But the community just rally around and just wanting help, and just on behalf of my wife and myself, it's like we're super grateful. We've gone so far, and I don't think we would have done it with this Kombat4Rare thing without the fighting game community and with the with people's support, especially you, Mark.
So I want to ask, we're getting close towards the end of our special podcast, but to get a little bit more focus into this, we have the Kombat4Rare event that's going to be happening at the end of this month. So I hope everyone is able to tune in, watch the streamers that are supporting it leading up to that. But I want to ask each and every one of you guys here, is there a message that you want to say to anybody, whether they're a fighting game fan or someone that's just paying attention because of the awareness of what we're trying to do? Is there any message that you just want to convey based on everything that we've discussed today? I guess I'll start real quick and just say, hey, man, everyone is going through a lot of things, especially, with the pandemic in the past few years. But it's times like this where we get together and we kind of fight for a certain cause. And this cause in particular, we want to save Raiden's life. And I think the focus there and spreading awareness where not only could it save his life, but maybe save the lives of many other kids that might have to go through this and many other families that have to go through this. I hope you guys just are cognizant of that and kind of pay attention. If you guys have an opportunity to help support, then great. If not, spreading awareness is key. So I hope you guys really take that into consideration as we spend our days and our weeks leading up to this event. And I hope that you guys, again, just can pay attention and help support in any way. Justin, do you want to say anything?
Yeah, just obviously, like Mar said, life is tough. It's not easy. But the one thing that really helps us adults, just in general, to get through things is just a child's smile, right? Smile, their happiness, and I really want Raiden to keep smiling. Definitely, so Tommy and his wife doesn't have to worry about it, and other kids out there, because as a dad, if it would be so, it's just so hurtful. I'm not going through what Tommy's going, but him telling us his story, and it really breaks my heart. And I'm always talking to Tommy, and I always want to help him even more. I've been working with him already, and I just want everyone to really, if you guys can, just there are so many of us in the world. If everyone donated $1, we would easily hit $1 million. It's just that simple. So if you guys are listening out there, please think about just supporting the cause, and making sure that Raiden really lives as the God of Thunder as he should be. Please.
Max, any comments here?
Yeah, and I think that overall message as far as how community reacts and what a community actually is. And between the fighting game community being a bunch of people that are into tournaments or competitive fighting games, it really boils back to a much wider scope of just the people that love fighting games. And the nice thing about it is that in many opportunities that I've seen over the past 10 plus years, when people need help, people show up. And that is one of the most powerful aspects of what we know as our fighting game community, is that when people need help and are truly suffering, people usually are pretty generous and charitable in those situations. So I'm more than happy and willing to expose people to some of these situations and build awareness that this exists, because whether or not Tommy has been a fighting game tournament player or anything like that, that's not really important. The thing that ties us together is Mortal Kombat. The thing that ties us together is that we love these characters, we love these franchises, we love these games. And if we could sympathize with somebody else that loves the same stuff we do, then we can sympathize with their plight, that Tommy just wants to be a dad here. And that is something that I think almost anyone can sympathize with. So, we have your back. And I'd like to say that we're going to get as much awareness of this as possible to help out other parents that just want to be parents as well.
Yeah, we definitely will. Tommy, any closing remarks here?
Yeah, just wanted to throw some stats about rare disease out there so that everybody's aware, because this is all about raising awareness. there are 7,000 different rare diseases, right, affecting 400 million people worldwide. It's a lot. Half of that are kids. So 200 million are kids. 30% of that, which is 60 million of the kid, will not live to see their 5th birthday, right? My son, this disease, UBA5, falls in that category of kids not seeing past their 5th birthday. 80% of those rare disease impacting those kids are caused by genetic defects. So in theory, through gene therapy, which is the journey that we're on, the platform that we're creating, it can be solved in the future. It's just unfortunate that my family is sort of blazing the path for this. But hopefully by doing it, we can create a playbook and a way forward. Just because a kid is diagnosed with an ultra-rare disease doesn't mean it has to be a death sentence years from now, right? Just imagine your grandkids being affected by a rare disease because of the journey that we're going through. There will be a treatment. And most people can say, hey, Tommy's just doing this because his son is impacted and he's just trying to tell a story. He doesn't really care about the kids. Well, even before the pandemic, I had my full-time job, but I also co-founded the Children's Cancer Therapy Development Institute. We have 2 drugs in clinical trials for childhood cancers. I always cared for kids. I did that out of my own goodwill. I did not get paid. It just absolutely sucked that it happened, that my son has the rarest of rare. But I'm going to save my son. I'm going to be on this journey, and I'm going to save so many other kids, and I need the community support behind me. So if you can, please spread awareness about this cause. Donate $1, like Justin said. Like everybody donate $1, it can make a big difference, right? Like Mortal Kombat 11 sold what, 12 million copies, $1 each. That's 12 million. We can do a lot with that. So I'll leave it with that.
So just wanted to bring some awareness. Make sure you guys follow the Twitter account, Kombat4Rare. There are charity streams that are happening between now and the 29th of October. And of course, you guys got to make sure you join us for Kombat4Rare Day on October the 30th. It'll be on twitch.tv/Kombat4Rare. We have a fun-filled day filled with, just spreading awareness, but also tournaments and competitions, and then some cool prizes as well for everyone that's going to be watching and participating. Guys, Max, Justin, Tommy, thanks for coming together and really talking about not only being dads, being gamers, but also, again, us getting ready for this fight where we have to save Raiden's life and everybody else's life that may be impacted by this. That's it. Thanks, guys, for tuning in. We'll see you guys next time.
Thank you.
Take care.
Hello, fellow fighters. I wanted to personally welcome you to the Kombat4Rare MK11 tournament tonight. For those of you who don't know who I am, well, you should probably just pack up your shit now because you're not gonna win.
5 minutes, Mr. Cage.
Thank you. All right, so I'll just get to the point. What you're fighting for in this tournament, that's much bigger than any threats that Earthrealm has faced before. What you're fighting for tonight is to bring awareness and to find a cure for a rare disease that young Raiden is fighting. Yeah, his parents named him Raiden. I got an issue with that, but I've talked to them. We'll get to that later. So Raiden and the other kids fighting this disease are Earth's future defenders. So kicking ass tonight matters. Now, since I'm shooting another JC blockbuster, I can't be there in person, but I wanted to let you all know that I'm there in spirit, which means I expect a healthy dose of nut-cracking badassery. Oh, and all of you who decide to choose me as your champion tonight, well, you're smart. Congratulations for being cool, and yeah, you're kind of guaranteed to win. So, have fun tonight. Be ruthless. And for little Raiden, bring the fucking bone. Howdy.
Hey, thanks so much to Andrew Bowen for getting us a little promo here on Kombat4Rare. My name's Ultra David, and with me is Aquaman. Not Mr. Aquaman. I'm joined by Aquaman. What's up, Aquaman?
The world needs heroes tonight, Ultra David, and a superhero is who's showing up. There are lives needing to be saved, quite literally, and that's what we're here to do, and we're going to be doing it with Mortal Kombat, baby. I'm excited.
I love it. Yeah, exactly. And you're right. That is indeed what we're here for. So we're here to help raise money for Kombat4Rare. This is put together by people whose son, Raiden, his name is Raiden, unfortunately has a genetic issue called UBA5. And that has all sorts of life-threatening impacts, neurologically, physically, and unfortunately the prognosis is not good. So the idea here is to raise money for him and for the other kids like him who have rare genetic disorders in order to hopefully make sure that they keep going, you know, that they win in their own battles, and for other kids in the future who have you know, this same issue, that they can be sure to be safe in the future.
Absolutely. And so rare is that disease. I saw that they went through 20,000 of his genes in order to find that. That's how rare this is. And there are very few cases in the world. And so we're going to be raising money all night long here during this tournament. We have been all day as we have reached over 28,000. I've been seeing that number go up consistently. Our goal today is just to start at 100,000 because the journey for Kombat4Rare has only just begun. The fight has only just begun, as the fights are going to be beginning here shortly. Today started out with, David, a wonderful podcast from the Kamidogu crew. Christopher and Toasty started things off. It was absolutely wonderful, but we got to hear from Tommy, who is the father of Raiden, Tommy Pham, who's been in and out of the show all day long, has been the one to start this fight. And I just want to give a huge shout outs to him. We also had Carrie, who you all know as the original Sonya Blade, was on the show earlier if you guys missed it. And we've had, David, almost the entire Mortal Kombat 1 cast. We had an entire team from Midway a part of this show. We had some OGs and legends in the fighting game community. This has been incredible to come together for a great cause like this.
Yeah, his parents, Raiden's parents, Tommy and Linda, have really put in a lot of effort into this. And yeah, we need a lot of people involved. Look, as you said, this is a very rare genetic disorder. That said, there are a lot of rare genetic disorders out there. And when you add them all together, almost all of us know somebody who has unfortunately had somebody. You might not know it. People don't talk about it a lot, but I'm sure that you do. And the reason that I'm sure some of you do is that you know me. And my second to youngest brother, Aaron, had a very rare genetic disorder with cobalamin C that made it so that he could not process certain proteins, and unfortunately he passed away at 6 months old. So that was a big impact on my family, of course. That happened 33 years ago, and I still feel it a lot. I was 6 years old at the time. So it means a lot to me to be able to be involved with something like this to help raise money to make sure that other kids don't go through that kind of stuff. Thankfully, for the issue that my brother had, if caught early now, there are ways to deal with it. Kids grow up with it. It's no longer just it is possible to overcome, basically. And I hope that that same kind of thing will happen for the issue that Raiden has for UBA 5. The way that we get there is by raising money. So as we're doing this, please make sure that you are also donating. As you can see down there at the bottom, donate at Kombat4Rare.org. Please support that. This is the Raiden Science Foundation. Please support however you can.
You go to RaidenScience.org. You can hit ! Donate in the chat as well. The link will pop up. You can go right there. Wonderful website. If you click the resources tab, I checked that out earlier, and there's some wonderful videos about Raiden, his journey, that are just wonderfully done. You guys can learn a lot more about the disease and about the fight against it, as we are going to be doing that here tonight. And one of the best ways that we know how, David, it's the influence that we're able to generate. It's what's brought us all together, and almost every single person that was a part of this show does have something in common that has brought us all together, and it's Mortal Kombat. So we're here for one of our own, literally one of our own, named after the God of Thunder himself. We are fighting tonight.
You know, and a lot of people are contributing to this. So one person who's contributed to this with some awesome art is something we're just about to check out. Art done by Flavio Lucisano, who has a lot of followers on Instagram. You can check him out at flavio.lucisano. Big Mortal Kombat fan. Does a great job at bringing across the franchise through art. So we're gonna check that out here. Check it out on the side. Yeah,
right next to us. And
this is the process, man. You get to actually take a look at the process of making some sick art.
You can see all the adjustments that he's making throughout this too, and the subtle changes that really dictate how Raiden's gonna turn out here. Already gorgeous. We asked production for a little bit of a taste ahead of time. They told us, no, you're going to react to this thing live, as we are getting a gorgeous masterpiece of the God of Thunder before our eyes. Wow, the illumination on that hat. Hold on a second.
Dude, that turned out super sick. Like the last 5 seconds, it was cool the whole time, but then like...
Crazier.
Okay.
All right, that was pretty hot. That was pretty hot. Look at that.
That was so cool. I mean, it was cool to watch the whole process, but then in the specifically like last 5 seconds, it got real wild. I love that.
Once the lightning and the bright colors came in, it really popped. That was gorgeous.
That
Flavio,
was
wonderful
so
artist.
cool. We got another one from him as well.
The last one started out this basic too, David. We've seen this story unfold.
Oh, I know, right? Yeah. As somebody who has no drawing ability whatsoever, this is fantastic to watch. Oh, that's like an interesting take on the Raiden face too. I really like that one.
Very reminiscent of movie Raiden there. Just a little bit of Lambert, in there, but I like where he was going with that. Gorgeous artwork of Raiden, who we're fighting for here tonight. And speaking of Ultra David, we have one of, if not the best Raiden player in at least the Americas on display, who's going to be fighting for Raiden, or with Raiden, for Raiden here tonight.
Yeah, and we're not going to pretend that we don't have a dog in this fight as a result. But we'll get to that one later. Let's show you the bracket that we have. So we have quite a set of players for you here. Look at this. Mighty Unjust and Honeybee, and then Lankiness down there in the loser's side. I feel like this could be the top 3 at whatever tournament you want to watch in Mortal Kombat 11. So I'm stoked that these players are all out here.
I'm 42% sure that this has been a top 3 of at least some form of online Mortal competition in the last year or so, because these are 3 players that are red hot in the Mortal Kombat competitive community. And this first match to get us started, oh boy, another chance at Raiden, perhaps because we have one of the most winningest players in our community. Made that word up live here. Wins a lot.
Love it.
Mighty Unjust going to be going up against Honeybee, one of the huge content creators and consistent beast in the past 4 to 5 titles that NetherRealm Studios has released. A lot of history. here on display. But some younger talent as well, with Lanky coming in just the last couple of years and the Mighty Unjust coming in and making huge waves. This is going to be exciting.
Yeah, I agree. I think I really love this list of players. So just to briefly talk about what Mighty Unjust has done in recent times while they load the players in. First place at Defend the North. That was just recently. First place at East Coast Throwdown. First place at the Coliseum Summer Sweatfest. You might know something about that.
Hey.
You might know something about that. He got 13th at EVO. He got first at Cage Vendettas before that, etc., etc.
And you know, it's about 1 through 4 for the next 40 items you're going to see on that list, David.
It actually is. That's true. Thank you to fgcombo.com for providing so many stats. Super cool. And as you said, look, B is always a top-level competitor, somebody who's always doing work throughout most of the life anyway of MK11. He's been doing it with Devora, a character that, you know, I don't think any of us are going to say is a great character, but that he does a lot of work with nevertheless.
Oh, yeah. And it has to be on my list. The top 2 to 3 of the most entertaining players to watch in my history within this community. Honeybee plays high octane, high risk, high reward. He makes reads that make other people have nightmares. And that's what gets me excited when Honeybee's on the screen. Now, looking at their competitive history, though, it seems that the Mighty Unjust might have a secret can of, what is it, Raid in his pocket? That appears to be, because in the past couple of years, it looks like Honeybee's only been able to get 1 victory over the Mighty Unjust, and it was one of the first events for MK11.
Right, yeah, it has definitely been a tough draw. It's not like B's the only person who's experienced a tough draw against the Mighty Unjust pretty consistently. This is a player who's been just killing it. Yeah, and do great at almost every tournament as well. But yeah, you're right. It could be an uphill battle. We'll see if B can make it happen. We were talking earlier about what character to expect here for the Mighty Unjust, because he's got so many up his sleeve. But yeah, I think Rated might be a reasonable expectation.
And we were talking about that earlier as to maybe why. When you think of Honeybee, when you think of his playstyle, plus the character that he plays, you know he's going to jump at some point. And most people, he's going to jump a lot. It's Devora, and Raiden has a built-in tool to shut down aerial dominance. And we've seen him break it out in tournament too. It's his pick for Cabal. It's his pick for other, again, aerial dominant characters. Will he break out the Raiden? Will he be going for the Flash of Lightning? Or is he going to random select because he knows the entire cast? That is also what could be on the menu tonight.
That would be sick if so. I would be supportive of that. I think I'd be more supportive if it were Raiden. I would like to root for Raiden the whole time.
I'm with you on that one. For Raiden, and if you guys didn't see Raiden earlier in the broadcast, he actually appeared on the podcast, had some smiles on camera, did a little Raiden, and got to meet him yesterday as well. Even though it was through a camera, my heart almost exploded.
Yeah,
and so
very cute kid.
If you guys can, donate to Kombat4Rare, and let's try to save Raiden's and a lot of other individuals' lives here tonight. Let's all be superheroes.
Yeah, again, as we're trying to make the players get into the lobby, make it happen here, I just want to reiterate, look, there are so many of these rare diseases that almost everybody knows somebody who has had some, whether a child, whether a sibling, something like that. There are actually 200 million children who suffer from rare genetic diseases. That is a really high number, honestly. And although in each of those diseases case, it's small, it's quite small for UBA5, as Raiden unfortunately has, but combined, these many issues together, it's really something that affects the whole world. So if you can, please support. We mentioned what we're going for today. You can see it down there at the bottom. Yet again, $100,000. They need a lot more than that. So this is going to be an ongoing thing.
Yeah, there's a really big goal.
We're looking to reach the millions ultimately, right? If we're going to make a real dent in things like UBA5 and other rare genetic diseases. But this is what we're starting with here today. $100,000. We're hoping to get there. Please support it if you can.
Absolutely, and they're partnering up with the UMass Medical Center over there in Massachusetts on this one. If you guys were interested in that, really big goal. Again, we're starting out at 100K. And we're trying to get the players into a lobby right now as we start off with winners finals. As you saw, going to be a total of 3 matches. And the winner today, David.
Yeah, the winner today.
Get something truly special. Do you want to tell him?
Yeah, for sure. The winner today actually gets a poster signed by the entire cast of the 1995 Mortal Kombat movie. It's so cool. I've seen pictures of it. It looks awesome. It actually has the old way of spelling Raiden, Rayden, which showed up in some of the games in the early and mid 90s. So I actually think that kind of like increases the authenticity of it a little bit. I think that's so cool. So that will be what the first place winner gets. In addition,
Incredible.
all the top 3 will be getting cool swag shirts. So look, we're trying to raise money here. This is not something where we're giving away big money. The importance of this is to raise money for the cause.
That sounded pretty priceless to me.
Yeah.
That's all. I have a very, very jealous look on my face right now because one of the individuals tonight is going to be taking that home. And this entire show has been such a Mortal Kombat generational display because we've seen people going back to their influences in the 80s and late 70s that became the people that started at Midway. And then we got players that were introduced to these games in the 90s, early 2000s, late 2000s. Just incredible that we're going to, spanning 30 years plus.
Yeah, it's had a huge impact on us. Look, you and I certainly as much as anybody, but we are from that generation of folks, or even the generations past that, who grew up with this game. I was in the arcades in the early 90s. I remember playing. I remember not winning a whole lot at the time, but very much enjoying it and having been influenced by it ever since. I think it's really cool that Tommy and Linda, in naming their kid, went with Raiden, right? That just really shows the degree of influence that something like Mortal Kombat has had on them. I totally get it. And the fact that we can have a Mortal Kombat themed way to raise money for something so important, I think is fantastic.
And I don't know if we said it, but he is named after Raiden from Mortal Kombat.
Yeah, man.
That is he is the God of Thunder, in my eyes, and I hope everyone's eyes here. Still trying to get those players together, guys.
Yep, just working on the lobby. That happens. Look, we're running an online tournament here. You guys know how the internet works. Sometimes it works real easily, and sometimes not quite as much.
That is the way the cookie crumbles out here in the digital age.
Yeah.
I want to make a note that we also had a multiverses tournament earlier too. Had both Coney and Tasty Steve on here.
Mm-hmm.
It was a delight. Got to see some loops for charity. If you guys go back and watch that, it was a good time in grand finals. Everyone was loving it. Multiverses on display. It was some 1v1 action. The winner of that got some exclusive giveaways from Multiverses. It was really cool.
You were saying that you are thinking about picking up the Iron Giant.
Oh, absolutely. I saw some utter filth that got me excited. If I can be honest with you.
Yeah.
And I learned that Coney, who is a Smash commentator, I learned that he tried and played and liked Injustice 1 and was a Grundy player. I've learned a lot from watching the show today, so I highly suggest everyone go back. You never know what you're gonna find.
You're somebody who, of course, played a lot of Injustice, and you did it with Aquaman? No, not with Aquaman. After all, no, it wasn't. That you like the dirt, as you were just talking about. You like the silly stuff. You like to get away with things.
He was too solid for me, man. He was too solid. Aquaman was too good.
Yeah, no, for sure.
I need the gimmicks. And that's
what you found Ares who had the gimmicks. So.
He still has things that are not implemented in NetherRealm games anymore. He was the last of a generation. Was Ares? He had an overhead projectile. Do you realize how game breaking and a quick overhead projectile is? To this day, it's not blocked. It is every fighting game's instinctual reaction to a startup of a projectile throw to duck.
I mean, you're right. Yeah, especially if we were coming from a game like Mortal Kombat, where you could just actually duck a lot of projectiles without even blocking them. not that guy. So yeah, you've been in this for quite a while. Of course, I have too. And
a while. I mean, eons.
Eons. It's true. Yeah, I've been doing this for eons. I was there, Aquaman, at the beginning of Mortal Kombat 9. And although
when they made the White Walkers, wait, no, is that too far back?
Maybe so, maybe a little bit too much. But yeah, no, of course, and in the game since then, you and I both have been playing a lot. You competed a lot, and you've been commentating a lot. I've been commentating a lot. So this is certainly a series and a developer's games that have had big impacts on us.
In different ways from a lot of other people here, because a lot of people, casual fans, just love the lore, the story. They love to go in and just button mash the crap out of their best friend for a couple minutes. Like, no matter what, Mortal Kombat has brought so many of us together in so many ways. For us, it's been at a competitive level, but we also know that you guys out there just love it casually. We love everyone out there. Hope you guys enjoy the show. We're gonna get started with Honey Bee going up against the Mighty Unjust, and a little bit of a surprise. We're not getting either of the characters that we predicted, and that's just to give us a taste tonight of what might be to come.
Right, yeah, Dvorak is what we were expecting, but of course B has had this character up his sleeve the whole time for a while near the start of the game. This was his main character, in fact. So cool to see him go back. I'm in, and then on Unjust side, he goes to Jackie, an ever-popular character. Her movement can be really difficult for Noob to deal with. Her pressure is difficult for everybody in the game to deal with.
That it is, unless you've got the reads, I feel like, in this matchup. Gonna have to be very reactionary with those up shadows. That's what I see being a factor here. Nice pick up there from the Mighty Unjust, who's getting started quick, and just the swings from Honeybee. One of Noob Saibot's best assets is his clone, is his buddy. This is gonna be a 2v1 fight.
Ooh, let's go. Yeah, I don't want to start on anti-air is genius. This mid-range right here, I like for Noob. Yeah, slide range, forward 2 range is good. It's a range where he can back off or where he can anti-air. He can play footsies, but if she's in, oh, he's late on the down too. If she's in, everybody's in trouble.
Wrong this time around. This is a death sequence. He's dying on ship alone. The blue magic's on the ground. Tried a flawless block. Not enough time. It wasn't quick enough with the micro duck out of nowhere. And Honeybee is gonna snatch victory from the. I don't even know. This was so crazy. Just to get us started in game number 1. Honeybee, micro duck. So many aggressive reads that paid off. Some of them got him burned though, David. He's playing high octane.
It's true, but it did all work out. He had to use the resource on it. Not going to have that next round or two, but he did what he had to do. Yeah, this is the range that I think is nice. So coming off the defensive bar, that's pretty big for Jackie. It means that she can't play with her spacing in the jumps quite as much, but he's in.
And I'm shocked that the back one of Noob Saibot's didn't have some active frames right there. Another, what, 9 or 10 frame? Believe a mid.
Oh, the big reads are coming out.
Speaking of injustice, those are some of the reads I'm seeing. From young Honeybee Commander, Start of a Demon gets interrupted. Okay, the goop of Jackie doing so much work for him on hit, on whiff, on the ground, and he's still bleeding. And they go through each other.
It really adds up. Look at Honeybee's life bar whenever he's next to that goop on the ground. You do not want to be there.
And that's a clip. Oh my goodness.
Okay, let's go, Honeybee. What a start.
That hit from so far away.
Right? Yeah, you really got to watch your legs as you're walking around in that range. So game 1 goes to B. Again, it wasn't the character matchup that we were expecting. I wouldn't say it's a big surprise, but not necessarily what we were looking for. So now, do you think that there might be a switch? Unjust has so many. I mean, Jackie's a great character. I don't know if you need to switch away from her. Okay.
Oh, yeah. So, I guess not here. Honeybee, just the reads are all that separated them in that matchup. That one micro duck, and it was in a situation where that's a low probability of success, almost certainty of death situation. Gimli would have been proud of Honeybee with that read, is what I'm getting at.
Wow, and he's tossing the clones. You're gonna have to toss me. Yeah, this is that range. That's that important spot to try to stay in, but here you're gonna get the chance to see the damage. Looking for the breakaway, it didn't come. Looking for the block into up 2, didn't come.
Oh, and Honeybee, all of that aggression of, dare I say, not blocking right there. Landing a couple of resets, and now he's not blocking a single thing.
He's got a lot of work to do to fight back. Still taking some chip. Yeah, he cannot be in that spot. That is going to be death zone. Okay, it's gone. He's got a little bit of a window. Yeah. Ay, okay, that was actually the teleport attempt. You could see the beginning of it.
A little too slow there, and it was right when he got in range. And Unjust makes another crazy read. When he jumps at you with Jackie, how many options this character has to throw something that could be anti-airable, and then you guess beyond that is insane.
You're burning. You're burning up.
That was like 40 in chip.
Unjust is doing a great job at that range right there. He's now more blocking. If it's not his turn as it is right now, he's more blocking and patient at that range until it was his turn again. He really made it pay off. Anything's gonna do it at this point.
More goop, and he can't move forward right now.
But he couldn't even finish the chain. He couldn't even do the string.
Oh no. You can't move forward, you can't move back. What are you gonna do? And he's gonna, you know what? Return the favor and go for the toes here, David.
Couldn't even finish the string for fear of death. Oh man, that is so dangerous.
As how do I put this? Rage-inducing as dot damage kills can be on the receiving end, man, oh man, do they look nice.
If you're the player doing it, it's so cool.
No better feeling. Just put it out there, watch it do some work for you. Watch it do some work. Because it's such a different enigma on the screen.
Yeah.
To have something on the ground that's going to force movement out of your opponent. The mind games that you can play with that alone. As I explode into the nether realm here live. But that's what we're dealing with here. Layers in fighting games. Just like in real life fighting in the MMA. You have to weigh the options that your opponent can do as well in situations like that. And you have to do so very quickly.
Oh. Tried to get an anti-air there. She landed not quite there, but oh yeah, moving forward. Through the dude. The dude's out of here. No defensive bar though, so that was an auto corner.
This is the second stage in a row that we've seen just an innocent bystander get thrown.
Can you believe it?
Come on. Ooh. Nice right there. Mighty Unjust. That's what he has the second guess on every lead, but he's right this time around.
Yeah, to get out of there as soon as possible. Could be a little bit more damage than a regular throw, as you can see. Oh man.
There,
oh no. Oh
not the
no.
down one grease kick.
Oh
He's
no.
The
That's it. That's it. What are you gonna do? You're waking up into the goop?
And even there, it's what, down one goop on block?
Yeah, that's it.
And he's in a prison. Can he get out? What an anti-air from Honeybee, but it doesn't even connect. It was too high.
Woo!
That'll land in enough of these shadows, and you're gonna get access to a very damaging KP. And there's the up shadow too. Just get out of my airspace. Nice false block.
Okay, underneath. Backing off a little bit, hoping to catch her walking yet again. We've seen that work before.
If you guys pay attention, these false blocks are doing very big things at a minute level. Even they're avoiding some chip for Honeybee. It's avoiding cancels on the Jackie jump-ins, and these raw strings are clipping.
Ooh, made the clone whip, but then another one hits right away. I think he's on that KB already. I haven't been specifically counting, but I feel like he's there.
I feel like it too. We've seen a lot of shadows connect, and he needs to connect 10 of them in order to access that KB. And he's at his back to this corner here. What a duck! But the reaction's been kind of late from Honeybee multiple times here.
Yeah, uncharacteristic.
That's micro duck, but that's a mix-up in and of itself, that 1-1 of Noob. And ooh, he's about to pay the iron price for that, only 876. Not bad. That's just a shadow from Noob Sidebot. Takes the second hit, and that'd be a good thing. And I thought that he was going to do it right there.
Oh, big chance, but she leans back so weirdly after her grab.
I think he's over 3 on trying to put his throw down.
I know.
She does the limbo when she recovers.
She does. Again, a little bit too far for the 1-1.
Bigger there.
Trying to challenge there. You can see how much Honeybee's trying to look for a spot. Here's Unjust. Finally, the big hit hits. Oh, could be kill either way. Neither one wants to take the commitment.
Ooh, down.
What a time, but if he just done a regular jump in, it could have killed. Okay. I mean, you could understand the panic there of Honeybee, who was in the goop, and maybe if that had even just been button into grease kick, it was already chip kill, so he needed to move. But by needing to move, he was forced into a bad spot, and Mighty Unjust capitalized.
It's that situation we were just talking about. Played out to perfection. This is a close one. Final round situation here. It's 2-1 for the Mighty Unjust. I feel like if he would have... I feel like he had the string into the tackle, had the bar behind it for the damage, but he did the string in the ghost ball, which didn't even connect. So I feel like that just may have been an input error. I don't know the exact input of the tackle, but maybe it was a back forward, which is a tricky input on pad if you're not incredibly tight with it. All those mistakes you can make from back to forward. You can go down back, you can go down, you can go that forward. And if you have a certain thing turned off in your settings, that can really be a factor.
Yeah. So back to Noob. Again, we're doing a 1st to 3 here, of course, as is the standard. And this is going to have to be a W for Honeybee unless doesn't want to get it down to losers.
With the shark-infested, I mean, the Raiden-infested waters.
Yeah.
Are tonight.
The empty jump is killing as well. Excellent baits and understanding of when the opponent might go for flawless block. Oh, big jump in.
Is this death? No, drops it. I believe in miracles. Will we get one live?
He basically needs.
Oh
no!
What a bold thing to do, though.
I know.
He walked into that, which is sometimes what you need to do.
No, okay, that was sick. Actually ducked it. That was rad.
Return a favor from the flawless block that did not go Honeybee's way earlier.
Huh? Maybe missed flawless block.
The tackle there, Honeybee trying to fake him out with some of these stand ones. Looking to bait some of these leaps. Dash on some big damage there through the breakaway, and those ghost balls are good trades too from Noob Side. One of the most damaging, quickest projectiles that exist. Uh-oh, into the corner.
Ooh. Okay, here we go. Here we go. This is the kind of thing he needs. Doesn't want to spend quite yet. Oh, he may live to regret it.
He looked so good on the anti-airs until there, where I don't know if it was a late reaction with Shadow or a stand one attempt. Could be multiple normals, as Noob Saibot does possess some great ones, but one mistimed anti-air is going to seal his fate in this winner's finals and give the mighty Unjust the comfortable cushion to try to win that poster. And here, try to save lives. We are here, Kombat4Rare, everyone. We're trying to raise money for genetic research, trying to save multiple individuals' lives, but tonight in particular, we're doing it for Raiden himself, named after the God of Thunder, son of Tommy Pham. Thank you so much, Tommy, everything you've done for this Kombat4Rare, the foundation. Everyone go check it out. They've been doing so much in the past year. RaidenScience.org. There's a tab called Resources. You guys can see all the resources there, videos on young Raiden, his whole story. His smile will get you, I promise.
And thanks as well to ESTV, the leader in esports television, which is actually broadcasting Kombat4Rare as well. So we have a lot of support for this event, and that's
24/7 from what I'm seeing.
Fantastic to see. So many people have come together to make this event happen and to help support it, and I hope that you in the chat, if you can afford to, will do so as well through some donations.
And I've been seeing some donations come through too in these last couple of matches. I've been seeing some names up there in the recent donation. I've been seeing some Mortal Kombat names that look pretty familiar. So thank you to everyone that is donating out there.
Good work. As far as the tournament goes, that means that Mighty Unjust will make it into grand finals on winner's side. Losers finals is where we're headed now. It's going to be Honeybee, of course, versus Lankiness. STG Lankiness. Now, tell me why this is a cool one to see for this particular event.
Lankiness is going to be playing the God of Thunder himself. He is a Raiden main. Raiden, if you're listening, Lanky is your champion tonight. I just got to give apologies to Johnny Cage, who opened this up. I half expected Johnny Cage from Unjust as well. After an intro like that, I was expecting it. So Johnny, unfortunately, may not be seen tonight, but there's still plenty of time. Unjust still has a potential other matchup, and that could be determined by what we see here, because he could see a completely different animal in Lanky, depending on how this goes, in a completely different matchup.
By the way, I thought it was so cool that Andrew Bowen did that, because I hear that voice all the time when I'm playing MK, because I use the Johnny voice on the character select. That's what I like.
It's so smooth, man.
The drooler. I love it. He's hilarious. So I really appreciate that he did that for this.
And he absolutely killed it throughout the entirety of MK11. Story, mid-match, taunts, outros, everything. He absolutely crushed it. And we also had some others from the team at MK11 on here. We had the composer. His name's escaping me right now, and I'm really ashamed. But we had the composer on here, giving shouts to Raiden and of course the entire cause. We had Shang Tsung, Liu Kang on here. Liu Kang himself from Mortal Kombat 1, if I'm not mistaken, came on and gave a speech to Raiden that teared me up a little bit while watching. It was gorgeous. Go back and watch that if you missed it too, as we're getting this loser's final set up to get Raiden on screen himself. And if Lanky doesn't play Raiden, I might have words with him after this, David.
Come on, make it happen. So do you think that means that B is going to be playing Noob again? Is that what you're looking for here? I mean, we talked about how Raiden can deal well with some of what 4 does.
This is interesting because Honeybee happens to train with and train the other killer Raiden in the Americas. Patient Impulse is another great Raiden player that happens to be a mainstay in Honeybee's tournaments, in his training sessions, and has become an absolute tournament demon himself. And so he plays with him almost every day against Raiden.
Got
it. So if someone's gonna be knowledgeable and have some secret sauce for Raiden, it's definitely gonna be someone like Honeybee. What that secret sauce is, just like at every fast food chain, I have no clue, no idea.
Understood. We're hoping that the secret sauce tonight will be your donations. You can go to Kombat4Rare.org. But we have more going on, as we have mentioned. Aquaman was just talking about some of the other people who have been here throughout this stream, trying to help us raise money. Well, we got more people as well.
Hey there, I'm John Tobias, co-creator of Mortal Kombat. Thank you for tuning in to the Kombat4Rare charity stream, and thank you for supporting this fight against rare diseases. By helping the Raiden Science Foundation in fundraising, we can accelerate research toward a treatment within the next few years. I'm joining the battle because it's a real fight to create a better future for kids suffering from rare diseases all around the world, especially the ones that we never hear about, like UBA5 that affect little 2-year-old Raiden fam. Raiden is the precious inspiration behind the entire Kombat4Rare campaign, and he's certainly the inspiration for me to lend my support. As part of Kombat4Rare Day, I'm creating an illustration of Mortal Kombat's Raiden. I don't get to illustrate these characters very often, and in fact, I don't think I've drawn Raiden in his MK1 costume in almost 30 years. So a chance to do so during Mortal Kombat's 30th anniversary for such a great cause was one that I couldn't pass up. The illustration is available for auction now, and 100% of the proceeds will go toward the Raiden Science Foundation. This is a one-of-a-kind piece of art, so good luck on bidding.
Incredible. After 30 years getting to recreate the character, speechless.
That's
to
so
have
cool.
someone like that on a show like this, David.
Oh, that is so cool. So cool to hear about it. And also cool to hear that he's like excited to do it as well. Like that's awesome. That's awesome. Thanks so much to John Tobias for taking part in this.
Absolutely. Thank you, man. And that just goes to show the generational thing I was talking about, David. We've got every era covered here. So many Mortal Kombat legends from across the board, you know, ground up on the back end, on the front end, competitively, casually. It doesn't matter here. We're all here for a great cause. We're here for Raiden, just like he talked about himself. He is the inspiration here. And let's see some thunder on the screen, too. That's what I want to see.
That would be great. That would be great. That's what we're looking for here, is we're expecting Lankiness versus Honeybee to be coming up next. The players are working on getting into the lobby. Again, we're talking about Raiden so much because this is to benefit little Raiden fam, whose parents, Linda and Tommy, have been instrumental in getting this all together, making the Raiden Science Foundation on behalf of him to help him fight the disease called UBA5 disease, rare genetic disorder. Super important to fight for solutions to this, but it takes money, you know, like anything else in the world. It ultimately just takes money. And for genetic diseases, which although in combination affect many people, each individual one is rare. And so it's hard to get a ton of money for each one. Well, that's what we're trying to do today. Please support if you can.
To put things in perspective, it took them 17 months and looking through 20,000 genes in order to find exactly what it was affecting young Raiden. 17 months.
Well, it's going to be Raiden on stream.
Battling it out here in the Coliseum, and we got Devore from Honeybee. This is a little bit of a viewer's dream.
Oh, she's so gross. I love it. Man, every time I see this character. Oh, she's so cool. Wow, okay.
Looking for the big reads early. He might be thinking that Linky is going to be the one swinging a lot here early. It's a hit advantage of the Avapauser. Now he's got the bugs out. Devora. Does not fight alone if this is your first time seeing her. She has an entire race of chitin at her disposal.
Ooh, this time it does work. As you can see, that teleport is quite a risk that she takes. There's a big payoff, as you can see right now. Okay, stealing a bit of a turn there is B.
A little bit of late reaction there. It's a slow normal to be thrown out, and Honeybee with the wake-up buttons catches the meaty teleport that you see a lot from Raidens to try to mess up wake-ups. And look at this beautiful conversion off it into a bug, and the sequence never ends.
Ooh! Looking for grab, looking for a high of anything. Oh no, didn't believe in it. Oh, no. Okay, let's go. Talk about taking some risks. Storm Cell. Okay.
I half expected him to go directly in the fatal blow right there. Lanky maybe didn't believe in leaving him at 1% HP. I would have I wouldn't leave Honeybee at 1 HP.
No,
we've seen the comebacks.
There. Yeah, he's that has been a thing of his for years.
We have seen some comebacks.
Yes. Again, taking the risk. You're trying to duck that. The end of the string there. Go for a grab. If you duck, you're susceptible to the mid.
I'm half expecting a down 3 Storm Cell at this point. It's like that's gonna be a full combo. It's a setup. Should see the side switch. Meaty bug. Guess again. Still a turn.
Oh. Okay, look, it all works out for lankiness. Oh, just wake up jump. Yes, B.
Tried to shimmy with the forward two. One of the Honeybee specials as well. Tried it again. Not falling for it. Hopped over the down one though. DeVore doing some crazy things right now.
Oh, big chance. No, never mind. Okay, grab works, but the bug.
And he got lucky that didn't connect, and Honeybee out of reading such a quick stagger. What a strike of the 1-2 in the fatal. And he took both rounds similarly where it was down to the wire and it was just one quick little aggressive read from Honeybee that kind of stole it in both. But he has set the tone early with saying to Lanky, I'm not afraid to do anything.
Neither of these players is afraid to do anything. We saw random teleports twice.
Storm Cell twice.
Exactly,
okay,
exactly.
You're right. We're seeing some craziness, but this is what we want to see.
That's what I'm looking for, absolutely. And look, as we were saying before, I'm not going to pretend like I don't absolutely want Raiden to win. I'm rooting for Raiden. That's what we're here.
Let's go, Lanky.
Let's go, Lanky. Get that Raiden W. Please let me know in the chat if you're following along. You're hoping for the Raiden W. I don't care if you're related to Honeybee. You got to be rooting for Raiden.
That's right. For Raiden.
Exactly.
Here at Kombat4Rare. Let's get into game number 2 here. The tone has been set. It's Savagery 101.
Okay.
Yes. Bug.
But the bug will... Oh, he got there in time. I was about to say the bug would save, but no. Of course, the KB wipes it off the screen. Very smart stuff.
Maybe land some big guaranteed damage, though. It's one of those characters that you almost don't break away from. Because very rarely in combos do you get the launcher early. Speaking of, you see the restand? No, setup. Always it sure helps to wake up. That was just him in another dimension.
Good work.
Okay. All that conditioning of the Storm Cell panel.
Yeah, exactly, yeah. Oh! Boy, there is no convincing B to not do that. Oh, hold on, maybe a chance. He's got to make some big things happen.
Ooh,
no, it's not gonna work out.
I half believed there that knee was coming. And I half expected Lanky to have the cojones to do forward 4 fatal in that moment. These teleports.
Really making it uncomfortable for Raiden to try to control space. That is one of his strengths. His character's got great movement with teleport. He also has some good projectiles. Barely seen them because of the risk of teleport.
And is there maybe an extra added comfort level added to Honeybee in that Raiden's not going to do the biggest punish?
No, for sure.
That was so smart for him not to commit the teleport right there. Bugs out. Safety's coming. Nice cancel from Lanky. Recognize the situation so quick, but not gonna be enough. Oh, and we are served Raiden in 4K definition. And the chitin expands to a 2-0 lead.
Ugh.
Devora.
So gross. What's going on with her there? I can't even look at the screen.
I don't want to.
I'm not going to investigate that closely.
You know, that's the first time that even production said, I don't want to see that. Yeah. Let's just go to the dual cam.
What's happening on that screen? Okay, well, what's happening is currently 2-0 for Honeybee. making it work big time for him. He is taking those risks. Look, you're right that Raiden is not gonna be taking off 45% as a couple of characters can do in this game, without just a couple of correct resources. In general, that's not going to be the case for him. So
mid 200s guaranteed.
Yeah, 200s
off of Backlund Storm Cell, jumping down to maybe.
I mean, we saw the KB early, but once that was spent, you're not as concerned. So calculated player from Honeybee.
Ooh. Wait from the 1-2 right there. Maybe pre-committed.
Oh.
Nice mixes. Going for the judo chops. Set up. Falls in so well. He makes it hard for you to play the game. Tries a dirty tick throw, and I cannot believe that Lanky was ready for it.
What a catch by B. Let's see where he's going with this. He's going for Oki. Pressure.
He's a little more hesitant following that bug in at the moment. Maybe been wary of the up 3 of Lanky. Been using it all match long. I thought teleport was coming behind that. And that's something Lanky hasn't done a lot.
No, it was at max range of it. Speaking of max range, just outside of the bugs.
No fatal? Oh, no.
Interesting.
That might be the second one that I think is going to cost him, guaranteed.
Oh, wow.
Match point for Honeybee and Lanky. It has been the lack. I mean, the opportunities have been there. It's been the lack of closure.
Okay, yeah, grab will work. Going back to mid-screen here, moving away from the interactable they were getting close to.
And Lanky's been trying his best to challenge those bugs, which more times than not is a good thing, especially non-amplified. But Honeybee hasn't given him much room to breathe.
Yeah, not doing a lot of damage at once. What attack! Trying to maintain the corner.
Honeybee had the right too, but Lanky
too high. Was not there. Oh, he's moving away. That was sick. Playing around dangerous interactable. No, it's not even gonna matter.
I think Honeybee leaves right here. That's gonna combo. Reset. It's a long way to the top if you want to rock and roll, but this is doable here. Fatal blows
taking a risk on that after all of the teleports we've seen.
He teleports himself.
Again?
It's looking good. Looked like shit,
Yes,
and
yes,
that was
yes.
so smart. No gap, covering a lot of ground. Little recovery on the forward 4-2, just in case you jumped or something. Smart to keep Lanky alive and a teleport here. Because it wasn't amplified, he actually gets a combo. Takes the guaranteed. He's knocking right now.
Oh, is he gonna do it again? No, okay.
That's the mix-up.
That is the mix-up.
Ooh,
pushback was sick on that though.
Sent them to oblivion with that one. Trying to anti-air. A jump one. Bold, but doable if you're early enough. I like that Lanky had the belief to.
Here's the confirm. Lankiness has a couple of bars. Yeah, gonna hold on to it here. Oki's ready.
Oh, this is Chip.
Yeah, this is getting real risky.
He's got all the positives ready.
Grab. Is he gonna get hit? He did. Hold on. He cannot get touched. Anything. Yeah, I understand the. Oh, he's alive somehow.
How do you interrupt that? He's alive. Lanky.
Oh, he could do it. No. Almost fought all the way back.
I cursed it. I talked about how little recovery forward 4 had. It had a little too much there for Honeybee to check with the down one chip, regardless of what was transpiring there. And this man just metamorphosized live.
Yeah, she has advanced to the next stage of her life.
Grand finals, as it turns out.
Grand finals, exactly. That's where she's gonna fly off to with her brand new butterfly wings. Wow, almost made the complete comeback. That would have been
all three
amazing.
Of those were close.
Yeah, they were. They were. GG's there to Lankiness. It's not gonna work out for him, but we really appreciate Lankiness taking the time to be involved with this, to be involved with Kombat4Rare.
Especially, again, being one of the representations of the character competitively in Mortal Kombat 11. Just great synergy here to try to raise money for young Raiden himself as we're reaching almost 29,000 raised, guys. If you can, exclamation point donate in the chat. And speaking of, we have a giveaway winner to announce. And it is the winner of the Logitech Aurora Collection. And it is Peter M. Peter M.
Ooh.
Might want to keep an eye on your email. Peter M. winning a Logitech Aurora collection.
Let's go.
They are currently giving away a Mortal Kombat cab, arcade one-up cab. So you guys can check that out as well in the chat. And we're going to be announcing the winner of that, I believe, before this ends, too. An entire cabinet. And if you guys haven't seen them, they are gorgeous. They're in the background of so many people's stream setups.
Yeah.
And every single one of them looks amazing. They never cease to impress.
Again, super cool that we got so much together here for Kombat4Rare, that there's so much giveaways, that there are so many people taking part in this who have given their time, their art, their products to help raise money for this. Please do so if you can. The donation is down there, Kombat4Rare.org. So grand finals, we just saw the qualification into it of Honeybee. Mighty Unjust, we know, is waiting up there at the top winner side of grand finals. If he wins this first 3 out of 5 set, he will be the champion. And again, as a reminder, winner of this thing will get a poster signed by the entire cast of the 1995 Mortal Kombat movie. Super sick looking. I've seen some pictures of it, and I'm sure the players will be stoked about it. So that's what's on the line here as we play for charity.
Call me crazy, but it might be why we saw Jackie earlier from Mighty Unjust.
Oh yeah, you think, is this try hard times? Is that what you're going for?
I think he is here. You see what's on the line. We know what's on the line here. I would be.
Yeah. That makes total sense. Yeah. Play your best, dude. Now he does.
I was nice and relaxed. I was chill when getting involved in all this, and then once they said that, I was like, man, I should have jumped in the bracket.
Should have asked me to play.
Yeah, throw me in.
What am I commentating here today for?
I'll throw down a little bit here, you know.
Yeah, for sure.
But luckily, we did get pros that are good at the game, and we've seen some electrifying gameplay here tonight as we look to continue that with the run back. It is going to be the run back, and this got me excited because we did see layers develop between these two, and Honeybee was definitely in it.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah, we'll see if you can have a stronger showing this time. If you guys were watching earlier, that previous match was a 3-1. Now Honeybee is able to take losers finals 3-0, so coming into this hot.
Yeah, red hot, and has to have made a couple of mental notes from the previous engagement. Look out for he just started the match with Ghost Ball. My train of thought is gone. It's working for him.
Well, he's got a nice spot on screen right now. It's a spot where he can feel pretty safe. He's outside of dash punch range, outside of, well, okay, just like that, she's in.
Trying to get a flawless block. Nice to go into the tackle there. I feel like everything else would have whiffed. Good recognition of the anti-airs. Almost got the bar. I was looking at the bottom left the entire time. He was one kick away. And he's sitting pretty.
Looking for the flawless block again. And he's got a big life lead, but he just cannot be comfortable. Yes, okay. The up shadow comes out.
And that's one of the first times that we've seen it kind of pay off for Honeybee. He gets a health lead, looks for the approach. He almost got the anti-air there as well. He's playing really solid. And speaking of the flawless block that was missed in the previous round, lands here. The single hit into leap from Mighty Unjust.
Ooh, boy, covering this. Yeah, okay. So B actually made it past the goop. Yeah, okay, now remember the times when he did not get the punish in the previous set. This time B is ready. Underneath the dash punch.
Ooh.
He finds the hit.
That normal looked like
He's one hit from death.
He went for the reset. He wanted to end it on the low. Good interruption. Get the down there, new side bot. That's gonna be so hard for Jack to deal with up close to down 4 at the same range. Up shadow, and it's gonna be there for Honeybee. That is one of the tools that I feel like he's going to have to get better at if he's gonna win this match. And we're already seeing it. The anti-airs to close out both rounds. Clutch.
And while with Jackie with full resources could have gotten the kill already when he had that much life. He had about 40% at that stage. She didn't have any offensive bar, which meant that it was not going to be quite as... It wouldn't have been a kill combo. He could have taken a risk like that if that wasn't just straight up reactions, which it very well could have been as well. So excellent first game by Honeybee. And Unjust goes right back to it.
And now look for Unjust to make some adjustments where if Honeybee gets a little bit of health lead, don't look for those immediate leaps because that's what burned him. was kind of the Jackie classic. Put her at 1 HP. You're one jump in away from dying. She leaps once, gets a max distance jump 1, and it's GG's.
Hey.
So many rounds are stolen that way, and these shadows. Finding the mark.
Hey, he's already at 3. Okay. Underneath, and the punish this time too, just like in the last game, he's had it. However, Jackie's right back in there. Doing 300 as she does. Oh,
whoa.
Okay, it worked out.
I mean,
he's looking for false block up too, of course, but it could have gone real bad.
He definitely could have died right there. A gift from the mighty unjust. Even though we're close to Halloween, he gave a Christmas present.
And, oh, it's getting real funky here.
Wait, the fact he's still alive,
no.
and he's going to take this. How did he hold on for so long? He was at 10 HP, staring down the barrel of 700, and kept his composure. Honeybee still weathered several hundred storms before that point, though.
Yeah.
That's what's impressive on both sides.
However, he starts this round in a bad spot with the corner to his back, grinding in the gears now. Hey,
And
still not there in time.
It's crazy how consistent we see Honeybee go for the flawless blocks, too.
Yeah, he very often. Absolutely. That's why Injustice had a lot of empty jumps to come in. There's another one.
Probably a second one behind that.
Not close enough for anything else, but close enough for pressure. Escape failed, too.
Anti-Air's clean for the sickle, too, so he...
Ooh, what's happening?
Here? Went for a normal you do not see often. And he's locked. Unjust down here in the corner.
Oh, no!
No! Not again! How did he get back to back? Insane comebacks from the mighty. He just might here. He just might.
Nice work by Unjust. Yeah. Look, that was a big risk. Well, I'm thinking back to the previous game when Honeybee had that anti-air up shadow to seal it. And maybe the idea here from Unjust was last time he did that thing. This time, he's not going to be looking for me to jump 2 game entries in a row.
And guess what? He jumped again and killed him.
Sure did.
Layers.
Well, it's 1-1. Again, it was 3-1 last time that they played in Winners Finals.
And if you guys aren't familiar, if the Mighty Unjust wins this, first to 3, the tournament ends. But if Honeybee wins this first to 3, he will technically send the Mighty Unjust 2 losers. It's a double elimination format here. Even though it was a short one, we still like the format. And amplifies that at the last second to anti-air from so far. And I'm loving not just the reactionary ones from Honeybee, but he's just been on point with the spacing. And the story that we've seen so far is Honeybee get these type of leads, and then Jackie sort of does what Jackie does, which is hit you very hard.
Yeah. Oh, thank you, Low Shadow. Uh-oh! No, thank you, Low Shadows. It's all adding up. Honeybee's still stuck in the corner. Oh, okay, yeah.
I'm just starting to find a rhythm now. I would be too, almost, if I had the 2 comebacks he had. Talk about adrenaline coursing through his veins. Gets another jump. What has been a thorn in his side is also a crown upon his head.
Of course, she doesn't always have to do the leap, right? She could just be doing regular jumps. She's got a great jump in, great range on that. And you have to approach anti-airing her different options quite differently. Getting a little bit of chip, but as he walks through, he took as much chip as he gave.
Yeah. And now he has completely lost that trade.
Yeah.
I don't know if that was... Do you think that was a teleport?
Teleport, maybe? Yeah, maybe.
The full screen short hop. I mean, if he roundhoused her out of a leap, I would have given him the championship. Good patience and knew that the resources
she didn't have
were
the
gone.
resources. Exactly. Great understanding there by Honeybee. Very quick on his draw. Uh-oh!
I was about to say, that's a punish that someone like me is going to miss, ladies and gentlemen.
Yeah. Very minus.
Eats him up with the back one and Unjust with a... Oh, what? No. Yeet.
Woo! Well, we saw B go down, as we said, 3-1 in winners finals. He was playing noob at the time. He then went 3-0 in losers finals. It was all Devora. Look, I don't know if it's the right call matchup wise, but do you think there may be a change? I don't think so.
Yes.
We'll see. I mean,
I think that we are in Devora territory for sure. If there's one thing I know Honeybee to do, is if his back is completely to the wall, he is going to go to his main.
Yeah.
And that's exactly what we're seeing here.
Might as well give it a go. Of course, she's got some great anti-air tools herself.
Mm-hmm.
Gets huge damage if she makes the right call.
I'm just picking up. Honeybee doesn't like fair fights. Noob Saibot, Devora. That's 2v1 and 6 billion v1.
One sole human woman versus a colony of bugs.
Although she killed Melina, so most of us like her. Deep lore. Spoiler alert for MKX.
Oh no! So you can control the screen a little bit. Again, she's got a couple of great anti-air options herself. We'll see if that kind of stuff can pay off. Yes, here we go.
And there's an option he didn't have before. What used to only give him 100 damage with the up shadow. Look at the reward this time around for an anti-air.
Now you only get to do this once, so you got to make it count.
A 448 count.
But pretty good. Pretty good.
He made it count. And
Okay.
It's almost all guaranteed.
Pretty good.
That's the cherry on top.
Right. Now in this round, it's not going to be there anymore, so you have to play a little bit differently. But still, it's got a great down too.
Yeah, not gonna have access to a lot of KBs in this variation.
Yeah.
Doesn't have the bugs to be able to put on her to gain access to a throw KB. This is just damage and pure setup. There it is.
Yeah, safety. Oh, big chance. Nah, well. Oh my gosh!
That's a taste of her own medicine.
Yeah,
Honeybee's gotta be feeling himself after that. He said, "You deserve that."
Devora just Jackie. Oh, what an anti-air there as well.
Oh, that punish! I can't believe there was still recovery right there. Unjust. No!
Oh, she's about to bounce.
Did only the second hit?
Oh, almost 400.
She said that was a cute KB you had earlier. Yeah, she dropped it down too. It's gonna be huge for Honeybee. Could rob him. Didn't commit. That's gonna be GG's.
I'll make it happen. Yeah, for sure.
Oh, that was for no reason. He could have just gone to fatal here. And that was unnecessary, but appreciated. Honeybee ties us up at 2 games apiece. This could extend.
Well, we definitely saw some of the utility that Devora can bring to this. That huge anti-air. Huge damage.
And now Unjust knows to fear the Reaper for the next 2 rounds. If he's gonna leap. And if he does any cancel out of that leap to leave that slight gap for those ovipositors to get you. That's
You made him sound so friendly.
I know. I don't know
the noise that made.
I don't know what the a little like shank noise.
Is he gonna switch? Okay, I was gonna ask it.
Ooh.
That was the goal here. So Mighty Unjust is not gonna have the leap anymore, but he will have fantastic mix-ups. He'll have the threat of slide from range. He'll have the threat of ice. What does he get? Deep freeze as well, creeping ice.
The game plan is so simple with Sub-Zero, ladies and gentlemen. Everyone watching from home is gonna be able to understand this. He is going to do an overhead or a low into something more times than not. On top of that, having an incredible normal set does Sub-Zero, and a good just base toolkit and an ice ball that you always have to be respectful of anywhere on the screen, and just a presence to close the gap quick with forward 4 slide, and then up close, the machine.
Yeah, it's just hard to be comfortable at any range versus Sub-Zero, especially when he has deep freeze. That faster ice ball, of course. Yeah, there it is.
And has one of the most absurd jump-ins I've ever seen.
Oh, extremely good button. Hey, here we go. That's a pretty good jump in too.
Battle of Jump 1 supremacy. Breaks away early enough to steal a turn, but Honeybee still presses back in the hit advantage of down 1, and it worked. And Sub-Zero's down 1's no joke.
It's gonna hit, yes. Gives her the turn right back. Oh my gosh, she's assured. Oh, yep, just ducking the regular one. Okay.
Oh, that's
Will he just go straight for damage? Yes.
The Sub-Zero special. The Executioner lines it up. Sends her home. Mighty Unjust is going to be given a championship point with that Fatal Blow, but coming off a pretty big resource for this Ling Kuei Grandmaster.
Yeah, other than that, until then, I liked a lot of what B did. That said, stronger start here for Unjust. He's already got pressure. He's already got Oki in the corner.
Oh, there's the jump one.
He's going to get... It could get significant damage to see with... Well, the drop comes anyway. It wasn't even the mix-up around.
Move the curse right there, and Honeybee has guessed wrong defensively so many times in a row right now. It's falling apart, and Unjust in the driver's seat. Trying to take Kombat4Rare here, raising money for young Raiden. Try to shimmy.
Nope. Didn't believe in the rest. He's got the grab. Continuing to make pressure happen. Unjust just waiting it out. Oh, never mind. He moves forward. Oh, the timing was genius right there from Honeybee.
That was so disrespectful to just wake up, jump through the bug like that.
Right?
There's some space and nice confirm here for Unjust. Get some big damage. No breakaway from Honeybee. He's gonna believe. Holds the plus frames and micro ducks immediately. He challenged the boldness to be sitting in front of, what is that? +7, +6 on the big boot.
+6, yeah.
And he's alive.
No, but not. No, hold on. Oh, wow. Okay, we're at match point now for either one. So either Unjust wins the tournament or Honeybee sends it to another set.
I'm on the edge of my seat right now. Raw slide from the mighty Unjust. Starts off big normals right now. These two do not want to commit. And he waited a little bit to do the stand one, which was perfect, because sometimes you'll miss that. Does he have the KB? No. Unjust defense. He's staying composed right now. Chipping away.
Slight whiff. Oh, they're both so frightened at that spot. Oh, big opportunity.
That down 4 barely got underneath the jump one. Gets the air. What a pickup from Unjust. Such a late confirmation, and he ate so much damage. I don't know why the breakaway wasn't there from Honeybee. Had to be absolute there. But another comeback. Could be on display.
Could be. Got to worry about ice from far. Got to worry about slide still. Or just about the straight old regular Landsies punish by the mighty Unjust, who takes Kombat4Rare Day. Congratulations to him again. The reward, first of all, some tasty frozen treats. But secondarily, a poster signed by the entire cast of the 1995 Mortal Kombat film. Again, I've seen it, and it's pretty sick. So that is a super cool W. We're here to raise money for charity, of course. This is not about handing out a bunch of dough to the players. This is about them and everybody else involved, and everybody watching too. Supporting Kombat4Rare, supporting Raiden, supporting the Raiden Science Foundation. And if you can, please donate at kombat4rare.org.
Yes, guys, we're trying to get to 100,000 just to get started. Raiden, a child that is just full of joy, put in an unfortunate situation here on planet Earth, and we're trying to turn that around here at Kombat4Rare. Donate what you can. We've been going all day here. It's going to continue. Is Kombat4Rare. The battle has only just begun, so be on the lookout for what I hope is some more events in the future, because they've been doing a lot. They've been working with a ton of streamers over the past month on Twitch. They've been working with a ton of content creators and a ton of just kind of big names in Mortal Kombat. You know, we see the original Sonya, who I learned earlier on the Kamidogu podcast. One of her children is affected by a rare genetic disorder as well, and it's why she got involved so quickly and as much as she has, because she's one of the ones leading the charge in supporting Tommy and Raiden. So I want to give a huge shout out to her as well. Carrie, thank you so much. OG Sonya, thank you so much for everything that you've done in the Mortal Kombat community, as well as everyone that's got involved in this event and for this cause. Thank you.
And again, this cause has real personal relevance for me. My second to youngest brother, Aaron, had a rare genetic issue with cobalamin C, and unfortunately did pass away from it at the age of 6 months. So for my family, genetic disorders in this way have had a major impact on our lives. And for me to be able to be involved with something like this is really meaningful. So I really hope that we can raise money to try to deal with the issue that Raiden has. Not the same thing. It's another genetic disease with UBA5. But again, although each individual genetic disease is quite rare, in combination, when you add them all together, we're talking about 200 million kids around the world. So this is something that many of us know people who have suffered with, and to be able to raise money for this is very important, of course. We're trying to get ultimately, into the millions here, but we're starting out, as you could see, below, a little lower than that. But the goal is to try to get enough money to really do some important research to help kids like Raiden out.
And much needed research, because the fact that it took 17 months to find out what was wrong with Raiden, that's a long time to even find out what a problem is. And so research is definitely needed, especially when it comes to genetics, just because we are some incredibly complex pieces of natural machinery, us humans are, as it turns out. And so anything you guys can give to help that research, we'd appreciate it. And it's been an incredible event.
Yeah, I really appreciate it. And yeah, hey, really cool to have you on here as well, Mr. Aquaman. I really appreciate you showing up. I should say, I appreciate Aquaman showing up. Mr. Aquaman, I don't know who that guy is, but Aquaman came to party today.
I almost should have commentated differently, like almost as Aquaman, maybe a little bit, maybe change it up a little bit, but I wanted to show up as a superhero for young Raiden. That's the least I could do. Try to use my influence for good here. Rather than invading the surface world, let's save it, Atlanteans. All right, let's do our part. Aquaman for Injustice 3. No, I'm just kidding. Let's not get that started. let's not get that started here. Let's not get the chat riled up. But we do have one more giveaway to announce the winner of 2, David, and we talked about it earlier. It was the 1UP MK arcade cab, and who was it that won?
So the winner of the Arcade 1UP Mortal Kombat 30th Anniversary Edition cabinet is Stacy S. Congratulations, Stacy S. Who
is that?
I feel like I may know in the chat.
I saw that Stacy was one of the donors up there.
Let us know if you're still in the chat and if we're indeed getting this right. I don't want to announce anything preemptively, but
and it's a 30th anniversary edition cabinet. I forgot to mention.
Yes, indeed. 30th anniversary edition. So thanks so much to Arcade 1UP for providing that. Again, thanks to everybody involved and everybody who donated stuff to give away, everybody who donated money, of course. Thanks to everybody for watching. All right, so look, again, Aquaman, we've gotten rid of the Mr. I see officially. That seems appropriate to me. Aquaman, thanks a lot for joining us. It's been a pleasure for me as well to be involved with this. Best wishes to Raiden fam, and thanks so much to Linda and Tommy fam for setting all of this up. I can't imagine what it's like to go through with what you are going through. Best wishes for you and your entire family, and for everybody around the world who is afflicted with similar things. I hope that we can do some work to try to make sure that nobody is in the future, and for those who are currently, that we do find some solutions. So thanks so much. You can donate once again at Kombat4Rare.org. You can see it down there in the bottom. Please check it out. Please give what you can. So you can see we're taking a look here at Raiden.
This is Raiden, everyone. Who we've been doing this for, who has inspired this entire thing, this campaign to fight against rare diseases, especially rare genetic diseases.
There you go.
We thank you to everyone that has donated so far, to everyone that will donate in the future. This is going to be going on for a long time. Thank you from all of us here. And David, let's say goodnight to these people, to everyone at Kombat4Rare, to Raiden and family, Tommy, everyone, to the entire cast and crew from start to bottom. Thank you for the event, and we'll see you in the future. Thank you, everyone.